Earn 1 million yuan in 3 months, or you will have no relationship with this child ever again. Faced with the icy campus beauty carrying his child, poor college student Lin Zhou is instantly pushed to the brink. Just when the crushing pressure threatens to break him, the ancestral jade pendant he has worn since childhood suddenly turns scorching hot. The dormant bloodline of Shennong, the legendary divine farmer, awakens after 1,000 years, and an earth-shaking ancient inheritance descends upon him. No flashy system, no forced quests. This ancient legacy is far more overpowered than any cheat ability. After awakening, Lin Zhou gains 2 divine powers. With his spirit eyes, he can judge life and death, identify priceless treasures, and uncover hidden secrets. An ordinary wild ginseng, once recognized and cultivated by him, transforms into a 50-year longevity herb worth hundreds of thousands. His Yi-wood true qi is even more miraculous, capable of turning common plants into rare medicinal treasures. The vegetables grown on his own balcony can instantly restore the appetite of the pregnant campus goddess plagued by severe morning sickness. A simple medicinal feast prepared by his hand can save a billionaire hanging on the edge of death. While everyone else chases fortune through business and investments, Lin Zhou rises step by step through farming and medicine. When a wealthy rival arrives in a luxury sports car to flaunt his status, Lin Zhou calmly waters a pine tree capable of extending a person's lifespan by an entire year. When his future father-in-law publicly mocks and belittles him, the spirit-infused vegetables he cultivates have already become priceless treasures sought after by the most powerful elites. Witness the journey of a poor young man who uses miraculous healing arts capable of bringing the dead back to life and mystical cultivation techniques that defy the natural order. Fighting to protect the woman he loves and their unborn child, he builds a global health empire that leaves the entire world in awe. And when he finally stands at the pinnacle of the world, holding his child in one arm and the love of his life in the other, he smiles and reflects on the incredible path that brought him there. Chapter 1. I'm pregnant, and the baby is yours. Inside a cafe across from Jiangxing University, a cold yet melodious voice suddenly broke the silence. I'm pregnant. The word struck Lin Zhou like a bolt of thunder. He jerked his head up and stared at the woman sitting across from him, his heartbeat instantly spiraling out of control. The young woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful. A simple white dress accentuated her snow-white skin. Her silky black hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, framing a slender neck. Every feature of her face seemed sculpted by a master artist. Her clear eyes carried an aloof calm as she gazed at him without emotion. She was Yuan, the universally acknowledged goddess of Jiangxing University's finance department, the famous Ice Queen campus beauty. Born into wealth, blessed with stunning looks, and gifted with exceptional talent, she belonged to an entirely different world from Lin Zhou, a poor agricultural sciences student from a farming family. For a moment, Lin Zhou's mind went blank. His throat tightened. What did you say? He finally managed to ask. Yuan did not repeat herself. Instead, she calmly removed a folded medical report from her Chanel handbag and placed it on the table. Jiangxing First People's Hospital. Prenatal examination from last Wednesday. 6 weeks pregnant. HCG levels are normal, and the fetal heartbeat has already been detected. Her tone was composed and professional, as if she were presenting a business report. Based on the timeline, the child is yours. Lin Zhou's eyes locked onto the words 6 weeks pregnant. They burned into his mind like red-hot iron. Instantly, memories from over a month ago surged back. It had been a graduation season banquet jointly organized by several student clubs. To earn extra money, Lin Zhou had taken a part-time job as a waiter. The glamorous atmosphere of wealth and indulgence had nothing to do with him, until he spotted a staggering figure in a hallway corner. It was Yuan. The untouchable campus goddess was flushed red, her eyes unfocused and dazed. Her body radiated abnormal heat. Someone had obviously drugged her. Not far away, several arrogantly dressed rich heirs were approaching with unmistakably sinister intentions. Unable to stand by and watch, Lin Zhou immediately stepped forward. Are you okay? Barely conscious, Yuan grabbed his arm as though he were the last lifeline available to her. Raised in the countryside, Lin Zhou had always despised such despicable behavior. Without hesitation, he supported her and quickly left the scene. After careful consideration, he realized that taking her back to the women's dormitory would inevitably spark rumors and ruin her reputation. Left with no better choice, he used several hundred yuan he had painstakingly saved from part-time work to rent the cheapest hotel room nearby. After helping her onto the bed, he fetched cold towels to lower her temperature. He had planned to leave once she stabilized. Unfortunately, the drug proved far stronger than he had anticipated. In the dimly lit room, the delirious Yi Wanqing suddenly wrapped her arms around him. Her warm breath brushed against his neck as she murmured incoherently. The heated atmosphere, combined with the sweet scent unique to a young woman, ignited a spark neither of them could resist. 20-year-old Lin Zhou was at the peak of his youth. His remaining self-control collapsed. That night, everything changed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. When Lin Zhou awoke, Yi Wanqing was already gone. Only a vivid crimson stain on the bedsheets silently testified to what had happened, and reminded him that he had taken the most precious thing from the campus beauty. Regret, guilt, panic. The emotions nearly consumed him. From that day forward, he never sought her out again. He had assumed that, given the enormous gap between their social statuses, she would choose to forget the incident entirely. He never imagined it would return in this way. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhou forced himself back to reality. "What are you planning to do?" he asked hoarsely. "I'm keeping the baby," Yi Wanqing answered without hesitation. "My family situation is complicated. This child is very important to me, and I need a father who is legitimate both legally and biologically." Lin Zhou fell silent. He could not bring himself to abandon a woman carrying his child. After a long pause, he clenched his fists. "I'll take responsibility. I'll marry you and give our child a complete family." For the first time, a faint ripple appeared in Yi Wanqing's usually emotionless eyes. But it vanished just as quickly. "Lin Zhou, I investigated your background. You're a senior student in the College of Agriculture at Jiangxing University. You come from a farming family. Your parents are fruit growers. Your tuition and living expenses depend entirely on student loans and part-time jobs. What exactly are you going to use to shoulder that responsibility?" Her words were blunt and realistic, and every word hit its mark. Lin Zhou had no answer. "I'm not trying to humiliate you," she continued, her tone softening slightly. "I'm simply stating the facts. I'm not asking for marriage right now. I only want to see whether you possess the ability to fulfill the role of a father." She raised 3 slender fingers. "I'll give you 3 months. In 3 months, you must earn 1 million yuan. This money isn't for me. It's a test of your ability, a minimum requirement if you truly intend to protect your wife and child. If you succeed, I will acknowledge you as the father of this child, and we will raise the baby together. But if you fail," she paused and looked directly into his eyes, "I will give birth and raise the child alone. From that moment on, we will owe each other nothing, and you will never have any relationship with this child again." 1 million yuan. For a student whose wallet contained only a few hundred yuan, it might as well have been an impossible fantasy. The pressure crashed down on him like a mountain. Despair threatened to suffocate him. Yet after a brief struggle, he gritted his teeth. Fine. He had no way out. He could not allow the woman carrying his child, or their unborn baby, to suffer ridicule in the future. "I accept." A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Wanqing's eyes, but she said nothing. Leaving the prenatal report on the table, she stood up. "My contact information is on the report. Let me know if there's any progress." With that, she turned and walked away. Her tall figure radiated cold determination. She never looked back. Lin Zhou remained seated alone in the cafe long after his coffee had gone cold. His fingers trembled as he picked up the report. Despair, unwillingness, and a fierce determination born from being cornered. All of it churned inside him. Almost instinctively, he reached for the jade pendant hanging from his neck. It was the only relic his grandmother had left him, a plain green jade pendant he had worn since childhood. At that very moment, as his emotions reached their breaking point, the jade suddenly became burning hot. A scorching current surged from the pendant, flowing through his meridians and sweeping across every inch of his body. Ugh! Lin Zhou let out a muffled groan. His vision went dark. It felt as though he had fallen into a spinning vortex. Countless ancient, mysterious, and profound fragments of knowledge flooded into his mind like an unstoppable tide. Chapter 2, Awakening the Shennong Legacy, Yi Would True Qi. Lin Zhou had no idea how he managed to stumble back to the dormitory. By the time he pushed open the door and collapsed onto his bed, he looked as though he had just been pulled from a river, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The scorching torrent raging through his body surged wildly through his meridians before finally converging in his dantian, transforming into a strand of warm, tranquil, and mysterious energy. At the same time, countless memories that did not belong to him appeared in his mind. The Shennong herbal scripture. It turned out that the ancestral jade pendant was actually the key to a fragment of the bloodline inheritance of the ancient divine farmer, Shennong. The inheritance could only be awakened when its bearer experienced an intense emotional shock while harboring a sincere determination to protect life. Yuan and the child growing within her had become the key that unlocked it. There was no cold system interface, no annoying missions or punishments. The inheritance was more like an instinct and knowledge engraved directly into his bloodline. At its core were three extraordinary abilities. First, spirit eyes. The ability to perceive the vitality of all things, identify spiritual herbs, and see through illness and deathly energy. Second, Iwud true qi. A life-filled energy capable of accelerating plant growth and enhancing their qualities, while also healing injuries and curing diseases in humans. Third, Shennong's memory. An immense ocean of knowledge containing countless lost alchemy formulas, acupuncture techniques, and medicinal recipes. Lin Zhou suddenly sat upright. His eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy. A path to survival. This was his opportunity. His only road to earning 1 million yuan. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to mobilize the newly formed Iwud true qi within his dantian. A warm current slowly rose. With a thought, he guided it into his eyes. Instantly, the world changed. Everything inside the dormitory was now wrapped in a faint layer of energy. The desks, chairs, and furniture appeared as lifeless shades of gray. Meanwhile, the potted plants his roommates kept emitted green halos of varying intensity. His gaze eventually settled on a cactus sitting on the windowsill. It was half dead. The cactus belonged to his roommate Wang Hao, notorious for being a plant killer. No matter how easy a plant was to care for, it rarely survived more than a month under his supervision. Under the observation of spirit eyes, the cactus was shrouded in visible gray, deathly energy. Only a faint thread of green light remained around its roots, flickering like a candle in the wind. An idea struck Lin Zhou. He walked over to the windowsill and carefully extended a finger. Drawing out a tiny strand of Iwud true qi from his dantian, he guided it through his fingertip and into the cactus's roots. The amount of energy was minuscule, yet it was incomparably pure, like a drop of rain falling onto drought-stricken land. Then, a miracle occurred. The gray, deathly aura surrounding the cactus rapidly dispersed as if it had encountered its natural enemy. The faint green glow around the roots suddenly expanded and began spreading upward through the plant at a visible speed. The shriveled yellow cactus quickly became plump and vibrant green. Even more astonishing, a flower bud the size of a sesame seed emerged from the top and began trembling gently. At that moment, bang! The dormitory door flew open. "Old Lin, what's wrong with you? I heard the campus goddess he called you away. Did you get yourself into trouble?" Before the speaker appeared, his voice arrived first. A round figure squeezed through the doorway. It was Wang Hao. Behind him followed two other roommates, Qianwen, the tall and skinny academic genius, and Li Meng, the fitness enthusiast. "I'm fine." Lin Zhou quietly withdrew his hand. Wang Hao casually walked over to the window with a watering can. When his eyes landed on the cactus, he froze. Huh. A second later, he rubbed his eyes. Holy crap, holy crap. Leaning closer, he stared at it in disbelief. Is this my cactus? Why does it look like it's been pumped full of steroids? And it's actually blooming. Qianwen and Li Ming immediately gathered around. Their faces were equally stunned. No way, Li Ming exclaimed. Fatty, did the plant killer finally turn over a new leaf? Wang Hao spun around and looked suspiciously at Lin Zhou. Old Lin, did you do something to my plant? What kind of miracle water did you feed it? Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Reviving the cactus had already consumed nearly 30% of his Iwud true qi, leaving him feeling weak. He immediately understood that this ability absolutely could not be exposed. Shrugging casually, he replied, "Maybe that leftover soda you drank yesterday finally worked its magic." Get lost. Wang Hao laughed and cursed. Though he found it strange, he didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, his expression became full of curiosity. Enough about that. What did the campus goddess want with you? Spill it. Seeing the concern in his roommate's eyes, warmth filled Lin Zhou's heart. These were his best brothers at university. Wang Hao might have been a wealthy second-generation heir, but he had never looked down on Lin Zhou for being poor. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhou decided not to hide it. He briefly explained Yi Wanqing's pregnancy and the 1 million yuan challenge. The dormitory instantly fell silent. 3 pairs of eyes widened like saucers. Their mouths hung open. You one shot and a direct hit? Wang Hao stammered. Old Lin, you're incredible. You're officially my big brother now. Qianwen frowned. 1 million yuan. That's basically impossible. This challenge is insane. Li Ming patted Lin Zhou on the shoulder. Old Lin, let's pool our money together. I've got 20,000 yuan saved up. Fatty, what about you? Wang Hao slapped his chest proudly. I can put up 30,000. That's 50,000 altogether. It's not much, but you can use it for emergencies. Looking at them, Lin Zhou felt his eyes grow slightly moist. This was what true friendship looked like. He shook his head and declined. Thanks, brothers. But this money has to be earned by me. He couldn't rely on anyone else. It was his dignity as a man, and his promise as a future father. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Wang Hao sighed heavily. Then what are you going to do? Even if you work construction around the clock, you won't make 1 million in 3 months. Lin Zhou turned his gaze toward the window. Through the vision of his spirit eyes, the forested hills behind the university glowed with vibrant and chaotic shades of green energy. The university had preserved the area as part of its landscaping. Countless plants grew there, and somewhere within that sea of green might be the spiritual treasures capable of changing his destiny. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Fatty, Lin Zhou suddenly asked, didn't you say your family is in the medicinal herb business? Yeah. What? Wild herbs with significant age behind them. They're worth a lot, right? Wang Hao blinked. Of course. Especially things like wild ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, and Lingzhi mushrooms. If the quality and age are good enough, they're worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. But those things are incredibly rare. Finding one is harder than winning the lottery. Why are you asking? A confident smile appeared on Lin Zhou's face. For everyone else, it might be like winning the lottery. For him, it would simply be following a map. My first pot of gold starts there. He stood up and brushed the dust from his clothes. His eyes burned with determination as he looked toward the mountains behind the university. Brothers, just wait for my good news. Chapter 3, Treasure Hunting in the Back Mountain. A 50-year-old wild ginseng. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Lin Zhou was already awake. While his dormitory brothers were still fast asleep, he quietly got dressed in an old, durable tracksuit and headed straight for the mountain behind the university. The back mountain of Jiangxing University had never been heavily developed, preserving much of its natural wilderness. Dense vegetation covered the slopes, and aside from a few elderly morning exercisers and adventurous students, few people ever ventured there. The moment he stepped into the forest, Lin Zhou activated his spirit eyes. Instantly, the world transformed into a dazzling ocean of light. Countless green halos rose into the sky, intertwining into a vast sea of life. Most plants emitted ordinary pale green auras, representing their natural vitality. What Lin Zhou sought, however, were the rare and brilliant lights that contained true spiritual energy. Rather than wandering aimlessly, he relied on the knowledge inherited from Shennong's memory, specifically targeting cool, damp areas rich in organic matter where valuable medicinal herbs were most likely to grow. The mountain paths were steep and rugged. Morning mist soaked his clothes with dew, while branches scratched bloody marks across his face. Yet he paid no attention. His eyes functioned like the world's most precise radar, scanning every inch of the forest floor. An hour passed. Nothing. He found several herbs that appeared promising, but under the gaze of spirit eyes, their spiritual auras were faint at best. They were only slightly superior to ordinary medicinal plants and would fetch little money at a pharmacy. 2 hours passed. Still nothing. Maintaining spirit eyes consumed Yiwood true qi rapidly, and Lin Zhou began feeling waves of dizziness and exhaustion. Was I being too optimistic? How could treasures containing spiritual energy be so easy to find? A trace of frustration and self-doubt crept into his heart. Leaning against a large tree, he panted heavily. Unconsciously, Yi Wanqing's cold expression and the daunting figure of 1,000,000 yuan resurfaced in his mind. No, he couldn't give up. This was his only chance. Grinding his teeth, Lin Zhou forced himself to continue. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of dry rations he had brought with him, he pressed deeper into the mountains, toward a more secluded valley. This time, he pushed Spirit Eyes to its absolute limit. Just as he was about to exhaust the last strand of Yiwu true qi in his body and return empty-handed, a unique flash of light suddenly entered his peripheral vision. Hidden within a thorny patch beneath a steep cliff was a faint but incredibly pure green glow edged with golden light. He found it. Instantly energized, Lin Zhou forgot all his fatigue and rushed forward. The thorn bushes were viciously dense. Ignoring the cuts that quickly covered his body, he tore his way through them with his bare hands until he finally saw the source of the light. A plant stood there. Its leaves spread out like a palm, and a cluster of bright red berries crowned its top. Wild ginseng. Ginseng. Carefully crouching down, Lin Zhou examined it through Spirit Eyes. The plant's aura was bright, but a faint thread of black energy lingered around its roots, causing the flow of spiritual energy throughout the plant to be sluggish and obstructed. Shennong's memory immediately supplied an answer. This was a wild ginseng approximately 30 years old. However, because of damage to its roots and its harsh growing conditions, its medicinal value had been significantly reduced. At best, it could only be sold at the price of a 20-year-old ginseng. Rather than feeling disappointed, Lin Zhou's eyes lit up with excitement. This was practically tailor-made for him. He pulled a small shovel and a red cord from his backpack. Following the harvesting techniques recorded in Shennong's memory, he first tied the red cord around the ginseng stem before carefully beginning to excavate. Half an hour later, he successfully unearthed the entire plant. Its shape was intact, and every delicate root remained preserved. Holding the ginseng in both hands, Lin Zhou felt as though he had found priceless treasure. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he took a deep breath. Then he poured every remaining strand of Yiwu true qi into the ginseng's roots. The warm energy flowed into the plant like the purest elixir of life. Within the vision of Spirit Eyes, the black energy wrapped around the roots melted away like snow beneath the sun. The previously sluggish golden aura suddenly became smooth, brilliant, and radiant. The entire ginseng seemed to awaken. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Its body became plumper and more lustrous, while the age markings on its roots grew deeper and more distinct. Lin Zhou immediately appraised it once more with Spirit Eyes. The result nearly made his heart stop. Wild ginseng, enhanced by Yiwu true qi. Medicinal potency has reached 50 years. Excellent quality. A top-grade 50-year-old wild ginseng. On the market, such a treasure would command an astronomical price. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Zhou carefully wrapped the ginseng in moist moss and placed it inside a wooden box. Now came the most critical step, turning it into cash. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed Wang Hao's number. The phone rang several times before being answered. A sleepy, irritated voice came from the other end. Who is it this early in the morning? Holy crap, old Lin. Did you run into a ghost or something? Why are you calling at dawn? Fatty, where are you? Lin Zhou asked calmly. Where else would I be? Sleeping in the dorm, Yan. Stop sleeping. Get up immediately and arrange a meeting with someone in your family who can make decisions. Your father or grandfather would be best. Wang Hao instantly woke up. What happened, old Lin? Is something wrong? Lin Zhou glanced at the wooden box in his hands. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Then, word by word, he said into the phone. I found something valuable. Something that might be worth a fortune. Chapter 4 A fraud? You call this a fraud? There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Wang Hao exploded with a shout loud enough to shake the heavens. Holy crap! Old Lin, did you rob a bank? The roar made Lin Zhou's ears ring. He held the phone farther away and laughed helplessly. Rob what bank? Just get up already. I can't explain this over the phone. I'm heading back to the dorm now. We'll talk when I get there. Got it. I'm on my way. Wang Hao's voice was filled with excitement before he hastily hung up. Putting away his phone, Lin Zhou felt the emptiness in his dantian after enhancing the ginseng. A wave of weakness washed over him. He realized that Yiwood true qi was far from limitless. Every use consumed energy that required time to recover. Leaning against a tree trunk, he closed his eyes and regulated his breathing for a while before feeling somewhat better. By the time he returned to the dormitory, covered in dirt and scratches, Wang Hao, Qian and Li Ming were already sitting neatly around the table, staring at him as if conducting a formal interrogation. "Old Lin, did you get into a fight with a bear in the mountains?" Li Ming joked when he saw Lin Zhou's disheveled appearance. "Spill it. What exactly did you find?" Wang Hao demanded impatiently, his small eyes fixed on the backpack behind Lin Zhou. Without wasting time, Lin Zhou placed the backpack on the table and carefully removed the wooden box wrapped in damp moss. The moment the lid was opened, a refreshing yet rich medicinal fragrance filled the dormitory. The scent seemed alive. One breath was enough to refresh the mind and relax the entire body. This. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. Born into a family of medicinal herb merchants, he was more familiar with this scent than anyone else present. When he finally saw the plump ginseng body, the tightly packed stem scars, and the dragon-like root tendrils nestled among the moss, he froze completely. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit a light bulb. Qian and Li Ming were complete amateurs, but even they could tell this was something extraordinary. "Holy crap," Wang Hao stammered as he cautiously extended a trembling hand toward it. "This quality, these stem scars. Old Lin, where did you find this thing? It's at least 30 years old, minimum." As a half-professional, he could recognize its exceptional quality. What he couldn't possibly know was that the ginseng's true medicinal potency had already reached an astonishing 50 years. Lin Zhou nodded inwardly. The fat man did have some skill. "Found it in the back mountain," he said casually. "The back mountain?" Qian adjusted his glasses in disbelief. "Our university's back mountain has treasures like this?" They had all been there before. Finding a decent mushroom was difficult enough, let alone a premium wild ginseng. "Old Lin, your ancestors must be blessing you from above." Wang Hao slapped his thigh excitedly. "If this goes to auction and the right buyer sees it, it could sell for hundreds of thousands. That 1 million yuan challenge actually has a chance now. Damn, it really has a chance." That was exactly the reaction Lin Zhou had hoped for. Patting Wang Hao on the shoulder, he asked, "So how do we turn it into cash as quickly as possible?" Wang Hao finally calmed down enough to think. Rubbing his chin, he said, "Going directly to my dad or grandfather would be too sudden. They'd probably assume I'm bringing them a fake. Here's what we'll do. There's a flagship herbal medicine store downtown called 100 Herbs Hall. They have an old appraiser there, Master Sunday. He's an old friend of my grandfather. We'll let him take a look first. If the ginseng is genuine, he'll definitely offer a fair price." "Sounds good." Lin Zhou agreed immediately. The four of them sprang into action. Wang Hao rushed off to retrieve his flashy second-hand BMW Z4. Meanwhile, Qian and Li Ming found Lin Zhou a clean set of clothes to change into. "Old Lin, you've got to succeed." Li Ming punched him lightly in the chest. "Show that arrogant campus beauty, and whatever ridiculous family stands behind her, that they were wrong." "Exactly," Qian nodded. "We might not be able to help you raise 1 million yuan, but at least we won't lose in spirit." Warmth filled Lin Zhou's heart. He nodded firmly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the busiest commercial district in downtown Jiangqing. Under the antique wooden signboard of 100 Herbs Hall, Wang Hao's sports car looked somewhat out of place. The moment they entered, a well-dressed manager in his 30s approached them. His hair was slicked back flawlessly, and a professional smile immediately appeared when he recognized Wang Hao. "Young Master Wang, what brings you here today?" he greeted warmly. "Buying bird's nest supplements for your girlfriend again?" "Cut it out, Manager Liu." Wang Hao waved him off casually. "I'm not here to buy anything today. We're here to discuss a major deal." He stepped aside and revealed Lin Zhou standing behind him. Manager Liu's gaze landed on Lin Zhou. When he noticed the cheap clothes worth no more than 200 yuan, his smile immediately faded. A trace of contempt flashed through his eyes. "A major deal?" he asked with a forced smile. "What kind of deal are we talking about?" Without a word, Lin Zhou placed the wooden box on the counter and opened it. The rich medicinal aroma spread through the shop once more. At first, Manager Liu looked dismissive. But after smelling the fragrance, his expression changed slightly. He leaned forward and looked inside. The moment he saw the high-quality wild ginseng, a flash of admiration appeared in his eyes. Yet it was quickly replaced by even deeper suspicion. Putting on a pair of white gloves, he carefully lifted the ginseng with tweezers and held it beneath a lamp. Then he produced a magnifying glass and began inspecting it with exaggerated seriousness. Beside him, Wang Hao proudly declared, "Well, Manager Lu, open your eyes and take a good look. My brother dug this treasure out of the wilderness himself." After examining it for quite some time, Manager Lu suddenly sneered. Without warning, he tossed the ginseng back into the box. The rough movement made Wang Hao's eyelids twitch. "Young Master Wang, you've been fooled." Removing his gloves, Manager Lu's tone dripped with mockery. "Nowadays there are plenty of techniques for aging cultivated ginseng artificially, grafting roots, and pressing molds. This one is fairly convincing. But the craftsmanship isn't quite there." He pointed at the stem scars. "See these? Too neat. Obviously altered by hand. And these roots? Plenty of them, sure, but they lack natural toughness. This thing might fool amateurs like you." His eyes drifted toward Lin Zhou. The implication was obvious. Some poor college students these days will try anything for money. "Young Master Wang, you're too kind-hearted. Don't let yourself become someone else's tool." The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Hao's face turned red with rage. "Manager Lu, what the hell did you just say? My brother's character is beyond question. Take another look." "No need." Manager Lu folded his arms arrogantly. "I've worked at 100 Herbs Hall for nearly 10 years. I've handled dozens upon dozens of wild ginseng specimens. A fake this obvious can't fool me. You actually brought something like this here? What a joke." Then he called out loudly, "Security. I think you're the blind one." Wang Hao was trembling with anger as he rolled up his sleeves. Lin Zhou grabbed him before he could charge forward. His own expression had darkened. Activating spirit eyes, he glanced at Manager Lu. Immediately, he saw chaotic energy surrounding the man. Around his kidneys lingered a thick mass of dark, unhealthy qi. Clearly, years of excessive drinking and indulgence had left his body severely depleted. If he couldn't even manage his own health, what kind of expert appraiser could he possibly be? "Let's go." Lin Zhou had no intention of wasting time arguing. "Leave." Manager Lu laughed even harder, convinced they were trying to flee out of guilt. "Not so fast. You brought counterfeit goods in 100 Herbs Hall and tried to scam us. You think you can just walk away? If word gets out, what happens to our reputation?" Two security guards had already moved into position, glaring at them. Qian Wen and Li Ming also stepped forward. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just then, a powerful elderly voice echoed from the inner hall. "What's all this shouting about? Have you no manners?" A moment later, an old man with silver hair and a vigorous bearing emerged from behind a decorative screen. He wore a traditional Tang suit and carried himself with quiet authority. The moment Manager Lu saw him, his arrogance vanished. "Master Sun." He hurriedly bowed. "Why did you come out personally?" "It's nothing important. Just a few swindlers desperate for money. I'll handle it immediately." But when Wang Hao saw the old man, his eyes lit up. "Grandpa Sun." The old man looked over and smiled kindly. "So it's Xiao Hao. What brings you to visit an old man like me today?" Then his gaze shifted toward the open wooden box on the counter. He sniffed lightly. Instantly, the calmness in his eyes disappeared. His expression became serious. "Bring that over. Let me have a look." Chapter 5. A fortune in a word. The first pot of gold. Manager Lu's expression darkened. Yet he didn't dare disobey. Reluctantly, he carried the wooden box over to Elder Sun while still trying to defend himself. "Elder Sun, don't be fooled. It's just an artificially aged cultivated ginseng. This kid." Before he could finish, Elder Sun shot him a sharp glare that instantly silenced him. Ignoring Manager Lu completely, Elder Sun devoted his full attention to the ginseng. Unlike Manager Lu, he didn't rush to touch it. Instead, he bent down, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of the rich medicinal fragrance. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with shock and excitement. What a fragrance! What a pure aura of the ginseng dragon! That scent alone was enough for him to determine that this was no ordinary treasure. Carefully, he took out a pair of deerskin gloves from his pocket and put them on before respectfully lifting the wild ginseng from the box. His movements were as gentle as if he were handling an irreplaceable porcelain masterpiece. The contrast with Manager Lu's rough treatment could not have been greater. Supporting the ginseng in his palm, he first examined its overall 5 characteristics: the crown, stem nodes, texture, body, and roots. Then he produced a high-powered magnifying glass and inspected it inch by inch. The crown is long and densely ringed. Each ring represents a year of growth. These marks are naturally formed and impossible to replicate with carving. The secondary roots are numerous and elongated, shaped like date pits. Date pits. This indicates abundant absorption of natural essence. The root hairs resemble dragon whiskers, sparse yet long, flexible yet resilient. And these pearl-like nodules are classic signs of premium wild ginseng. The skin is aged and deeply textured, displaying true brocade pattern bark. With every sentence Elder Son spoke, Manager Lu's face became a shade paler. He knew all those technical terms himself, but when Elder Son spoke them, they carried unquestionable authority. Watching the increasingly bright gleam in Elder Son's eyes, a terrible premonition rose within him. Finally, Elder Son pinched a root hair thinner than a strand of human hair and placed it into his mouth. Closing his eyes, he savored it carefully. Several moments later, his eyes suddenly flew open. A brilliant light flashed within them as he stared directly at Lin Zhou. His voice trembled slightly. Sweet, aromatic, faintly bitter. The aftertaste lingers endlessly, and the medicinal aura is profound. Young man, where exactly did you obtain this ginseng? Lin Zhou answered calmly. On the back mountain of Jiangxing University, beneath a shaded cliff face. Excellent. What a hidden land of treasures. Elder Son burst into laughter before suddenly turning toward Manager Lu, whose face had already turned deathly pale. His expression darkened. Lu Ming, what exactly did you call this? Manager Lu's legs nearly gave out beneath him. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. I was blind. Blind. Elder Son snorted. I think it's your judgment that's blind. Years of drinking and chasing women have hollowed out your body. Your eyesight and character have become equally corrupted. Such a treasure stood before you, yet you treated it like garbage. Not only that, you insulted our guests and nearly drove away a valued customer of 100 Herbs Hall. He pointed toward the back courtyard. As of today, you're no longer a manager. Report to the medicinal herb workshop in the rear and start over as an apprentice. Manager Lu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. From flagship store manager to apprentice. The fall was nothing short of being cast from heaven into hell. Elder Son paid him no further attention. Instead, he turned toward Lin Zhou and Wang Hao with an apologetic smile. Xiao Hao, young friend, this old man failed to manage his staff properly. You have my sincerest apologies. At this moment, Wang Hao felt thoroughly vindicated. He grinned broadly. Grandpa's son, enough with the formalities. Just tell us, what's my brother's treasure actually worth? Everyone's attention immediately focused on Elder Son. Taking a deep breath, he carefully raised the ginseng and spoke solemnly. This ginseng possesses both exceptional form and exceptional essence. Based on my lifetime of experience, I estimate its medicinal potency to be no less than 50 years. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Even Wang Hao inhaled sharply. He had guessed 30 years. Elder Son's estimate of 50 years completely exceeded his expectations. A 50-year premium wild ginseng was no longer merely a medicinal herb. It was a genuine life-extending treasure capable of saving lives. Its value could no longer be measured by money alone. 50 years. Wang Hao muttered blankly. The way he looked at Lin Zhou had changed. It was no longer admiration. It was reverence. Just what kind of heaven-defying luck did this guy possess? On the surface, Lin Zhou remained calm. Inside, however, a huge weight finally lifted from his shoulders. He had gambled correctly. The Shennong inheritance was truly terrifying. Elder Son, then regarding this ginseng. Lin Zhou spoke at the appropriate moment. A hint of eagerness flashed through Elder Son's eyes. He understood its value better than anyone. For those who genuinely needed it, even 1,000,000 yuan would not be considered excessive. After pondering briefly, he said, to be honest, treasures of this quality are extraordinarily rare. If you put it through an auction process, it might take 6 months or even a year to find the right buyer. But the final price could be extremely high. If you need money immediately, 100 Herbs Hall is willing to purchase it on the spot. Of course, we're a business and need to make a profit as well. How about this? I'll personally authorize this offer. He raised a single finger. Wang Hao's heart leaped into his throat. 1 million. Elder Son shook his head and smiled. 1 million would be closer to its auction value, possibly even higher. However, 100 Herbs Hall cannot let you suffer a loss, nor can we operate at a loss ourselves. So I'll give you a fair price. 100,000 yuan. Cash or bank transfer. Immediately. 100,000. Coming from elder son, those words carried immense weight. Although it was lower than the several 100,000 Wang Hao had imagined, it was immediate cash. And for Lin Zhou, who desperately needed startup capital to complete the 3-month challenge, time was far more valuable than a hypothetical future auction price. More importantly, he could see honesty in elder son's eyes. This was the sincerity of an old-school businessman. The offer was fair. Deal. Lin Zhou answered without the slightest hesitation. Transfer it. His decisiveness only increased elder son's admiration. Not greedy. Able to distinguish priorities. This young man had limitless potential. Excellent. Young man, you're straightforward. Elder son immediately summoned the accounting department to process the transaction. A few minutes later, Lin Zhou's phone vibrated. A bank notification appeared on the screen. Deposit received, 100,000 renminbi. Current balance, 100,235 renminbi and 50 cents. Staring at the long row of zeros, Lin Zhou's heart began pounding uncontrollably. Just 1 day ago, he had been a poor student with only a few hundred yuan to his name. A desperate young man cornered by an impossible 1 million yuan challenge. 1 day later, relying on his own efforts and an incredible opportunity, he had earned the first 100,000 yuan of his life. The leap from 0 to 100,000 gave him more than money. It gave him confidence. It gave him hope. Clenching his phone tightly, he thought of Yu Wanqing's cold and distant face. 1 million yuan. I'm coming. After the transaction was completed, elder son surprisingly did not let them leave. Instead, he warmly invited Lin Zhou into the inner hall for tea. Young friend, may I have your contact information? If you find treasures like this again, please consider 100 Herbs Hall first. The price is always negotiable. Handing over a business card, elder son's attitude was exceptionally respectful. What interested him now was not merely the ginseng. It was Lin Zhou, the man capable of finding such treasures. Naturally, Lin Zhou agreed and exchanged contact information with him. After leaving 100 Herbs Hall, Wang Hao was still flushed with excitement. Throwing an arm around Lin Zhou's neck, he shouted, Old Lin, you're amazing. You're officially my big brother. 100,000 yuan. Come on, today you're treating us. We're ordering whatever we want. Lin Zhou laughed and pushed him away. Food can wait. I have something important to do first. What could possibly be more important than celebrating? Wang Hao asked. Lin Zhou took out his phone. He opened the number he had memorized after seeing it only once. Then he typed a simple text message and sent it. There were only 5 words. First payment, 100,000 yuan. After sending it, he looked into the distance. His gaze was deep and unwavering. This was only the beginning. Chapter 6. The Goddess's Response and a New Way to Make Money. The atmosphere in the men's dormitory at Jiangxing University was so lively it felt as though they were already celebrating a major victory. Wang Hao held up his phone, repeatedly staring at the screenshot of Lin Zhou's bank notification. His grin stretched from ear to ear. 100,000 yuan. Old Lin, you're officially a man with a 6-figure bank account now. How does it feel? Like I'm still 900,000 short, Lin Zhou answered honestly. He had already transferred 90,000 yuan into a new bank card. That money was intended for Yu Wanqing. The remaining 10,000 would serve as his startup capital. Damn, you're no fun at all. Wang Hao laughed and slapped him on the back. But seriously, your luck is insane. If you don't buy lottery tickets, you're wasting your talent. We've all been to that mountain behind the school before. We couldn't even find an edible mushroom, and you dug up a 50-year-old treasure the moment you went there? Lin Zhou merely smiled. There was no way he could explain it. After all, he couldn't exactly tell them he had unlocked a cheat ability that let him see things others couldn't. Qian adjusted his glasses and analyzed calmly. Luck played a role, sure, but the key was elder son's appraisal. If you'd run into someone like Lu Ming instead, that treasure might have become worthless in your hands. This proves one thing. Connections and sales channels are extremely important. As expected of the genius scholar, Li Ming nodded in agreement. But now that you've got the money, we have to celebrate. Old Lin, you're treating us today. That's right. Wang Hao immediately joined in. And we're going to make you pay dearly. I know a newly opened French restaurant. 2,000 yuan per person. Amazing atmosphere. That's where we're going. Get lost. Lin Zhou rolled his eyes. There are better uses for that money. I've only got 10,000 left in my account. Show some mercy. Only 10,000. Wang Hao waved his hand dramatically. Fine. Then let's hit Brothers Barbecue outside the school gates. Tonight we drink until we drop. Just then, Lin Zhou's phone vibrated. His heart skipped a beat. Picking it up, he saw that it was a text message from Yuanqing. The message contained only a single character. No punctuation. No emoji. No extra words. Exactly like her. Cold. Distant. As if the 100,000 yuan meant nothing more than a meaningless string of digits. The noisy atmosphere in the dormitory seemed to fade away instantly. Lin Zhou could easily imagine the scene. Yuanqing had probably glanced at his somewhat boastful message, casually put down her phone, and continued whatever she had been doing. Not the slightest ripple of emotion. A strange mixture of frustration and helplessness rose within him. He had just earned the first 100,000 yuan of his life. His heart had nearly exploded from excitement. Yet to her, it wasn't even worth typing one extra word. That was the gap between them. Old Lin, what's wrong? Who texted you? Wang Hao leaned over curiously. Nothing. Lin Zhou put away his phone and suppressed the emotions surging within him. At that moment, he understood something. Yuanqing didn't care about the money itself. What she wanted to see was whether he possessed the ability to keep making money, whether he could fundamentally change his destiny and break free from his current social class. Finding a rare ginseng through luck wasn't enough. Not even close. He needed a real, sustainable plan. We're not going out for barbecue. Lin Zhou suddenly spoke. Huh. All three roommates froze. I'm going to turn this 10,000 yuan into 900,000 within 3 months. His eyes had never looked clearer. The excitement and exhilaration from earlier had settled into calm determination. Wang Hao scratched his head. Old Lin, do you have a fever? Turn 10,000 into 900,000. What are you, a magician? Ignoring the teasing, Lin Zhou turned his gaze toward the window. Through the vision of his spirit eyes, every flower, blade of grass, and tree on campus emitted a faint green glow. The Emu True Qi inside his dantian had partially recovered after a short rest and was flowing steadily through his body. Emu True Qi could accelerate plant growth and improve quality. The Shennong memories contained countless techniques for cultivating top-tier crops, and he himself was a student at the College of Agriculture. Every clue pointed toward the same direction. Fatty, besides the medicinal herb business, does your family work in any other industries? Lin Zhou asked. Plenty. Wang Hao shrugged. Restaurants, hotels, real estate, you name it. What about premium agricultural products? Like high-end fruits and vegetables supplied exclusively to luxury hotels. Lin Zhou's thoughts were becoming increasingly clear. Wang Hao paused for a moment before slapping his thigh. Now that's a question. You're asking the right person. The largest organic produce supplier in Jiangxing is Su Agricultural Farm. The owner has business dealings with my family. Their products are supplied exclusively to 5-star hotels and luxury clubs. The prices are outrageous. One strawberry can sell for 20 yuan. Su Agricultural Farm. Lin Zhou silently memorized the name. Yeah, but I heard they've run into some trouble recently. Wang Hao lowered his voice and adopted a gossip-filled expression. They imported a new strawberry variety from overseas called White Lover Strawberry. Apparently it tastes incredible and has huge market potential. But after planting it here, it couldn't adapt to the local conditions. The fruit came out tiny, sour, and half dead. They lost a fortune. The owner is named Su Xiaoya. She's a stunning beauty, but this whole mess has been driving her crazy. Lin Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. A technical problem nobody else could solve might just be the opportunity heaven had prepared for him. Fatty, do me a favor. Lin Zhou looked at Wang Hao seriously. Name it. Arrange a meeting with Boss Su. Tell her I can solve her strawberry problem. Wang Hao's mouth dropped open into a perfect O. He looked Lin Zhou up and down as though examining an alien. Old Lin, are you serious? You're an agriculture student. Even professors and experts haven't solved this issue. And you can? That's not something to joke about. Boss Su doesn't exactly have a gentle temper. If you try to bluff her, she might throw you straight out of the farm. If I don't try, how will I know? A confident smile appeared on Lin Zhou's face. Just tell her to treat a dead horse as if it's still alive. If I succeed, her farm comes back to life. If I fail, she loses nothing. Looking at Lin Zhou's unwavering confidence, Wang Hao hesitated. The whole thing sounded absurd. Yet for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Fine, I'll put my reputation on the line and ask. Grinding his teeth, Wang Hao grabbed his phone and headed to the balcony to make the call. Qian Wen and Li Ming exchanged worried glances. Old Lin, are you sure about this? Qian Wen asked cautiously. What if? This isn't like digging up ginseng. Li Ming also looked concerned. This is a professional technical field. If your bluff gets exposed, it's going to be ugly. Lin Zhou knew they were worried about him. He patted both of them on the shoulders. Relax. I know what I'm doing. A few minutes later, Wang Hao returned with his phone in hand and a strange expression on his face. She agreed. Tomorrow morning at 10. She wants you at the farm. He paused before imitating the cold tone from the call. Tell your friend he'd better actually know something useful. My time is valuable, and I don't have time to watch amateurs perform. Putting down the phone, Wang Hao smacked his lips. That's a lot of gunpowder in one sentence. Old Lin, are you really going? Lin Zhou smiled. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. Of course I'm going. He stood up and looked into the distance, as though he could already see the land waiting to be conquered. Tomorrow, we'll go meet this beautiful boss. Chapter 7. The Underestimated Agriculture Student. The Rise of a Single Strawberry. The next morning, Wang Hao drove his flashy BMW Z4, carrying Lin Zhou toward the outskirts where the Su family farm was located. Old Lin, let me give you a little more background. As he drove, Wang Hao couldn't stop talking. This Su Xiaoya isn't an ordinary woman. Her parents passed away when she was young, so she was raised by her grandfather. Her grandfather, Su Zhenghua, was one of Jiangqing's pioneers in organic agriculture. The Su family farm was built entirely by his hands. Su Xiaoya graduated from a prestigious overseas university and came back to take over the family business. She's decisive, ruthless in business, and despite being only 26 years old, she's already made a huge name for herself. People call her the beautiful Rakshasa. Sounds impressive, Lin Zhou replied calmly. Impressive? Wang Hao snorted. The men chasing her could form a line stretching from the south side of the city to the north side, but none of them have ever caught her attention. He grinned. And let me tell you, she hates lazy rich kids like me the most. If my dad didn't have some friendship with her grandfather, she probably would have cursed me out over the phone yesterday. So be careful when you talk later. Don't drag me down with you. Lin Zhou glanced at him with amusement. You're that afraid of her? I'm not afraid. Wang Hao immediately straightened his neck. I'm strategically avoiding unnecessary risks. Anyway, I've delivered the message. Whether this works or not is entirely up to you. Soon, the car entered a vast open area. Contrary to the pastoral scenery Lin Zhou had imagined, Su family farm was filled with modern technology. Rows upon rows of enormous glass greenhouses sparkled beneath the sunlight. Automated irrigation systems and various sensors could be seen everywhere. Standing in front of the office building was a tall woman who appeared to have been waiting for some time. She wore a white shirt, black work pants, and a pair of marten boots. Her shoulder-length hair was cut neatly. Her features were striking and beautiful, but there was a sharpness in her expression, along with unmistakable exhaustion. She wore no makeup, yet her skin remained flawless. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with scrutiny and impatience. Wang Hao. She glanced at her wristwatch. You're 3 minutes late. Her voice was crisp, but carried no warmth. Come on, Sister Xiaoya, traffic was terrible. Wang Hao hurriedly got out of the car with an awkward smile. Let me introduce you. This is the friend I mentioned, Lin Zhou. Su Xiaoya's gaze landed on Lin Zhou. She slowly examined him from head to toe. When she noticed his simple student attire, her brows instinctively furrowed. A student from Jiangqing University's College of Agriculture? Yes, President Su. Lin Zhou answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Wang Hao told me you have a solution to my strawberry problem. Su Xiaoya crossed her arms and leaned slightly forward. An invisible sense of pressure radiated from her. Student Lin, I hope you understand that the only reason I'm willing to meet you today is because of Uncle Wang. My time is valuable. If you're here to try your luck or sell some miracle fertilizer, I suggest you leave right now. Just as Wang Hao had described, she was a rose covered in thorns. Whether it's luck or not, you'll know after showing us the strawberries. Lin Zhou remained calm. Not a trace of anger appeared on his face. Su Xiaoya stared at him for a moment. His composure seemed to surprise her. Without another word, she turned around. "Follow me." She led them into the largest greenhouse. The moment they entered, a faintly sour smell mixed with soil and decaying vegetation drifted into their noses. The facilities were world-class. Temperature, humidity, and lighting were all controlled precisely by computer systems. Yet the strawberry plants growing on the cultivation racks looked unhealthy. Their leaves were yellow and curled. The plants themselves were stunted. Scattered among them were tiny pale fruits barely half the size of normal strawberries. There was no sign of proper ripening. "These are the imported white lover strawberries." Su Xiaoya pointed toward the plants. Her tone was heavy. "We invited experts from the Provincial Agricultural Academy. We even hired foreign technical teams. They tested the soil, the water, the fertilizers, everything. Countless analyses were performed. No one could identify the exact problem. The only conclusion they reached was environmental incompatibility." She laughed bitterly. "Ridiculous, isn't it? We spent tens of millions building state-of-the-art greenhouses, only to receive such a vague answer." Even Wang Hao couldn't help clicking his tongue. This wasn't farming. It was burning money. Lin Zhou remained silent. He activated his spirit eyes. In an instant, the entire greenhouse transformed. Within his vision, a thin layer of gray, deathly energy shrouded everything. The life aura emitted by the strawberry plants was weak, like candles flickering in the wind. The roots were especially bad, almost completely engulfed by gray-black energy. Only a few strands of green life force struggled to survive. The soil itself was also problematic. Though fertile on the surface, its underlying vitality, its spiritual essence, was extremely thin. Worse, it carried an excessively cold and yin-oriented nature, completely incompatible with the warm life energy these strawberries required. There it was. The true cause. Conventional scientific instruments could analyze physical and chemical properties, but they could never detect an imbalance on the level of life energy itself. "Well, Student Lin?" Seeing him silently staring at the strawberries, Su Xiaoya's voice once again carried a hint of sarcasm. "Have you figured anything out? Or do you also think it's environmental incompatibility? The soil has problems. The water has problems too." Lin Zhou finally spoke. Su Xiaoya immediately sneered. "That's a meaningless answer. I'm not talking about ordinary problems." Lin Zhou walked over to one of the weakest-looking plants and crouched down. "The vitality of this soil is severely depleted. The earth energy is overly cold. And although your irrigation water is purified, it lacks vitality. Using this soil and water, not only white lover strawberries, but even ordinary varieties would struggle." Vitality? Earth energy? Active life force. Su Xiaoya frowned deeply. "Student Lin, are you giving me metaphysical nonsense? What I need is a scientific solution." Lin Zhou knew explanation was pointless. Results spoke louder than words. Pointing at the nearly dead strawberry plant before him, he looked at her. "President Su, how about we make a bet?" "A bet? What kind of bet?" "I'll use this strawberry plant as an experiment. If I can restore its vitality within 10 minutes and make it produce a ripe fruit, you'll hire me as a technical consultant. I don't want a salary. I only want 20% of the future profits from this new strawberry variety." The proposal was astonishing. 20%? Su Xiaoya looked as though she had heard the world's funniest joke. "Do you have any idea what 20% means if this project succeeds? That's tens of millions of yuan." She narrowed her eyes. "You have quite an appetite for a young man. If I fail, I'll leave immediately. And I'll compensate you for all the time wasted today. 1,000 yuan per minute. How does that sound?" The stakes increased dramatically. Standing nearby, Wang Hao was terrified. He repeatedly signaled to Lin Zhou with his eyes. This bragging had gone way too far. Making a dying strawberry bear ripe fruit in 10 minutes? Even immortals couldn't do that. Su Xiaoya stared at him for a full 10 seconds. Her sharp eyes seemed determined to see through him. She couldn't understand where a poor college student found such confidence. Finally, she nodded. "Fine. I accept." She wanted to see whether this young man was merely bluffing or truly possessed extraordinary abilities. The bet was made. Both Su Xiaoya and Wang Hao held their breath. Their eyes remained fixed on Lin Zhou's hand. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhou slowly mobilized the limited Imu true qi that had recovered inside his body. The energy gathered at the tip of his index finger. Rather than touching the plant directly, he suspended his finger above the soil surrounding the roots. A strand of pure green true qi, completely invisible to ordinary eyes, flowed silently into the earth like a tiny bolt of lightning. The energy was like a drop of water falling into a vast desert. Then, a miracle happened. The gray-black death energy surrounding the roots was instantly scattered by an overwhelming surge of vibrant green life force. The vitality rapidly spread upward through the yellowing stems at a speed visible to the naked eye. The withered, curled leaves seemed to be smoothed and unfolded by an invisible hand. They straightened. They expanded. Their sickly yellow color transformed into a rich, vibrant green overflowing with life. Holy shit! Wang Hao rubbed his eyes furiously. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit an entire fist. Even Su Xiaoya stumbled backward half a step. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Everything before her completely shattered her understanding of reality. This wasn't science. This was magic. And what happened next stunned her even more. At the top of the plant hung a tiny immature fruit no larger than a grain of rice. It suddenly seemed as though someone had pressed a fast-forward button. The fruit began swelling rapidly. Its color changed from pale white green to a faint pink, then deeper pink, and deeper still. Within only a few minutes, it transformed into a perfectly ripe strawberry. Plump, round, snow-white in color, with a seductive blush of pink at its tip. An indescribably sweet fragrance burst from the fruit. The aroma instantly filled the entire greenhouse, completely overwhelming the sour scent of decay. Lin Zhou slowly withdrew his hand. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead. Accelerating the growth of a single strawberry had consumed nearly half of his remaining imu true qi. Rising to his feet, he looked at the utterly stunned Su Xiaoya and spoke calmly. President Su, do you believe me now? Chapter 8. A sky-high partnership. The beautiful farm owner's personal technical consultant. The greenhouse fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Su Xiaoya stood frozen in place, her gaze locked onto the transformed strawberry plant, especially the snow-white fruit radiating a dreamlike fragrance. Her mind had gone completely blank. As a highly educated modern woman who firmly believed in science, everything she had just witnessed shattered her understanding of the world. She hurried forward, crouched down, and carefully picked the white lover strawberry with slightly trembling fingers. The fruit felt warm and springy in her hand, and its sweet aroma grew even richer, almost otherworldly. Bringing it to her nose, she took a gentle sniff. The fragrance instantly soothed her spirit, washing away much of the exhaustion and frustration she had carried for days. Without hesitation, she placed the entire strawberry into her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened. An indescribable explosion of flavor burst across her taste buds. It wasn't merely sweet, it was an incredibly layered experience. The first sensation was a refreshing fruity tartness, quickly enveloped by a rich, creamy sweetness. The flesh was as delicate as whipped cream, melting effortlessly in her mouth. Its abundant juice flooded her senses, and even after swallowing, a lingering blend of orchid-like floral notes and creamy milk fragrance remained on her tongue. This was the true white lover strawberry. In fact, it tasted even better than the one she had eaten at its original birthplace in Japan. How is it, Sister Xiaoya? Wang Hao asked eagerly from the side, practically drooling. Su Xiaoya didn't answer. She slowly rose to her feet and turned toward Lin Zhou, her eyes filled with a complicated mix of emotions. Shock, confusion, curiosity, but above all, burning hope, as though she had finally found a lifeline. How did you do it? She asked, her voice slightly hoarse. That's my proprietary technique, Lin Zhou replied with a faint smile. A trade secret. Right now, all I need to know is whether our wager still stands. Su Xiaoya took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She was a businesswoman. Once the initial shock faded, she immediately recognized the immeasurable commercial value behind Lin Zhou's mysterious ability. If he could elevate the quality of all the strawberries in the farm, even if he could improve only half of them, the farm would not only recover its losses, but become an undisputed leader in China's premium fruit market. 20% of the profits? Forget 20. She would gladly offer 30. It stands, she declared decisively. Mr. Lin, on behalf of Su Family Farm, I officially appoint you as our chief technical consultant. As for profit sharing, I accept your proposal, 20%. We can sign the contract immediately. Sister Xiaoya is awesome. Old Lin is incredible. Wang Hao pumped his fist excitedly. Lin Zhou had expected this outcome. Pleasure working with you, President Su. He extended his hand. Su Xiaoya shook it firmly. Her palm was soft, but carried the faint calluses of someone accustomed to hard work. The moment their hands touched, Lin Zhou felt a subtle stir in his heart. Instinctively, he activated spirit eyes and glanced at her. Her life energy was generally healthy, but around her heart and liver, he could see faint dark clouds of stagnant energy. Long-term stress, excessive worry, liver qi stagnation. The condition wasn't severe yet, but if it continued, serious health problems would inevitably follow. This strong and capable woman was carrying far too much on her shoulders. Without revealing anything, Lin Zhou released her hand and quietly made a mental note. Consultant Lin, Su Xiaoya said, immediately switching into work mode. Since we're partners now, how long will it take to improve all the strawberries in the greenhouse? And what preparations do we need to make? It won't take too long, Lin Zhou replied. But my methods cannot be shared. The improvement process must be carried out by me alone. As for you, you'll just need to prepare a few things. Naturally, he couldn't tell her that he intended to personally infuse each plant with wood true qi. That would be far too unbelievable. He needed a reasonable cover story. What things, she asked. Several specific medicinal herbs for preparing a specialized nutrient solution. Also, the farm's water source needs modification. I'll provide a detailed plan. Drawing from the vast knowledge of the Shennong legacy, he casually assembled a sophisticated-sounding herbal formula and water treatment plan to disguise the true process. Su Xiaoya immediately summoned her assistant and ordered every instruction recorded and implemented at once. Her efficiency was astonishing. With business settled, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Su Xiaoya personally guided them on a tour of the farm. As they walked through the fields, her attitude had noticeably warmed. She began actively introducing various aspects of the operation. Meanwhile, Wang Hao cracked jokes non-stop, occasionally earning genuine laughter from her. When they reached a flower cultivation area, the ground was slick with moisture. Su Xiaoya suddenly lost her footing. Her body tilted sideways. Lin Zhou reacted instantly, stepping forward and catching her around the waist. A delicate fragrance drifted into his nose. Her body was surprisingly soft, her waist slender. Through the thin fabric of her shirt, he could feel her warmth and the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat. Su Xiaoya's face instantly turned crimson. Regaining her balance, she quickly stepped out of his arms. Thank you, she stammered. You should get more rest, President Su, Lin Zhou said casually. Constant stress can cause liver qi stagnation. It's not good for your health. She paused, surprised. You know medicine too? A little traditional Chinese diagnosis, he answered vaguely. She didn't press further, but her curiosity deepened. This Lin Zhou was becoming more mysterious by the minute. As they continued toward a secluded building behind the farm, Su Xiaoya's expression noticeably darkened. It was an elegant Chinese-style courtyard residence, meticulously maintained, yet strangely lonely. That's where my grandfather lives, she said softly. Su Zhenghua. His health hasn't been good. He's been resting there. What happened to him? Wang Hao asked. She shook her head. Since last winter, he's been getting weaker day by day. He has no appetite, can't sleep well, and lacks strength. We visited every major hospital in Jiangxing and even invited specialists from Beijing. Every test came back normal. No one can identify the cause. They've been treating it as what traditional medicine calls a depletion of vital energy, but after half a year of tonics, he's only gotten worse. Lin Zhou's heart stirred. An illness with no identifiable cause? He activated spirit eyes and looked toward the residence. The instant he did, his pupils contracted sharply. Above the courtyard floated a massive cloud of gray-black death energy, at least 10 times denser than anything he had seen inside the greenhouse. The sinister energy hung over the building like a leaden storm cloud, seeping into every corner of the house. At its center lurked something radiating a cold, eerie fluctuation. Living in such a place, even a healthy young adult would eventually suffer. An elderly man had no chance of enduring it. The source of Su Zhenghua's illness was not his body. It was the house itself. Consultant Lin? Su Xiaoya asked nervously when she noticed his increasingly grave expression. Lin Zhou withdrew his gaze and looked at her seriously. President Su, he said slowly. Do you believe in feng shui? She froze. Because there's something very wrong with your grandfather's residence. Her heart sank. She remembered the miraculous things Lin Zhou had already done. She thought of her grandfather's mysterious illness. A ridiculous yet irresistible possibility formed in her mind. Looking at Lin Zhou as though he were her last hope, her voice trembled with desperation. Consultant Lin, did you see something? Please, if you have a solution, please save my grandfather. ##### Chapter 9. A haunted house filled with malicious energy. There's something wrong with this feng shui. Shui. A slight tremor crept into Su Xiaoya's voice, one that even she failed to notice. It was the instinctive reaction of someone grasping at the last thread of hope in the depths of despair. Standing nearby, Wang Hao looked completely confused. He glanced at Lin Zhou's grave expression, then at the peaceful courtyard bathed in sunlight, and muttered quietly, "Old Lin, don't scare Sister Xiaoya. It's broad daylight. What kind of problem could there possibly be?" Ignoring him, Lin Zhou kept his gaze fixed on the small residence while knowledge concerning earth energy and malicious qi surged through his mind from the Shennong legacy. In the teachings of the legacy, feng shui was not some vague superstition. It was environmental energy science. Everything possessed qi. Mountains, rivers, trees, stones, bricks, and tiles all gathered and interacted, forming invisible forces that influenced every living thing within their reach. What hovered above the residence was a particularly sinister form of energy known as yin sha qi, malicious yin energy. Invisible and intangible, it could not be detected by modern instruments. Yet it clung to living beings like a leech, silently draining their vitality and life force. The mysterious decline that had plagued Su Jinghua was the direct result of prolonged exposure to this energy. President Su, I'm not joking. Lin Zhou finally withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Xiaoya seriously. The root of your grandfather's illness isn't in his body. It's in this house. If I'm not mistaken, the plants around this courtyard never grow well. In fact, they probably die no matter what you plant here. Am I right? The color instantly drained from Su Xiaoya's face. How do you know that? Her voice shook. I've replaced the flowers in this courtyard several times. We even hired top horticulturists to take care of them. But no matter how rare or expensive the plants were, they would wither within a month. We thought it was a soil issue, but even replacing the soil didn't help. The smile slowly disappeared from Wang Hao's face. He might be carefree, but he wasn't stupid. The fact that Lin Zhou had effortlessly pointed out a mystery that had baffled the Su family for so long was unsettling in itself. Old Lin, you can really see this stuff? His voice sounded noticeably strained. My family once had a wandering physician who also practiced geomancy, Lin Zhou explained, mixing truth with fabrication. Some methods of observing qi and terrain were passed down through the generations. Most people can only see the surface, but I can sense certain energy fields invisible to the naked eye. This building is currently engulfed by an extremely powerful concentration of yin sha qi. It's like a giant vortex constantly devouring life force. Yin sha qi. Su Xiaoya repeated the unfamiliar term, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Then, what should we do? My grandfather. Take me inside. Lin Zhou's tone was firm. Every source of malicious energy has an origin. As long as we find that origin, there's a way to solve the problem. Okay, come with me. At this point, Su Xiaoya regarded him as her only hope. Any lingering doubt had completely vanished. Leading the way, she hurried toward the residence. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Hao followed behind them. Old Lin, he whispered nervously, be careful. Don't get yourself involved in something dangerous. This sounds creepy as hell. The closer they got to the house, the stronger the chilling energy became. It felt as though they had walked from the middle of summer straight into an ice cellar. Automatically, Yiwood true qi began circulating within Lin Zhou's body, forming a faint layer of warmth around him that blocked the cold energy from penetrating further. The antique wooden door creaked open. A mixture of medicinal scents and stale air rushed out. The interior was dimly lit. Elegant furnishings filled the rooms, most of them expensive rosewood pieces. Yet the entire place felt lifeless. In the bedroom lay an elderly man with silver hair and a thin, gaunt face. His eyes were closed. His breathing was weak. This was Su Jinghua, the founder of Su Family Farm and Su Xiaoya's grandfather. Through the vision of spirit eyes, Lin Zhou saw gray-black death energy permeating the entire house. More importantly, he noticed that all of it was converging from every direction toward a single object in the center of the living room. A seemingly ordinary ebony tea table. Above the table, the dark energy had become so concentrated that it was almost tangible. A miniature vortex slowly rotated in the air, releasing endless wisps of black mist that contaminated the entire residence. I found it. Lin Zhou stopped walking. His eyes locked onto the table. Found what? Su Xiaoya asked nervously. The source of the malicious energy. He pointed directly at the ebony tea table. It's that. What? That's impossible. Su Xiaoya stared in disbelief. I paid a fortune to acquire that table from the south last year. It was supposed to be premium 1,000-year-old buried Manhua wood. Grandfather loved it. We even had experts authenticate it. They said it was a priceless treasure that could endure for 1,000 years without decay. How could it possibly be the source? The problem lies precisely in the fact that it's buried wood. Lin Zhou's expression darkened. Buried wood forms when ancient trees remain submerged beneath riverbeds for thousands of years, undergoing carbonization under immense pressure and oxygen deprivation. It is indeed a treasure. But the environment that creates it also allows it to absorb enormous amounts of underground yin energy. Most buried wood gradually loses that energy after excavation. But in extremely rare cases, 1 in 10,000, a yin sha heartwood forms. He stepped closer to the tea table. Without touching it, he waved his hand lightly above its surface. This kind of wood acts like a magnet for malicious energy. It continuously attracts surrounding yin energy and converts it into yin sha qi capable of eroding life force. Placing it here is the equivalent of installing an invisible pump inside the room. Day and night, it draws vitality from your grandfather. Forget medicinal tonics. Even if you brewed 50-year-old wild ginseng for him every day, the energy he gained wouldn't be enough to offset what this thing drains away. His words struck like thunder. Wang Hao shuddered and immediately backed several steps away from the table. The way he looked at it now, it wasn't furniture. It was a monster. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoya felt as though ice water had been poured down her spine. Ever since the table had been moved into the house, her grandfather's health had indeed deteriorated rapidly. She had always assumed it was coincidence. Now, after hearing Lin Zhou's explanation and comparing it to the timeline of events, the connection seemed terrifyingly clear. Looking at her frail grandfather on the bed, then at the expensive treasure that had unknowingly harmed him, she was overwhelmed by regret and fear. What do we do now? Her voice trembled. Should we throw it away? Removing it would only treat the symptoms, not the cause. Lin Zhou shook his head. It has already accumulated a tremendous amount of malicious energy inside this house. Even if you move it elsewhere, the residual yin sha qi left behind is enough to keep harming your grandfather. And if the table ends up in someone else's home, it will simply harm another family. Then what are we supposed to do? Tears were beginning to gather in Su Xiaoya's eyes. Seeing her helplessness, Lin Zhou's heart softened. At the same time, a spark flashed across his eyes. To others, this yin sha heartwood was a deadly curse. To him, it might be an opportunity. Yiwood true qi was the embodiment of pure life force, radiant, vital, and inherently opposed to yin sha qi. If he could completely neutralize the malicious energy within the wood and then nourish it with Yiwood true qi, a bold idea began taking shape. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Su Xiaoya and said slowly, "There may be a solution. It's just a little difficult to believe. I can try to purify it." Purify it? Su Xiaoya and Wang Hao exclaimed in unison. That's right. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Zhou's lips. Using the power of supreme yang energy to dissolve supreme yin corruption. If it works, this yin sha wood may undergo a complete transformation. It could become a genuine life-nurturing wood. This would not merely be a rescue operation. It would also be a major test, and potentially a tremendous opportunity, for the power of the Shennong legacy. Chapter 10. Dispelling evil with pure yang energy. Has this wood come alive? Purify it. Both Su Xiaoya and Wang Hao spoke at the same time, their voices filled with confusion. Lin Zhou nodded, his gaze fixed on the ebony tea table as though he were examining an uncut jade waiting to be refined. That's right. Using my family's secret technique, I can neutralize its extreme yin energy with pure yang power. If it succeeds, this piece of yin-cursed wood that everyone fears may be reborn into a true life-nourishing wood capable of benefiting the body. The explanation sounded mystical and unbelievable. But after witnessing Lin Zhou's miraculous abilities firsthand, Su Xiaoya had no reason to doubt him. Looking at her increasingly frail grandfather lying in bed, the last trace of hesitation in her heart vanished. "Consultant Lin, what do you need us to do? Just tell us. You both need to leave first and wait in the courtyard." Lin Zhou's expression turned serious. The purification process cannot be disturbed. When the baleful energy is forced out, it may affect ordinary people. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come inside. Understood. Without asking further questions, Su Xiaoya immediately pulled the still confused Wang Hao out of the building and carefully shut the door behind them. Only after reaching the courtyard did Wang Hao come back to his senses. Scratching the back of his head, he asked blankly, "Sis Xiaoya, is old Lin about to perform some kind of ritual? Evil energy, purification. I feel like I'm watching a Mr. Vampire movie." Su Xiaoya ignored his joking. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the closed wooden door, her palms drenched with sweat. She didn't care whether Lin Zhou's methods were science or mysticism. If it could save her grandfather, she would accept even divine intervention. Inside the room, Lin Zhou took a deep breath. The icy yin aura filling the space felt even more oppressive now. Walking to the bedside, he glanced at the sleeping Su Jinghua. Through his spirit eyes, the old man's life aura had dimmed to the brink of extinction, like an oil lamp about to run dry. Wisps of black energy continuously leaked from his body and were drawn toward the ebony tea table. There was no more time to waste. Standing before the table, Lin Zhou stopped holding back. He mobilized every bit of the Imu, true qi, he had recently recovered. A warm, gentle current instantly spread through his limbs, driving away the surrounding chill. Slowly, he placed both palms on the cold surface of the table. Buzz. The moment the Imu true qi entered the wood, the entire table seemed to emit a silent wail. An incomparably sinister black force erupted from deep within the wood, far colder and more violent than before. Like a flood, it surged into his arms and rushed toward his body. Lin Zhou groaned. It felt as though his arms had been plunged into 10,000-year-old ice. Even his blood seemed ready to freeze. What a vicious thing. This incursed core was every bit as domineering as he had expected. Having developed its own energy field, it instinctively resisted and devoured all foreign power. Without hesitation, Lin Zhou released even more Imu true qi. Like a bursting river, it poured forth and collided violently with the black energy inside his meridians. Green and black. Life and death. Two opposing forces clashed and annihilated one another. His body became the battlefield. At times, green light flowed across his skin, warm as spring. At others, black mist coiled around him, cold as winter. Sweat poured down his forehead. His face visibly paled. The rate at which his Imu true qi was being consumed far exceeded his expectations. In less than 3 minutes, more than half of his reserves had vanished. Though much of the black energy had been purified, more continued to emerge endlessly from the wooden core. At this rate, he would be drained dry. This won't work. Grinding his teeth, Lin Zhou rapidly searched through the memories of Shennong's inheritance. A fragment surfaced. Imu gives birth to life. Life is endless. Break before rebuilding. Find life in the midst of destruction. His eyes hardened. Abandoning defense altogether, he condensed all his remaining Imu true qi into a single stream. Like an indestructible sword, it shot directly toward the deepest core of the incursed wood. It was a gamble. A wager that his Imu true qi could destroy the source before it ran out. Uffed. The instant the green sword pierced the core, Lin Zhou suffered a violent backlash. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips and splattered across the ebony table. Then something unexpected happened. The crimson blood seemed to become the final catalyst. The violently resisting yin energy froze the moment it came into contact with the blood, and Lin Zhou's highly condensed Imu true qi seized the opportunity. It exploded. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of his soul. Brilliant green light burst from inside the pitch-black table and instantly spread through every fiber of wood. The stubborn black miasma met its natural enemy. Like snow beneath the blazing sun, it was purified, dissolved, and even transformed. The wood that had once felt icy cold gradually warmed. Its dark black color began to change. A jade-like luster emerged from within, while delicate golden patterns surfaced across its grain. The oppressive atmosphere in the room vanished completely. In its place came a freshness and vitality reminiscent of a forest after rainfall. Huff, huff. Lin Zhou released the table and collapsed onto the floor. His entire body was soaked with sweat. His face was as pale as paper. His dantian was completely empty. Not a trace of true qi remained. An overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. Yet as he looked at the transformed table, fear and exhilaration flashed through his eyes. He had won the gamble. This was no longer ordinary petrified wood. After being nourished by true qi and his own blood essence, it had become a genuine spirit-nourishing wood. Its value had increased by more than tenfold. Just then, Su Xiaoya's anxious voice sounded from outside. "Consultant Lin, are you okay? We heard something." "I'm fine," Lin Zhou replied weakly. "You can come in now." The door flew open. Su Xiaoya and Wang Hao rushed inside. When they saw Lin Zhou sitting on the floor, pale-faced and blood still staining the corner of his mouth, both were startled. "Old Lin." Wang Hao rushed forward, wanting to help, but unsure how. Su Xiaoya's face turned pale as well. She hurried over and crouched beside him. "Consultant Lin, you coughed up blood. Are you all right?" In her panic, she reached out to touch his forehead. Her warm, fragrant fingertips brushed against his skin, causing Lin Zhou's heart to skip slightly. "I'm fine," he said weakly. "Just exhausted." He pointed toward the tea table. Mission accomplished. Only then did they turn their attention to it. At first glance, they immediately noticed the difference. The previous table had looked valuable, but it always carried a cold, oppressive aura. Now it stood quietly in the room, warm in color and naturally elegant, as though infused with life itself. Simply looking at it brought a sense of calm. Wang Hao cautiously reached out and touched the surface. "Holy crap, it's hot." He yanked his hand back, then immediately touched it again. "No, wait, it's warm. Like jade." "Sis Xiaoya, try it." Su Xiaoya gently placed her hand on the tabletop. The warm, smooth sensation flowing from beneath her fingertips instantly erased all lingering doubt. She knew Lin Zhou had succeeded. When she looked at him again, her beautiful eyes held not only gratitude, but also admiration, reverence, and a trace of heartache. "Old Lin," Wang Hao said, staring at his pale face. "What kind of magic did you use? Why are you coughing up blood? Don't tell me you traded away your lifespan for this." "Get lost." Lin Zhou rolled his eyes. Then he offered a half-truth. "My family's technique is called the Zhengyi Talisman Arts. What I used just now was an purification talisman, powered by my own blood essence. It's incredibly powerful, but it consumes a huge amount of vitality. In simple terms, it damages your life force. It'll probably take me 10 days or half a month to recover." The explanation sounded absurd. Yet after everything they had witnessed, Wang Hao found himself unable to doubt it. Then, a long, comfortable sigh suddenly came from the bedroom. The three of them froze and turned simultaneously. On the bed, the long unconscious Su Jinghua had just let out a deeply satisfied groan. The gray, lifeless complexion that had shrouded his face for so long was fading at a visible rate. In its place appeared a healthy flush of color that had not been seen in a very long time. Chapter 11 Master Jin has arrived. Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Su Jinghua's satisfied groan was like a thunderclap, snapping Su Xiaoya and Wang Hao out of their shock. "Grandpa!" Su Xiaoya rushed to the bedside, her voice trembling with excitement. Although Su Jinghua's eyes were still closed, his breathing had become steady and strong, his previously furrowed brows had relaxed, and the lifeless ashen look on his face had been replaced by a healthy rosy glow. His entire demeanor was completely different from just a few minutes ago. It's working already." Wang Hao, standing nearby, stared in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard. "Ouch, it hurts. This isn't a dream. Old Lin, this isn't just Zhengyi talisman technique. This is a god descending to earth." Lin Zhou leaned back in his chair, shook his head with a wry smile. He felt waves of weakness wash over him, and he barely had the strength to speak. This time, the cost was far greater than that of forcing strawberries to grow. It was almost crippling. He knew that the 10 days to half a month recovery period that Wang Hao mentioned was probably an optimistic estimate. Looking at her grandfather's peaceful sleeping face, Su Xiang turned back to look at Lin Zhou's pale face and the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Her eyes reddened, and 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. She didn't say anything, but quickly walked to the side, poured a glass of warm water herself, and presented it to Lin Zhou with both hands, her movements as gentle as if she were afraid of disturbing something. "Consultant Lin, have some water." Thank you so much." Her voice had a heavy nasal tone, and the heartfelt gratitude and guilt warmed Lin Zhou's heart. "Ms. Su, you're too kind. We're business partners." Lin Zhou took the water glass, and his fingertips accidentally touched her slightly cool fingers. Su Xiaoya flinched as if she had been electrocuted, and a blush rose on her pretty face. At this delicate moment, a loud, arrogant voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "President Su, I've arrived. Today, auspicious purple clouds gather in the east, a perfect time for the feng shui of your residence to turn the tide." Before the words were finished, a middle-aged man dressed in a custom-made Tang suit, holding a string of shiny Buddhist prayer beads, with a goatee on his chin, and looking like a wise and venerable man, walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as Wang Hao saw him, he curled his lip and muttered to Lin Zhou, "Why is that old charlatan here again?" The visitor was none other than Jin Xianming, a famous feng shui master in Jiangqing, known as Master Jin. Previously, Su Xiaoya had also asked him to treat her grandfather. Master Jin pretended to look at the house and said there was a small problem with the feng shui. He charged 100,000 yuan for treatment and set up several feng shui formations, but it was all useless. When Su Xiaoya saw him, the gratitude on her face quickly disappeared, and she returned to her usual aloof demeanor. "Master Jin, what brings you here?" Master Jin was unaware of the unusual atmosphere. As soon as he entered the room, he sniffed the air, then his eyes lit up. He stroked his beard, looking completely at ease. The Yin energy has dissipated, replaced by a warm and thriving energy. Just as I expected, my 9-bend evil-dispelling array has finally been successfully completed today. He immediately spotted the transformed ebony tea table and nodded smugly, especially this piece of dark wood. Last time, I recognized it as the source of malevolent energy and specially used the power of an array to refine it day and night. Now, the malevolent energy has been completely eliminated, and its spirituality has manifested. It has become a treasure. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Congratulations, Mr. Su. These words almost made Wang Hao, who was standing next to him, spit out his drink on the spot. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. "Hey, Jean, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Hao couldn't hold back any longer and started cursing. If your lousy formation was effective, would Grandpa Su still be suffering? The evil energy in this room, this table, were clearly purified by my brother Lao Lin, who risked his life to get rid of them. What does it have to do with you? Master Jin's face stiffened when he was exposed to his face, and he then noticed Lin Zhou, who was pale in the corner. He looked Lin Zhou up and down, and when he saw his student-like attire, his eyes immediately revealed a deep disdain. "You brat, how dare you spout metaphysics in front of an old man like me?" Master Jin sneered, arrogantly saying, "How could you mortals understand the workings of feng shui and fortune? The formation I set up is based on the principle of dripping water wears away stone, and today is the perfect time for it to come to fruition. This kid just happened to be there and got a free lunch, yet he dares to speak so arrogantly?" He turned to Su Xiaoya, looking heartbroken. "President Su, please don't be fooled by this kind of swindler. These days, young people will tell any lie to make money." Su Xiaoya felt disgusted looking at his hypocritical appearance. Before Lin Zhou made his move, she might have been fooled by this old charlatan, but after witnessing that miraculous scene firsthand, she knew in her heart who the real dragon was and who the snake was. "Master Jin," Su Xiaoya's voice was as cold as ice. "Your merit is something our Su family cannot afford. We have already paid your consultation fee. Now, please leave." Master Jin was taken aback by Su Xiaoya's blatant disrespect, and his face instantly turned a deep purplish red. What do you mean? You'd rather believe a greenhorn than my decades of experience? You'll regret this. Whether you regret it or not is none of your concern." Just then, Lin Zhou, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his head, looked calmly at Master Jin, and spoke. Master Jin's skills are profound, and I would never dare to show off my limited abilities before an expert. Lin Zhou's voice was weak, but his words were clear. However, I have also seen something from my family's qi observation technique. Master Jin was taken aback. What can you see? Lin Zhou's gaze fell on his shiny bald head, and he slowly said, Master, your forehead is dark, and your head is shrouded in misfortune. This is a very bad omen. Within 3 days, you will surely suffer a bloody disaster. I advise you not to drive these next few days, and especially to stay away from metal objects. Otherwise, at best you will lose a hand or a foot, at worst. Lin Zhou didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already clear. Nonsense. Master Jin trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Zhou's nose and cursing, You little brat, what do you know about aura reading? How dare you curse me here? I think you're just an ignorant and arrogant swindler. Whether he's a scammer or not, we'll know in 3 days. Lin Zhou smiled faintly and ignored him. Fine, fine, fine. Master Jin laughed angrily, pointing at Su Xiaoya and Lin Zhou. You just wait. Let's see how you'll come crying to me then. With that, he flicked his sleeve, turned around angrily, and left. At the door, he spat out a final, forceful pooey. What the hell? Wang Hao cursed at his retreating figure, then turned and gave Lin Zhou a thumbs up. Old Lin, awesome. Well said. But you just said he's going to have a bloody disaster. Is that true? I never joke about this kind of thing, Lin Zhou said. He had just taken a look with his spiritual eye. Although Master Jin didn't seem to have any major problems, his aura was shrouded in a dense black aura, especially the aura related to the metal attribute, which was a violent, blood-red color. In the geomancy section of Shennong's memories, this is a typical sign of metal infestation, indicating injury from sharp weapons. At this moment, Su Jinghua on the bed twitched his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were initially somewhat confused, but they quickly regained their clarity. He stretched his limbs, feeling the long-lost strength and ease in his body, and his eyes revealed an excited look. Aye, what's wrong? Su Jinghua sat up, his voice still a little hoarse, but full of confidence. Grandpa, Su Xiaoya cried tears of joy and threw herself into his arms. Xiaoya, don't cry, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Su Jinghua patted his granddaughter's back. Then his gaze fell on Lin Zhou, his eyes filled with inquiry and gratitude. And this is? Su Xiaoya wiped away her tears and briefly recounted the whole story. After hearing this, Su Jinghua's gaze towards Lin Zhou completely changed. He struggled to get out of bed, wanting to thank Lin Zhou in person, but Lin Zhou quickly stopped him. Young friend, I am deeply grateful. Su Jinghua grasped Lin Zhou's hand tightly and said solemnly, You saved my life. You are the greatest benefactor of our Su family. Xiaoya, go and get my black card. Grandpa, this. Go. Su Jinghua's tone left no room for argument. Su Xiaoya glanced at Lin Zhou, then turned and went into the inner room. Lin Zhou quickly declined, saying, Mr. Su, there's no need for that. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. No, it's different. Su Jinghua shook his head, a wise glint in his cloudy eyes. A life-saving grace must be repaid handsomely. Besides, he glanced at his granddaughter, then at Lin Zhou, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. I can see that you are a very capable young man, and our Su family would be happy to make you our friend. A short while later, Su Xiaoya came out holding a bank card that was completely black and had no markings. Advisor Lin, this is a small token of my grandfather's appreciation. Please accept it. She handed the card to Lin Zhou with sincere eyes. The PIN is the last 6 digits of the card number. You saved my grandfather and our entire Su family. No amount of gratitude can express our gratitude. If you don't accept it, you're disrespecting us. Wang Hao chimed in. Old Lin, just accept it. It's a token of Grandpa Su and Sister Xiaoya's appreciation. Now that things have come to this point, it would seem pretentious for Lin Zhou to refuse any further. He took the rather heavy card and nodded. Then I'll accept it without hesitation. With the matter concluded, Lin Zhou felt he had reached his limit and got up to take his leave. Seeing that his face looked really bad, Su Xiaoya insisted on driving him back to school herself. Wang Hao gently patted Lin Zhou's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Old Lin, with a beauty like Sister Xia giving you a ride, I'll drive back by myself first. See you at our dorm. After saying goodbye to Grandpa Su and Su Xiaoya, he turned and walked out. A helpless smile appeared on Lin Zhou's face. He then gave Su Jinghua some instructions, and then left the building with Su Xiaoya. Sitting in Su Xiaoya's smooth and comfortable Mercedes-Benz S-Class, smelling the faint fragrance inside the car, Lin Zhou's tense nerves finally relaxed. A silence fell over the car for a moment. Su Xiaoya tried to speak several times, but didn't know what to say. Finally, she couldn't help but ask softly, "Consultant Lin, are you really all right? Should I take you to the hospital to get checked out?" Her bright eyes were filled with undisguised worry, no longer the polite formalities between business partners, but a purer form of concern. Chapter 12. Millions in Hand. The Goddess's Midnight Call. The atmosphere inside the car became somewhat subtle because of Su Xiaoya's concerned question. Lin Zhou turned his head and met her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Under the soft interior lighting, her usual fierce aura as a beautiful demon vanished without a trace, replaced by a captivating gentleness and vulnerability. "I'm fine, President Su." Lin Zhou smiled, trying to reassure her. "It's a family remedy. It looks scary, but it's just about exhaustion. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep." "Still calling me President Su?" Su Xiaoya frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "You saved my grandfather, so you're a great benefactor to our family. Don't be so formal in the future. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Xiaoya like Wang Hao does." "Okay, Sister Xiaoya." Lin Zhou readily agreed. A simple Sister Xiaoya instantly brought the two closer. Upon hearing this address, Su Xiaoya's lips unconsciously curled upwards, and her mood improved considerably. While focused on driving, she asked casually, "Is your Jingyi talisman method really that magical? Can it even purify feng shui evil energy?" "I suppose so," Lin Zhou replied vaguely. "Our family lineage believes that everything has qi. When a person gets sick, it's because the qi in their body is disordered. When the feng shui is bad, it's because the qi of the environment is bad. Treating illnesses and saving lives, as well as adjusting feng shui, are essentially all about adjusting qi. It's just that the methods used are different." This theory was learned on the spot from Shennong's memories, but it works flawlessly to explain the current situation. Su Xiaoya seemed to understand, but not quite. But her eyes shone even brighter as she looked at Lin Zhou. This seemingly ordinary agricultural college student seemed shrouded in layers of mystery, making her want to explore and understand him. "Then can you take a look at my qi?" Su Xiaoya asked half-jokingly, but there was a hint of expectation in her words. Lin Zhou glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and said, "Sister Xiaoya, your blood and energy are abundant, so there's nothing seriously wrong. It's just that you've been thinking too much, causing some stagnation in your liver energy. Even when you're busy, you should still pay attention to rest, and not always carry everything on your own." These words struck a nerve with Su Xiaoya. Since taking over the Su family farm, she had been like a tightly wound top, hardly having a single day to truly relax. Lin Zhou's seemingly ordinary words of concern gently touched the softest part of her heart. "Understood, Dr. Lin." She gave a rare, playful smile, and the atmosphere in the car completely relaxed. Soon, the car stopped at the gate of Jiangxing University. "I'll head back now. Xiaoya, please be careful on the road." Lin Zhou prepared to get out of the car. "Wait a minute." Su Xiaoya called out to him, picked up an exquisite gift box from the passenger seat, and handed it to him. "Take this." "What's this?" "These are some wild ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms that my assistant bought a while ago. They are all rare and genuine products. You've suffered a great loss of energy this time, so you can take them back to replenish your strength." Su Xiaoya shoved the box into his arms without saying a word. "You're not allowed to refuse, or you won't treat me like your older sister." Lin Zhou felt the weight of the gift box in his arms, feeling both helpless and warm inside. This strong woman expresses her gratitude in such a direct way. "Okay, thank you, Sister Xiaoya." After saying goodbye to Su Xiaoya, Lin Zhou dragged his tired body back to his dormitory. As soon as the door was opened, Wang Hao, Qianwen, and Li Ming were sitting together. Wang Hao was talking animatedly about his adventures at the Su family today. When he talked about Lin Zhou spitting blood to purify the evil energy, he was so excited that he gestured wildly and made exaggerated expressions, as if he had been protecting Lin Zhou at the time. "Old Lin is back." Qianwen, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot him. The three immediately surrounded him. Seeing Lin Zhou's pale face, Wang Hao's playful expression also disappeared, and he asked with concern, "Old Lin, are you really all right? Your face is as white as a ghost." "It's nothing. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Lin Zhou placed the gift box on the table. It was a gift from President Su, who said it's a rare nutritional supplement. "We'll make soup with it later, and everyone who sees it will get a share." Holy crap. Xiaoya really thought of everything. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. "Old Lin, you really got a good deal this time. Not only did you save the damsel in distress and make a deal with her, but you also saved her grandfather. I notice Xiaoya's eyes are different now when she looks at you. You've got potential. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Zhou laughed and scolded, taking out the black bank card from his pocket. What he cares about most right now is how much money is in this card. Su Jinghua's contribution is likely substantial, but he has no idea exactly how much. He made an excuse to go downstairs to buy water and went alone to the ATM downstairs in the dormitory. Insert the card and enter the password. When he pressed the button to check his balance, his heart started pounding uncontrollably. The numbers on the screen lit up, and Lin Zhou's breath caught in his throat. Balance, 1 million yen. 1, followed by 6 zeros. 1 million. A full million. Lin Zhou stared intently at the number, his mind completely blank. 2 days ago, he was a poor student who was driven to desperation by $1 million and didn't even have money for living expenses next month. Today, he has become a genuine millionaire. Ecstasy, excitement, disbelief, a flood of emotions overwhelmed him. He clenched his fists, almost wanting to roar to the sky. He did it. Although the process was full of twists and turns, he really managed to raise 1 million within 3 days. He could stand confidently in front of Yuan Qing and tell her that he was capable of taking on the responsibilities of a father. However, after the initial euphoria subsided, a sense of emptiness followed by calm washed over him. He sat on a bench downstairs in the dormitory building, the night breeze clearing his feverish mind. This million came at just the right time. It didn't earn its money through a sustainable business model like strawberry cultivation, but rather through a once-in-a-lifetime, life-saving grace that can't be replicated. Can this prove to Yuan Qing his ability to break free from the status quo and create value? Does she think this is just luck, like the last time she found ginseng? Lin Zhou's feelings became complicated again. He took out his phone, found Yuan Qing's number, and hovered his fingertip over the screen for a long time, but did not press it. How should I tell her? Should I just tell her I've earned $1 million? Or should I wait until the strawberry project yields results before telling her? Just as he was struggling with this decision, his phone screen suddenly lit up. The caller ID showed Yuan Qing. His heart skipped a beat. She actually took the initiative to call him? Lin Zhou took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Lin Zhou." Yuan Qing's cool, emotionless voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm downstairs at your dorm." Chapter 13. The Goddess's Late-Night Visit, Cohabitation Agreement. Lin Zhou's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, which then suddenly sounded like a war drum. Yuan Qing, downstairs in his dormitory building? He almost instinctively sprang up from the bench and rushed toward the dormitory exit. The evening breeze was a bit chilly, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart. Under the streetlights at the entrance of the dormitory building, a slender figure stood quietly. She was still wearing the white dress she wore during the day, but the night and the lamplight cast a hazy glow on her, making her look less cold and more ethereal and otherworldly. She didn't look at her phone or look around. She just stood there quietly, as if isolated from the noisy nightlife around her, living in her own world. Lin Zhou unconsciously slowed his pace. He had just been thrilled by the huge sum of 1 million, but now, upon seeing her, all his excitement and agitation subsided, transforming into a complex and indescribable emotion. "You." He walked up to her, his throat dry, 1,000 words stuck in his chest, but he could only utter one word. Yuan Qing raised her eyelids, her clear eyes appearing exceptionally deep in the night. Her gaze swept across Lin Zhou's pale face without lingering or asking any questions. "Let's talk in the car." She turned and walked towards a black Audi A6 parked not far away. The car door opened, and Lin Zhou got in. The car was spacious, filled with a faint, cool fragrance, the same as Yuan Qing's. This scent made him somewhat distracted, but mostly nervous. Yuan Qing did not start the car, and a suffocating silence fell inside the car. Lin Zhou took a deep breath and decided to break the silence. He took the black bank card out of his pocket and placed it on the armrest between the two of them. 1 million. I've raised enough, he said, his voice not loud, but every word clear. He tried to make his tone sound calm, but there was still a slight, almost imperceptible tremor in his voice at the end. Yi Wanqing's gaze fell on the card, glanced at it, and then returned to Lin Zhou's face. There was no surprise, no approval, not even a ripple in her eyes. She was as calm as if she were looking at something unrelated to herself. I know, she said, her voice cool. The Su family's black card has no limit, but the initial limit is usually 1 million. Mr. Su Jinghua is quite generous. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted slightly. She actually knew the origin of this card, and even knew exactly what he did at the Su family's house. He felt like he was transparent. All his secrets and adventures were laid bare before her. The joy and sense of accomplishment from just earning $1 million were shattered at that moment by a single, casual remark she made. You investigated me? Lin Zhou's voice turned cold. I need to make sure that the father of my child is someone I can entrust my life to, not a gambler who only relies on luck and the charity of others. Yi Wanqing's words were like icy knives, piercing Lin Zhou's sore spot. Finding the ginseng was luck, curing Su Jinghua, and getting this card was still luck. You have proven to me that you are lucky, but you have not yet proven your ability. Lin Zhou clenched his fists, a feeling of unease rising in his chest. He wanted to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. In a sense, she was telling the truth. The activation of Shennong's legacy, and everything that followed, was full of chance. So you came to see me tonight just to humiliate me? His voice was tinged with anger. No. Yi Wanqing shook her head. She turned her head and looked Lin Zhou in the eye for the first time. A complex emotion finally appeared in her usually calm eyes. I came to find you because my situation has changed. She paused, as if organizing her thoughts. My family has already started arranging a marriage for me. They don't know I'm pregnant, but they've noticed my recent unusual behavior. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, once things come out, I will lose all control over this child. Lin Zhou's heart jumped. What do you plan to do? Yi Wanqing withdrew her gaze and looked back at the night outside the car window, her voice regaining its usual calmness and rationality. I need a plausible identity to deal with my family. A boyfriend I'm dating and plan to marry. This identity must be impeccable and cannot be questioned in any way. She slowly turned her head, her cool gaze like a net, firmly enveloping Lin Zhou. Therefore, we need to live together. Boom. Lin Zhou's brain seemed to have been struck by lightning, buzzing loudly. Living together? Living together? He and Yi Wanqing. The idea was so crazy that he couldn't think of it for a moment. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his, and smelling the faint fragrance in the air, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. You're joking? He stammered. Do I look like I'm joking? Yi Wanqing retorted. She certainly didn't. Every word she spoke, every glance she gave, revealed an undeniable seriousness. Lin Zhou felt that his worldview had been repeatedly refreshed tonight. He forced himself to calm down and consider the possibilities. Live together? Where? In my dorm. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. A 4-person room, bunk beds. Which bed do you want to sleep in? Of course I won't stay in your dorm. Yi Wanqing's tone was as if stating a fact. A fact. We need to rent a place off campus. A safe and private place that suits our status as a couple. Rent a place? Lin Zhou felt even more absurd. Use what to rent? With the money in this card? Yi Wanqing, have you forgotten that I'm just a poor student? This $1 million is the bet I made to fulfill your 3-month agreement, not for me to squander. He cannot touch this money. This is his bargaining chip for winning dignity, and also the starting capital for his future career. I didn't ask you to touch this money. Yi Wanqing seemed to have expected him to say this. As for the house, you'll have to figure it out yourself. You can rent, borrow, or even buy. I don't care what method you use. I just want a result. She held up a slender finger. 1 week. I need to see a place that satisfies me within a week. If you can't do that, then our cooperation ends here. I will solve the problem in my own way, and you, Lin Zhou, will disappear completely from my and my child's lives. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold, unyielding resolve. Lin Zhou's blood seemed to freeze at that moment. A week? In Jiangcheng, where land is incredibly expensive, how can you find a place that satisfies Miss Yi? And without being able to use the million in her account? This is simply an impossible task. This is even more outrageous than earning $1 million in 3 months. An immense pressure and a sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Looking at Yi Wanqing's breathtakingly beautiful yet chillingly cold face, for the first time, he felt a strong desire to conquer this woman. He wanted to tear off her ever-calm and rational mask, to see what kind of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were hidden beneath it. Good. Lin Zhou practically gritted his teeth as he squeezed out the word. He had no way out. He cannot lose this child, and he cannot admit defeat in front of this woman. Upon hearing his agreement, a barely perceptible flicker seemed to flash in Yi Wanqing's eyes, but it was so fleeting it was almost an illusion. These are my requirements. She took out a note from her bag, on which a few lines of requirements were written in neat handwriting. Quiet environment, good security, at least 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with a separate study and maid's room, and good natural light. Lin Zhou took the paper. It felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. These aren't just rental requirements. They're practically screening for luxury homes. Remember, you only have 1 week. After saying that, Yi Wanqing stopped looking at him and pressed the car door lock. Get out of the car. Lin Zhou didn't move. He suddenly moved closer to her, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart. He could even see her long eyelashes and the pale blue veins under her fair skin. Yi Wanqing's body tensed instantly, and her breath caught in her throat for a moment. This was the first time she had ever shown such a near uncomfortable reaction in front of a man. Yi Wanqing. Lin Zhou stared into her eyes and said, word by word, "You'd better remember what you said today. Once I do it, our relationship will be more than just cooperation." After saying that, he opened the car door and got out without looking back. Only when Lin Zhou's figure disappeared around the corner of the dormitory building did Yi Wanqing seem to be freed from the spell. She leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath. She raised her hand and touched her burning cheeks and wildly beating heart. For the first time, a look of panic appeared in her usually cool eyes. This man seems a little different. Chapter 14: The pressure of a huge sum of money and the brothers' bizarre ideas. When Lin Zhou returned to his dormitory, he felt completely lightheaded. Yi Wanqing's words, "We need to live together," and her harsh demands at the end, kept echoing in his mind. The joy of receiving $1 million had long since vanished due to the sudden cohabitation. In its place came pressure 100 times heavier than before. "Damn, Lao Lin, you're back." Wang Hao was boasting excitedly to Qianwen and Li Ming when he saw Lin Zhou walk in. He immediately came up to him. "Where have you been? Talking on the phone with Sister Xiaoye for ages? I have to say, you're something else. Only 1 day, and you're already." His words came to an abrupt halt as he saw Lin Zhou's expression. That wasn't the pallor of exhaustion, but a complex expression mixed with restlessness, confusion, and a hint of ruthlessness. "What's wrong?" Li Ming also noticed something was amiss. "Who upset you?" Lin Zhou didn't say anything, walked to his seat, sat down, picked up the cold water on the table, and took a big gulp. Qianwen adjusted his glasses and calmly asked, "Did Yi Wanqing contact you?" Lin Zhou raised his head, looked at the concerned eyes of his 3 brothers, gave a wry smile, and recounted what had just happened. When he said, "We need to live together," the dormitory fell into a deathly silence. 3 seconds later, "Holy crap!" Wang Hao let out a loud, earth-shattering scream and jumped up from the stool, grabbing Lin Zhou's neck and trembling with excitement. "Living together. It's living together. Old Lin, you fucking reached the pinnacle of your life. Living with the Ice Queen of school. Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Quick, teach me a few tricks. How did you do it?" "Get lost." Lin Zhou shoved his enormous head away in annoyance. Isn't this progress a bit too fast?" Li Ming was also so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He scratched his head. "But you two haven't even dated, and you've jumped straight to living together?" Only Qianwen maintained the composure of a top student. He adjusted his glasses, frowned, and analyzed. "Logically speaking, her choice is reasonable. For her family background, a scandal of being pregnant out of wedlock is fatal. Forging the identity of a stable fiancé with whom she is about to get married is currently the best solution. Living together is to make this identity more credible and also to allow her to receive close care during her pregnancy." He paused, looked at Lin Zhou, and said the most crucial question. But the problem is, given your current financial situation, it's impossible for you to meet her demands. Find a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment that satisfies her within a week, without spending that million? Old Lin. She's putting you in a difficult position. Wang Hao's excitement had worn off. He rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue. Indeed, her requirements are too high. In this area of Jiangsheng, a house that meets her requirements would cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, plus a deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. Where are you going to get 100,000 yuan? How about I go home and try to scrape together some more? Li Ming said in a deep voice. Wang Hao slapped his thigh. No way. If Lao Lin relies on us, won't he be even less able to stand up straight in front of Yi, the school beauty? Lao Lin has to handle this himself. He turned to Lin Zhou. Lao Lin, are you sure you can't touch a single penny of that million? Million. Lin Zhou shook his head. He knew very well that Yuan Xing had set up this almost unsolvable problem to test him. It tests his ability to solve problems in desperate situations. If he uses the 1 million given to him by Su Jinghua, it would be tantamount to admitting that he is good for nothing except good luck. Then he really lost. Damn, this woman's ruthless. Wang Hao cursed, then chuckled. But I like it. It's exciting. That's what makes it challenging. His eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea struck him. He patted Lin Zhou on the shoulder and exclaimed, I've got it. I have a brilliant idea. What idea? Lin Zhou and the other two looked over. Let's pull a switcheroo on her. Wang Hao said excitedly. I have an empty villa in the suburbs. I'll give you the key. You can take Yi, the school beauty, there and say you rented it. Once she moves in, we'll make it a fait accompli. You're kidding me. Qianwen poured cold water on the idea. Do you think Yuan Xing is stupid? Would someone like her not check the background of the property? When she does, the house will be yours. What will Lin Zhou be then? A gigolo who lives off a woman? That would be even worse than now. That seems to be true. Wang Hao's bad idea was immediately rejected. The dormitory fell into deep thought again. Lin Zhou leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and his mind raced. Money, housing, proof of ability, these issues are tangled together like a messy knot. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on the gift box that Su Xiaoya had sent on the table. Wild ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum. Oh right, he possesses the true qi of wood. He can accelerate plant growth and improve their quality. Finding ginseng is a matter of luck, but turning ordinary plants into top-tier natural treasures, that's real skill. Fatty, do you think Bai Keitang accepts medicinal herbs that are relatively young but of extremely high quality? Lin Zhou suddenly asked. Of course we'll buy them, why wouldn't we? Wang Hao said. If the quality is really good, even if the vintage isn't great, the price won't be low. What? You're thinking of trying your luck in the back mountain? No. Lin Zhou shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. This time, we won't rely on luck. We'll create it ourselves. He opened the gift box Su Xiaoya had given him and took out an ordinary wild ginseng that looked only about 10 years old. Su Xiaoya had bought it for him to improve his health. Its quality was average, and its market price was only a few thousand yuan. You guys keep an eye on the door for me. Don't let anyone in, Lin Zhou said to the three of them. Although the three didn't understand, they nodded in tacit agreement, and Wang Hao and Li Ming stood guard at the door on either side. Lin Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground, placed the wild ginseng in his palm, took a deep breath, and began to mobilize the little remaining Yiwood true qi in his dantian. After the ordeal at the Su family's house, his internal energy had only recovered to less than 30%. When he tried to mobilize it, he even felt a faint stinging sensation in his meridians. He then realized that the recovery speed of this true qi of wood was much slower than he had imagined. Moreover, just stimulating the growth of a single strawberry plant consumes a huge amount of energy, not to mention the previous purification of the evil energy, which almost drained him dry. To quickly monetize this capability, the battery life problem must be solved. He suppressed his discomfort and carefully infused a wisp of pure true energy into the wild ginseng. However, this time the feeling was completely different from the previous strawberry-inducing and ginseng-repairing methods. After the true energy was injected, the wild ginseng did not grow rapidly or enhance its medicinal properties as expected. Instead, it became like a bottomless pit, frantically devouring his Yiwood true energy. In just a moment, more than half of the already limited true energy in his body was drained away. Puff! Lin Zhou's face turned pale. He couldn't catch his breath, felt a sweet taste in his throat, and almost vomited blood again. He quickly cut off the flow of his inner energy and swayed as if he were completely exhausted. It failed. He picked up the ginseng, took a look with his spiritual eye, and immediately understood the reason. The medicinal properties of this ginseng have indeed improved, from about 10 years to 15 years old. However, its internal structure has suffered some minor damage due to the rapid and intense infusion of true qi. Its aura of spiritual energy has become somewhat mixed and is no longer pure. Shennong's memory instantly provided the answer. Fostering the growth of spiritual plants is not simply a matter of infusing them with energy. The higher the level of the spiritual plant, the more intricate its structure, requiring not only a large quantity of true qi, but also its purity. Furthermore, it needs to be nourished in an extremely gentle and gradual manner. His hasty and forceful infusion, as he had just done, was tantamount to pulling up seedlings to help them grow and would only ruin the medicinal herb. To achieve gentle nourishment, one needs to maintain true qi at an extremely subtle level and continuously output it over a long period of time. With his current amount of true energy and recovery speed, he simply cannot do it. Damn it. I was too naive, Lin Zhou muttered under his breath, a strong sense of defeat rising in his heart. The Shennong legacy is not an omnipotent wish-granting machine. It has its own rules and limitations. Old Lin, what's wrong? Wang Hao asked anxiously when he saw that Lin's expression was off. Lin Zhou shook his head and put the ginseng away. It's nothing. The method is wrong. This path is not viable for now. The quick way to sell medicinal herbs for money was blocked, and the pressure of renting a place weighed heavily on them. Do we really have to ask Su Xiaya for help? No. He cannot bow down to one woman and then beg another. Lin Zhou paced restlessly in his dormitory, his gaze inadvertently sweeping out the window. The city at night is brightly lit, with rows of high-rise buildings standing side by side. House, etc. Lin Zhou abruptly stopped, a bold, almost insane idea flashing through his mind. Since you can't afford to rent or buy, why can't you find a piece of land and build your own home? Of course, it's not about actually building a house. His idea was to find a place that was problematic, unwanted, and cheap, and then use his abilities to transform it into a luxury house that met Yi Wanqing's requirements. For example, a house with bad feng shui that no one dares to live in. Just like Su Jingguo's little building, what others would avoid like the plague. He found a treasure trove of bargains. Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be contained and grew wildly in his heart. Fatty. Lin Zhou turned around abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Are there any houses in Jiangsheng that are sold at a particularly low price because they're haunted, have bad feng shui, or something bad happened to them? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh, his expression becoming extremely interesting. Holy crap. Old Lin, you're a fucking genius. You've come to the right person. People call me Jiangsheng expert, but I also have a nickname. Haunted House Prince. Chapter 15. The most haunted house in Jiangsheng. No one would want it even if it were given away for free. The Haunted House Prince. Qian Wen and Li Ming exchanged glances, and even Lin Zhou, who had been pacing restlessly, stopped. All three pairs of eyes were fixed on Wang Hao's chubby face, which was flushed with excitement. Ahem. Wang Hao cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, and seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Keep it down, keep it down. This is just a favor from my friends in the underworld. Speak like a human being, Li Ming said succinctly. Hee. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, You think my family's business only deals with those glamorous real estate developments and shops? Let me tell you, there's another way of doing things beneath the surface in every industry. Some houses, because of a little accident, the owners are in a hurry to get rid of them, and the prices are shockingly low. But ordinary real estate agents don't dare to take them on, afraid of getting into trouble and ruining their reputation. That's when we unconventional people come in to handle things. He patted his chest, his fat jiggling. My dad used to buy up a few of these houses at low prices back in the day, hold on to them for a few years, hire a master to perform rituals, and then resell them, making a fortune. I've been exposed to this since I was a child, and I know better than I do my major courses about what happened in which building and which unit in Jiangxing. So, you've come to the right person if you're asking about haunted houses. Qianwen pushed up his glasses, his gaze scrutinizing behind the lenses. Are you sure this is what Lin Zhou wants? Yi Wanqing's requirements are a good environment and good security. These houses you're talking about don't sound very auspicious. Hey, Lao Qian, you've got it all wrong. Wang Hao waved his hand. The more upscale the residence where an incident occurs, the more the developer and property management will tighten security to keep things quiet. As for the environment, think about it. Houses where incidents happen are usually in auspicious locations, otherwise they wouldn't be able to attract that kind of evil energy. As long as the root problem is solved, it will be an excellent place to live. His twisted logic actually stirred something in Lin Zhou's heart. Indeed, just like Su Jingguo's small building, which was in an excellent location, but was ruined by the Inshawood core. To him, a so-called haunted house is a huge treasure as long as he can deal with the source of the evil energy. Tell me, Lin Zhou said, his eyes regaining their light, which place in Jiangxing is the most dangerous? Seeing that Lin Zhou was interested, Wang Hao became even more energetic. He pulled Lin Zhou to his computer, and his fingers clattered on the keyboard. Soon, an image appeared on the screen. It was a detached villa located by the lake, with a modern design and huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking elegant and luxurious. The villa is surrounded by lush greenery, and a boardwalk extends from the garden to the shimmering lake, creating a picturesque scene. Jinghu Villa, Building A. Wang Hao pointed at the screen, but his tone turned somber. In Jiangxing's real estate circle, it's a place that everyone shakes their heads when they hear about it. It's known as the Boss Harvester, the #1 haunted house in Jiangxing, bar none. How could such a beautiful place be like this? Li Ming leaned over for a look, somewhat incredulous. Beautiful, Wang Hao sneered. This place is weird. The first owner was an internet guy who moved in just before his company went public. Less than 3 months later, his cash flow dried up, he went bankrupt, and jumped off the building from the biggest floor-to-ceiling window. He paused, then continued. It was auctioned off by the court and bought by a coal mine owner. That owner was as strong as an ox. He moved in with his mistress and threw parties every day. But in less than 6 months, he went insane, constantly saying that the house was haunted, and eventually he was locked up in a mental hospital. His mistress also mysteriously drowned in the lake. The house changed hands several times afterward, and the longest the owner lived there was not even a year. Either their business plummeted, or a family member fell seriously ill and died. The strangest one was a stock speculator who moved in and claimed to have received divine revelation. He leveraged all his savings and invested it, eventually accumulating a mountain of debt and disappearing without a trace. The air in the dormitory seemed to have gotten a few degrees colder. What Wang Hao said sounded like urban legends, sending chills down one's spine. This house is currently listed with a real estate agency. The title is clear, and the asking price is 800,000 yuan. The figure Wang Hao announced at the end made everyone gasp. In Jiangxing, even in the suburbs, a lakeside villa is worth at least 10 million yuan, if not 20 or 30 million yuan. Selling for only 800,000 is practically giving it away for free. This price is equivalent to selling only the land. The house is practically free, Qianwen calmly analyzed. But even so, no one dares to take it on, which means the problem is far more serious than we imagined. Lin Zhou, however, stared intently at the picture of the villa on the screen. His eyes stung slightly. Without being actively activated, his spiritual eyes were stirred by the faint, dark aura emanating from the picture. Even through a photograph, he could feel a chill that seeped into his very bones. That wasn't the deathly aura emanating from a single object like in the Su family small building, but a much larger and more deeply rooted evil that seemed to be integrated with the entire building and the entire land. There's a problem with this place, and a big problem at that. To others, this is a death sentence. But for him, who possesses the true qi of wood, this is simply a godsend. This is the house, Lin Zhou said, emphasizing each word. What? Wang Hao was startled. Old Lin, I was just bragging to you. Don't take it seriously. This place is no joke. After my dad bought it, he invited several famous masters to take a look, but they didn't even dare to enter the door. They turned around and left, saying that the evil energy in this place has become too strong, and anyone who touches it will die. Now it can't be sold even at a loss. I'm not afraid. Lin Zhou's eyes were unusually firm. Fatty, can you take me there to see? See. Now. Wang Hao glanced at the night outside the window and shrank back. Right now, seeing Lin Zhou's unwavering gaze, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. Damn it. I'll risk my life to accompany you. I'll go, but it's a deal. I'll only see you to the door. I'm not going in even if you kill me. Okay, I'll go too. Li Meng stood up and stretched his limbs. More people means more yang energy. Qian also pushed up his glasses. From a scientific point of view, collective action can effectively alleviate individual tension and fear in unfamiliar environments. Count me in. Lin Zhou looked at his three brothers and felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't say much, but simply nodded heavily. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Zhou's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message from Su Xiaoya. Are you feeling better? Remember to take the supplements I sent you. If you need more money, just let me know. Looking at this message, Lin Zhou could imagine the concern on Su Xiaoya's cool and aloof face. He felt a slight pang in his heart and replied, Thank you. I'm much better now. I have enough money. Thank you for your concern, Sister Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya replied almost instantly, That's good. Don't push yourself too hard. These few simple words convey a sense of warmth. Lin Zhou put away his phone, temporarily suppressing his tender feelings. Right now, he must first conquer that haunted house before he can think about anything else. Half an hour later, Wang Hao drove his flashy BMW Z4, carrying the three of them, to Jinghu Villa. The security booth at the entrance of the resort was brightly lit, and the security seemed very tight. Wang Hao greeted the security guard familiarly, and the car drove in smoothly. However, the further the car drove in, the more awkward the atmosphere became. The villas on both sides of the road were lit with warm lights, but the one deepest one, like a dark beast, lay lurking in the shadows by the lake, completely out of place with the surrounding prosperity. As the car headlights swept over the villa, withered vines covered the exterior walls, and the lawn in the garden was also withered and yellow, forming a stark contrast with the meticulously maintained courtyards of the surrounding neighbors. It was a summer night, but as soon as the car window was opened, a cold draft rushed in, making one shiver involuntarily. Gulp. Wang Hao nervously swallowed, stopped the car 50 meters away from the villa, and refused to drive any further. Old Lin, that's it. I have the key, so be careful. He pulled a bunch of keys from the storage compartment, his hands trembling slightly. Qian and Li Meng looked at the situation with a hint of fear in their eyes. Okay, you three can wait for me in the car. Lin Zhou took the keys, opened the car door, and walked alone towards the villa that was silent in the darkness. The closer you get, the stronger the chilling aura becomes. His spiritual eyes had automatically activated, and the world before him instantly changed. Above the villa, a black aura, 100 times denser than that of the Su family's small building, lingered, like an unyielding ink, constantly churning and writhing. The center of the evil energy is the villa itself, which is like a huge heart that continuously absorbs the cold energy of the surrounding world and transforms it into a purer form of evil energy. This is not a haunted house at all. It is clearly a burial site, where evil energy gathers. A den of dragons and tigers, capable of devouring all life. Lin Zhou's heart began to pound uncontrollably. It was fear, but even more so, an unprecedented excitement. Chapter 16. This isn't just a haunted house, it's a den of dragons and tigers. Lin Zhou stood in front of the villa's iron gate. The rusty lock made a series of slight creaking sounds in the night wind, like some kind of ominous premonition. 50 meters behind him, the headlights of the BMW stared at him like two terrified eyes. He took a deep breath and inserted the key into the lock. Click! A crisp sound rang out in the quiet night. The iron gate swung open with a thud, and an even stronger, colder aura rushed out, mixed with the smell of decaying vegetation and old dust. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zhou stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering this area, he immediately felt as if he had stepped into another world. The cicadas and frogs that filled the summer night outside vanished instantly, and the surroundings became eerily quiet. The only sounds were one's own heartbeat and the rustling of one's feet on the fallen leaves. The air seemed to turn into a viscous liquid, carrying a bone-chilling cold that seeped into his body through every crevice. Old Lin. Li Ming's hushed voice came from behind. Lin Zhou turned around and saw that his 3 roommates were still worried and had followed him. The 3 of them stood at the doorway, their necks hunched and their faces tense, peering inside cautiously. "Wait at the door, don't come in," Lin Zhou said in a deep voice. He wasn't joking. In the spirit eye's vision, the entire courtyard was shrouded in a faint black aura of malevolence. If an ordinary person stays here for a long time, they may suffer from a serious illness at best, or even lose their vital energy at worst, leading to endless troubles. Wang Hao's face turned pale. Trembling, he pulled a peachwood talisman from his pocket, clutching it tightly in his hand while muttering, "May the Supreme Lord Laozi's decree be swiftly fulfilled. May the Heavenly Venerable bestow boundless blessings." Amatba. Qianwen adjusted his glasses, his expression becoming somewhat grave. The temperature here is at least 5 degrees lower than outside, and the humidity is also abnormally high, which doesn't match the current meteorological conditions. It's really strange. Li Ming, on the other hand, was like a vigilant cheetah, his muscles taut, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. Lin Zhou ignored them and walked straight towards the villa gate. His spiritual eye was operating at full power, and the scene before him became increasingly clear. The churning black smoke was not chaotic, but rather, as if drawn by some force, it slowly and continuously converged in a certain direction towards the villa. The source is underground. He pushed open the slightly ajar villa door, and an even stronger musty smell and chill rushed out. The hall was empty, with only the outlines of a few pieces of furniture covered with white cloth, like silent giants. Moonlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor and adding to the eeriness of the place. Wang Hao peeked out the door and whispered the gossip he'd heard. "See that floor-to-ceiling window? That's where that boss jumped from. I heard he was smiling when he jumped." He shouldn't have said anything, because once he did, Qianwen and Li Ming both subconsciously moved away from that window. Lin Zhou's gaze did not linger on the window. He walked through the hall and headed directly for the staircase leading to the basement. The force that draws all the evil energy comes from below. The wooden stairs creaked and groaned as you stepped on them, as if telling the story of the house's misfortune. The further down he went, the colder it became. Eventually, Lin Zhou could even see the white breath he exhaled. The basement door was wide open, and the inside was pitch black, like a giant maw ready to devour someone. Lin Zhou stood at the door, not going in immediately. The true qi of wood within his body spontaneously began to circulate, forming a faint warm current that resisted the chill that almost froze him. In his spiritual eye vision, this basement could no longer be described as filled with malevolent energy. The black malevolent energy here had solidified into a tangible form, like thick ink, slowly flowing through the space. In the very center of the basement, the malevolent energy was so dense that it could not be dispersed, forming a black vortex with a diameter of more than 1 meter. All the evil energy originates from this vortex and is then drawn into it, in a continuous cycle. The Eye of Meridians. In Lin Zhou's mind, the term Shennong's memories automatically appeared. The so-called Yin veins are associated with the Earth's dragon veins, and belong to the extreme Yin and cold. Most of the Yin meridians are hidden deep underground, isolated from the world. However, once a node of the Yin vein, known as the Yin eye, is exposed on the ground and is covered by a man-made structure, it will form a natural evil-gathering formation. Those who live here will have their life essence continuously drained by the Yin eye, and their minds will be eroded by the evil energy, ultimately leading to all sorts of misfortunes. This villa was built right on the eye of a Yin vein. No wonder so many masters dared not enter the door. This is no longer a problem that an ordinary feng shui master can solve. Unless one has the ability to move mountains and fill seas, whoever comes here will die. But for Lin Zhou, this was an incredible opportunity. The Yin Sha Qi is highly poisonous to ordinary people, but for the Yi-wood true Qi he cultivates, it is a mutually reinforcing and restraining force. If he could purify the malevolent energy in this Yin eye and transform it into the purest spiritual energy, what terrifying improvement would his true qi of wood receive? Just as Lin Zhou was filled with excitement, The black vortex in the center of the basement seemed to sense the incongruous vitality of the true chi of wood on his body and suddenly began to stir violently. Buzz! An invisible wave suddenly spread out. That wasn't a sound, but an impact that directly affected the mind. Lin Zhou felt as if his brain had been struck hard by an invisible hammer. His vision went black, and his body swayed violently. A violent, cold, and chaotic will surged wildly into his mind along with this fluctuation. Get out! A fragmented thought exploded in his mind. This malevolent energy has actually given birth to a rudimentary, chaotic consciousness. Lin Zhou groaned, his face turning deathly pale instantly. He hadn't expected the thing's counterattack to be so direct and domineering. He immediately calmed his mind and mobilized the already limited, Yi-Wood true chi within his body to protect his spiritual sea of consciousness. The green true energy and the black evil energy clashed silently in his mind. Old Lin, what's wrong? Li Ming's anxious shouts came from the stairwell. Although they couldn't see the malevolent energy, they could sense that Lin Zhou was not in a good state. Lin Zhou wanted to tell them not to come any closer, but the mental shock came wave after wave, leaving him with no strength to even open his mouth. The black vortex in the basement spun faster and faster, and the surrounding ink-like malevolent energy seemed to come alive, turning into black tentacles that swept towards Lin Zhou. Not good. Lin Zhou was greatly alarmed. His current, true chi of wood has not fully recovered after the last depletion, and is simply insufficient to resist such a massive amount of malevolent energy. A head-on confrontation would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. Without hesitation, he turned around abruptly and rushed upstairs with all his might, no longer bothering to investigate. The moment he turned around, the thickest black tentacle followed him like a shadow and lashed hard across his back. Puff! Lin Zhou felt a chill in his back, and then an extremely cold force penetrated his body, running wildly through his meridians. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he could no longer hold back the mouthful of blood, which he spat out and spilled onto the old wooden steps. Old Lin. Seeing Lin Zhou vomit blood, Wang Hao, Li Ming, and Qianwen could no longer care about their fear and rushed over with cries, supporting the swaying man on either side. Quick, go quickly! Lin Zhou struggled to utter a few words, his face as white as paper. The three of them dared not delay and drag Lin Zhou out of the villa. Only after leaving the area of that building did the lingering, chilling feeling slowly recede. Lin Zhou leaned against the car, panting heavily, his Yi-Wood true chi struggling to suppress the invading evil energy. Damn it! What kind of hellhole is this? Wang Hao, still shaken, cursed. I'm never coming back here again. Qianwen adjusted his glasses, looked at the bloodstains at the corner of Lin Zhou's mouth, and asked in a deep voice, Old Lin, what exactly did you see? Why are you spitting blood? Lin Zhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at the villa that appeared even more menacing in the night, his eyes not filled with fear, but with an almost insane stubbornness. I saw a tremendous opportunity. He spoke in a low voice, hoarse but with an undeniable determination. This place was 10,000 times more dangerous than he had imagined, but it was also 10,000 times more valuable than he had imagined. He must take this place. Chapter 17. A bloodstained return, a way to break the stalemate. Chance. Wang Hao, Qianwen, and Li Ming exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Zhou, who was leaning against the car, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. They felt their minds were a little overwhelmed. What just happened? Although they couldn't see any demonic energy materialize, the chilling aura seeping from the very bones, and Lin Zhou's pathetic retreat after spitting blood clearly told them that there was great terror in that villa. Can this still be called an opportunity? This is a death warrant. Old Lin, you haven't been driven crazy by that thing, have you? Wang Hao asked tremulously, still clutching the unused peachwood talisman tightly in his hand. Let's hurry up and get to the hospital. You've vomited blood. Blood? Yes, Lao Lin. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild. This house is way too eerie. Let's just get rid of it. Li Ming was also anxious. Although he was bold, it was based on his confidence in his own strength. The unseen eeriness he felt just now was beyond his comprehension. Qianwen adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. Lin Zhou, Your physical reaction is typical of internal organ damage. Regardless of what you saw, your current condition is very poor, and you must seek medical attention immediately. As for the house, we can think of other solutions. Lin Zhou waved his hand and straightened up, leaning against the car door. The true chi of wood within his body was struggling against the invading, chilling evil energy. That malevolent energy was like a living venomous snake, rampaging through his meridians, leaving a cold and numb void wherever it passed. If it weren't for the immense life force inherent in the wood true chi, an ordinary person would have already died from having their heart meridian frozen. I'm fine, I won't die. Lin Zhou coughed twice, then coughed up a mouthful of phlegm mixed with dark red blood clots. He knew that this was the true chi of wood, expelling the damaged blood stasis and evil energy from his body. He didn't offer any further explanation, because it was impossible to explain. He took one long look at the villa lurking in the darkness, memorizing its outline, and then said to Wang Hao, "Let's go back to the dormitory." Seeing Lin Zhou's insistence, the three knew they couldn't persuade him otherwise, so they hurriedly helped him into the car, stepped on the gas, and fled this place of trouble. It was already late at night when I got back to the dormitory. Wang Hao immediately rummaged through drawers and cabinets looking for medicine. Li Meng went to fetch hot water, and Qian Wan, holding his phone, searched for emergency treatment methods for sequelae of internal organ impact, with a serious expression. Lin Zhou sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. He ignored his brother's flustered activity and instead focused all his attention on his mind. This reckless investigation, though it cost him dearly, also allowed him to thoroughly understand the villa's secrets, the eye of Yin veins. The memories passed down from Shennong contain many records of such extraordinary places. The eye of the Yin vein is extremely Yin and cold, a place where malevolent energy gathers, and a deadly place for living beings. However, the Shennong Materia Medica also records that all things in the world are mutually generating and mutually restraining. Isolated Yin cannot produce, and isolated Yang cannot grow. In the most Yin place, within 100 miles, there must be things of the most Yang that will grow in response, in order to achieve the balance of heaven and earth. Using true chi of wood directly to forcefully confront the entire Yin meridian is tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, if one can find that pure Yang object as a catalyst and set up a transformation array, one can peel away the layers of this violent Yin energy and refine it into the purest energy to nourish oneself. This is the real solution to break the deadlock. This is the huge opportunity he was talking about. If he succeeds, he will not only get a mansion worth tens of millions, but also a treasure land for cultivation that will never run out. His true chi of wood will advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, let alone growing strawberries, even bringing withered trees back to life will probably be no problem. But where is that ultimate Yang substance? Lin Zhou rapidly searched through the Shennong memories in his mind. Lightning-struck wood, century-old peachwood heartwood, red sun jade. These things are rare and hard to come by. There's less than a week left. Old Lin, have some hot water. Li Meng handed over a towel and a basin of water. Wang Hao also piled a bunch of blood-activating and stasis-removing medicines in front of him. Never mind anything else, just take these. You're not kidding. Lin Zhou opened his eyes and felt a warmth in his heart when he saw the concerned faces of his three brothers. He took the water glass, but didn't take the medicine. He knows his own body best. Once that malevolent energy is neutralized, the injuries will naturally heal. Fatty, I'm fine, I don't need these medicines. Do you know where the biggest antique market in Jiangxing is? Lin Zhou suddenly asked. Huh. Wang Hao was taken aback. The City God Temple Antique Street. What's wrong? You're not thinking of going to browse the antiques, are you? Well, I need to find something. Lin Zhou didn't say it explicitly, but the seriousness in his eyes made Wang Hao swallow back the joke that was about to follow. Okay, I'll take you first thing tomorrow morning. But with your health. Rest assured. Just then, Lin Zhou's phone, which was on the table, started to vibrate. He took it and saw that it was Su Xiaoya. He hesitated for a moment, then swiped to answer the call. Hello. His voice was still a little hoarse. Su Xiaoya's voice, tinged with tension and concern, immediately came from the other end of the phone. Lin Zhou? What's wrong with your voice? Did something happen? Women's intuition is frighteningly sharp. Sister Xiaoya, I'm fine. I just have a bit of a cold, Lin Zhou said casually, trying to cover it up. A cold. Su Xiaoya clearly didn't believe it. Her voice turned colder, but it still carried an undeniable concern. Where are you now? In your dorm? Don't move. I'll come over and check on you. No. Lin Zhou quickly stopped him. Sister Xiaoya, it's so late. It's not convenient. I'm really fine. I'm just tired. I'll be fine after a rest. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Zhou could even imagine Su Xiaoya frowning her beautiful eyebrows at this moment. Then close the doors and windows and get some rest. Su Xiaoya's voice softened. I asked the housekeeper to make some nourishing soup, and I'll bring it to you tomorrow morning. Don't refuse. Okay. Feeling that undeniable care, Lin Zhou's heart was gently touched. After hanging up the phone, the atmosphere in the dormitory became somewhat awkward. Wang Hao winked and leaned closer. Wow, Lao Lin, our beautiful Su, the farm owner, has started checking up on things and bringing out soup? That's fast. Lin Zhou rolled his eyes at him, annoyed, but didn't bother to argue. His mind is now filled with that haunted house and that so-called ultimate yang object. He had to resolve all of this as soon as possible. For Yi Wanqing's bet, and for his own sake. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Zhou forced himself to get up. After a night of recuperation, the malevolent energy within his body was suppressed and enveloped by the true qi of wood. Although his complexion was still somewhat pale, his movements were no longer impaired. He declined Li Meng and Qian Wen's offer to accompany him, and only asked Wang Hao to drive him to the city god temple antique street. In the car, Wang Hao kept nagging as he drove. Old Lin, what exactly are you looking for? This antique street is a murky place. 9 out of 10 things are fake, and the other one is a high-quality imitation. If you want to find a bargain, you might as well go to my warehouse. What I'm looking for isn't in your storeroom. Lin Zhou leaned back in the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest. His spiritual eye was slightly stinging under his eyelids, a side effect of excessive consumption of true energy. He needs to find objects that contain yang energy or spiritual energy. Such things can only be found in places where countless years have left their mark. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the antique street. The antique street was already bustling in the early morning, with stalls lined up one after another, displaying a dazzling array of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, porcelain and miscellaneous items on both sides of the street. Lin Zhou didn't rush to go sightseeing. Instead, he found a breakfast stall and ate a bowl of hot wontons with Wang Hao. After a bowl of hot soup, the chill in my body seemed to be dispelled quite a bit. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zhou officially stepped into the antique street. Instead of just rushing through the sights like a typical tourist, he activated his spiritual eye. In an instant, the world before my eyes changed. Those antiques that the stall owners touted as amazing were mostly pale or grayish in the eyes of Spirit Eye, lifeless. Occasionally, he would find a few old objects, but they only carried a faint trace of the passage of time and were far from meeting the pure yang standard he was looking for. Lin Zhou visited dozens of stalls. His eyes were getting sore, but he didn't find anything. Wang Hao followed behind, his mouth never stopping. Old Lin, look at this, blue and white porcelain. The painting is pretty good, right? It's fake. That jade pendant, they say it's from the Han Dynasty, but it was just shipped from Hunan last week. And that one. Lin Zhou ignored him and continued walking forward. Just when he was about to give up, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous corner. It was a small stall selling miscellaneous items, and the stall owner was an old man wearing reading glasses who seemed drowsy. The stall displayed some old books, coins, and worn-out stationery. In the corner, a dark, palm-sized object that looked like a piece of wood or a stone was emanating a unique aura. That wasn't light, but a feeling. In the vision of Spirit Eye, everything around was either gray or white, except for the inside of that thing, which seemed to contain a small cluster of dancing, warm golden flames. Yang energy. Although faint, it is incredibly pure. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked over. Chapter 18 Lightning struck Jujube Wood, mysterious woman in black dress. Lin Zhou walked up to the miscellaneous goods stall, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the old books and copper coins before finally settling on that dark, unsightly object. Grandpa, how much is this? He pointed to the object. The old stall owner lifted his sleepy eyelids, looked in the direction he was pointing, and waved his hand impatiently. That's a paperweight. Someone pawned it to me. It's worthless. If you really want it, give me 50 yuan and take it. The surface of this thing is covered with irregular black lines. It is hard and cold to the touch, but when Lin Zhou held it in his palm, he could clearly feel a warm current slowly seeping into his palm. The true qi of wood within his body seemed to have met a companion, becoming more active, and even the suppressed yin qi became much more subdued. This is it. Lin Zhou felt reassured, but remained outwardly calm. Just as he was about to take out his money, a clear, cold female voice interrupted from the side. This piece of jujube would struck by lightning. 50 yuan, you really dare to sell it. Lin Zhou turned his head at the sound and saw a woman in a black dress standing next to him. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, tall and slender with snow-white skin. Her long, jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, which made her already beautiful face even more stunning. Her eyes were bright, like two obsidian stones, and she was examining the paperweight in Lin Zhou's hand with great interest. The old stall owner was stunned by her words. He adjusted his reading glasses, looked at the woman carefully, then at the piece of black wood, and muttered, "What lightning strike? It's just a piece of broken wood. Young lady, don't even think about bargaining. 50 yuan is the lowest I can go." The woman's lips curled into a faint smile. Ignoring the stall owner, she turned her gaze to Lin Zhou. "Little brother, how about you name a price, and let me have this?" Her voice was very pleasant, clear and crisp with a hint of subtle aloofness, but the term little brother made Lin Zhou's brows furrow involuntarily. "Sorry, I've taken a liking to this." Lin Zhou replied casually. This piece of lightning-struck jujube would contains pure yang energy, which is the key to breaking his predicament. Let alone 50 pieces, even if it were 50,000, he must get it today. Oh, the woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Lin Zhou's refusal. She looked Lin Zhou up and down. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, and his face was sickly pale. He didn't look like a knowledgeable expert at all. "You know about this?" she asked. "I don't understand," Lin Zhou said succinctly, taking out 50 yuan from his pocket and handing it to the stall owner. "Here's the money, sir." The old man took the money, happily stuffed it into his pocket, as if afraid Lin Zhou would change his mind. The woman watched as Lin Zhou put the lightning-struck wood into his pocket, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. She seemed surprised that Lin Zhou would be so decisive. "My name is Qinya," she suddenly introduced herself. "Judging from your appearance, you must be someone in the industry, right? Although this piece of jujube wood struck by lightning is just a fragment, its yang energy is pure, and it has a miraculous effect on dealing with evil spirits. You probably didn't buy it just to use as a paperweight, did you?" Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Someone in the industry? Could it be that she also? He activated his spiritual eyes and looked at Qinya without making a sound. This sight gave him a slight shock. Within the vision of Spirit Eye, Qinya was also enveloped in a faint, invisible aura. The aura was a pale gold color, and although it was far less vibrant than his true wood qi, it carried a majestic and righteous air and a sense of awe and determination to destroy evil and falsehood. The aura emanating from it was somewhat similar to the lightning-struck jujube wood in his hand. "This woman is indeed extraordinary. I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Zhou looked away, not wanting to get entangled with her any further. He's in a hurry to get back and figure out how to set up the formation. He doesn't have time to waste here. After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait a minute." Qinya stepped in front of him, her expression becoming more serious. "You have a heavy yin energy on you, and it has already damaged your vital energy. If you don't get rid of it soon, you will be exhausted and seriously ill within 7 days." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao, who was following behind, was startled and quickly stepped forward. "Beautiful lady, you're not scaring me. My brother just caught a chill last night. It's not that serious, is it?" Qinya didn't even look at Wang Hao. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Zhou. "You went to places you shouldn't have gone and touched things you shouldn't have touched. This piece of lightning-struck jujube would can temporarily suppress it, but it's only a temporary fix. If you give it to me, I can exchange it for a unique pill from my sect that's enough to help you dispel the evil energy in your body." She could actually see through the condition inside her own body at a glance. Lin Zhou became increasingly wary. This Qinya has a mysterious background and seems to know a lot about these kinds of things. Her sect? Could it be some reclusive Taoist sect? Thank you for your kindness, but I can solve my own problem. Lin Zhou refused again. What a joke. This lightning-struck jujube is his only hope for turning the tide. How could he possibly give it up? As for the malevolent energy within his body, it will naturally be resolved once he refines the Yin Meridian Eye. Seeing that he was unmoved by her words, Qinya frowned slightly, seemingly displeased, but more so curious. She rarely misjudged him. The young man in front of her was clearly possessed by Yin energy, yet he showed no sign of panic. Instead, his eyes were firm, as if he were confident. What gives him the right? All right. Qinya suddenly smiled, her radiant smile seeming to silence the surrounding noise for a moment. Since you're so confident, I won't take what you want. However, I still want to be friends with you. Here's my phone number. If you change your mind, or encounter any problems you can't solve, feel free to call me anytime. As she spoke, she handed over a black business card with only her name and a phone number printed on it. The design was simple yet sophisticated. Lin Zhou hesitated for a moment, but still took it. Having more friends means having more options. Qinya doesn't seem like a bad person, and her appearance makes Lin Zhou realize that the world might not be as simple as he previously thought. He is not the only one with extraordinary abilities. Lin Zhou, he introduced himself. Okay, Lin Zhou, I'll remember you. Qinya gave him a deep look, her gaze seemingly trying to see right through him. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again. After saying that, she turned around, deftly merged into the crowd, and quickly disappeared from sight. Damn, Wang Hao stared at Qinya's departing figure for a long time before coming back to his senses. He nudged Lin Zhou's arm and said, Old Lin, what a stroke of luck with women. And she's a stunningly beautiful, aloof woman who understands metaphysics. She just said you had a malevolent aura about you. Is that true? Is it related to that villa last night? Don't ask any more questions. Lin Zhou carefully put away the business card and the lightning-struck wood, but his mood was somewhat heavy. Qinya's appearance was like a pebble thrown into his calm lake. We've got the stuff, let's go back. Lin Zhou didn't linger any longer, grabbed the still-dazed Wang Hao, and quickly left the antique street. He needs to hurry. He has no interest in learning about that so-called circle now. Right now, solving Yi Wanqing's problem and conquering that haunted house is his top priority. Back in the dormitory, Qian Wen and Li Ming were already waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Zhou return, Li Ming immediately stepped forward and asked, How did it go? Did you find it? Lin Zhou took out the dark, lightning-struck jujube with paperweight from his pocket and placed it on the table. What is this? A piece of rotten wood. Wang Hao looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Qian Wen adjusted his glasses, picked up the paperweight, and examined it carefully. It has a very high density, traces of carbonization on the surface, and a very peculiar texture. Lin Zhou, is this the thing you were talking about? Lin Zhou didn't explain, but simply said, With it, I'm 70% confident. Tonight, I'm going to Jinghu Villa again. Chapter 19 Mr. Wang is too generous. He's giving away a haunted house for free. Going again. Old Lin, are you out of your mind? Wang Hao's chubby face turned pale instantly, and he was the first to jump up. Brother Zhou, think it over. Li Ming was also anxious. He grabbed Lin Zhou's shoulder, his muscles tense like stone. You even vomited blood last night. That place is no place for a human to stay. Qian Wen pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses unusually serious. Lin Zhou, this is not the time to play the hero. From a scientific point of view, your symptoms last night indicated severe internal organ damage. Going there again could cause irreversible damage. We must plan this carefully. In the dormitory, 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at Lin Zhou, filled with worry and confusion. Despite his brother's fierce opposition, Lin Zhou felt a warmth in his heart, but he did not waver. He looked at them calmly and said, I know you're worried about me, but this time is different. I found a way to control that thing. He pointed to the dark, lightning-struck jujube wood on the table. With this, I'm 70% confident. 70%? That means there's still a 30% chance they'll die. Wang Hao is almost in tears. Is it worth it for a lousy house? We brothers can chip in and rent you one, and we'll help you explain to Yi Wanqing. This isn't about the house. Lin Zhou shook his head, his eyes becoming deep. This is also my opportunity. You don't need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. Seeing Lin Zhou's unwavering gaze, the three knew that this stubborn ox couldn't be swayed. However, before we go, Lin Zhou changed the subject, looking at Wang Hao. We need to take over this place legitimately first. Fatty, didn't you say this villa was registered under your dad's company name? Wang Hao was taken aback. Yeah, what's wrong? I want to rent it, Lin Zhou said, revealing his plan. I can't touch the million in my account. That's for Yi Wanqing. But I have 100,000 left over from selling ginseng, which I can use to pay part of the rent and sign the contract. He had to do it. Firstly, it was to give Yi Wanqing an explanation, as he had indeed settled for accommodation within a week. Secondly, that Meridian Eye is his future cultivation treasure trove, and he must firmly grasp it in his own hands. After listening, Wang Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. At a time like this, instead of thinking about how to save your life, you're still thinking about renting a house? This thought process is just too bizarre. Fine then. Wang Hao sighed, knowing he couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he took out his phone. I'll call my dad and ask. But let me make this clear, that place is really weird. My dad probably wouldn't be willing to rent it. He dialed the number and put it on speakerphone. Hey kid, out of money again? A strong male voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with a hint of teasing. Dad, it's not about money. Wang Hao cleared his throat and asked cautiously. Dad, I wanted to ask if that villa in Building A of Jinghu Villa is still vacant? Building A Jinghu Villa? Wang Tianlong on the other end of the phone seemed to be stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What? You've gotten bold, kid. Want to go on an adventure? Let me tell you, several feng shui masters have already been asked to leave that place, and none of them have worked. It wasn't me, it was a classmate of mine who wanted to rent it, Wang Hao said, forcing himself to speak. Your classmate? Wang Tianlong's laughter grew louder. Which classmate is thinking of doing something stupid? Tell him that place is so cheap that nobody would want it even if it were given away for free. Dad, just tell me if you're going to rent it or not. My classmate isn't afraid of that. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Wang Tianlong seemed intrigued. Oh, there really is such a reckless fool who's not afraid of death? Sure, as long as your classmate isn't afraid, forget about the rent. Wang Tianlong. Say so, let him stay wherever he wants. Consider it adding some life to my haunted house, so it doesn't just sit there getting moldy. Wang Tianlong's words were clearly transmitted to everyone in the dormitory via speakerphone. Wang Hao, Qianwen, and Li Ming looked at each other with strange expressions. Is Mr. Wang really that magnanimous? A haunted house worth 800,000 yuan, just given away like that? Lin Zhou was also taken aback, then overjoyed. This was truly like a pillow being delivered to someone who was sleepy. He was worried that the 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough to pay the full amount, but now he can even save on rent. Dad, are you serious? Wang Hao was still a little incredulous. Nonsense. When have I, Wang Tianlong, ever gone back on my word? Tell me that classmate's name, and I'll have my secretary process a free usage agreement right away so he can move in any time. But let me make this clear. If anything goes wrong, we won't be responsible, Wang Tianlong said decisively. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao looked at Lin Zhou with a complex expression. Old Lin, my dad agreed, and he doesn't want any money. Lin Zhou patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, I heard everything. Please thank Uncle Wang for me. With Wang Tianlong's permission, Lin Zhou finally felt relieved. He glanced at the sky outside the window and began to plan what he needed to prepare for the evening. Ding ding ding. Just then, his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that the screen displayed Su Xiaoya's name. Lin Zhou answered the phone, and Su Xiaoya's concerned voice came through immediately. Lin Zhou, I'm downstairs at your dorm. I'm bringing you some soup. Okay, Sister Xiaoya, I'll be right down. Lin Zhou hung up the phone. The atmosphere in the dormitory instantly shifted from somber to ambiguous. Wang Hao winked and nudged him. Wow, Lao Lin. So fast. Our beautiful Su, the owner of the farm, is personally delivering soup to your door. She's practically your personal maid. Come on, tell me the truth. How far have things progressed between you two? Exactly. This level of concern is quite unusual, Li Ming said, making a rare joke. Lin Zhou rolled his eyes at them, too lazy to explain. but a warm feeling welled up inside him. He grabbed his coat and ran quickly downstairs. Downstairs in the dormitory building, Su Xiaoya, dressed in a smart business suit, stood quietly, carrying an elegant thermos. The sunlight shone on her, softening her usually aloof face. "You look much better." Seeing Lin Zhou, Su Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the thermos. "This is something I asked the aunt to specially stew. Drink it while it's hot to replenish your energy." "Thank you, Sister Xiaoya." Lin Zhou took the thermos. It was still warm. "Why are you being so polite with me?" Su Xiaoya gave him a reproachful look, then asked, "By the way, do you have any ideas about planting white lover?" While she was concerned about Lin Zhou's health, the farm's predicament also worried her. "Don't worry, Sister Xiaoya." Lin Zhou smiled confidently. "Give me a few more days. After I finish dealing with an urgent matter at hand, I promise to help you solve this problem completely." Seeing Lin Zhou's confident expression, Su Xiaoya felt much relieved. This young man always brought her unexpected surprises and peace of mind. "Okay, there's no rush. Take your time preparing." She smiled and her tone became more relaxed. "Anyway, the farm will depend entirely on you as the chief technical advisor from now on." The two chatted for a few more minutes downstairs. Su Xiaoya reminded him to take care of his health before driving away. Lin Zhou returned to his dormitory carrying a thermos, and was immediately greeted by 3 pairs of gossipy eyes as soon as he entered the door. "Go ahead and drink your soup," Lin Zhou said irritably, putting the thermos on the table and opening the lid. A rich aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the entire dormitory. "We're in for a treat today." Wang Hao and the other two laughed heartily, quickly took the insulated container, and prepared to feast. Lin Zhou didn't stand on ceremony, and picked up the spoon to drink. The warm soup slid into his stomach, and a warm current quickly spread to his limbs and bones, making his body, which was somewhat weak due to overexertion, feel much better. After finishing a bowl of soup, Lin Zhou felt much better. He wiped his mouth, placed the piece of lightning-struck jujube wood in the center of the table, and his expression became serious. "All right, let's get down to business. Fatty, get me some cinnabar and yellow paper. Li Meng, you're strong, find me a sturdy long rope. Qianwen, you're smart, find me the exact time of midnight tonight, down to the minute." Watching Lin Zhou begin to systematically assign tasks, Wang Hao and the other two exchanged glances, each seeing helplessness and a hint of determination in the other's eyes. They knew they couldn't persuade them otherwise. "Fine," Wang Hao gritted his teeth. "So what if I go crazy with you once? I'll play along to the end. I've got your money's worth." "The rope is fine." Li Meng patted his chest. "The third quarter of the midnight hour is 11:45 p.m. tonight." Qianwen had already taken out his phone and quickly looked up the information. That's what brothers are like. Even if they know that what lies ahead is a den of dragons and tigers, as long as you decide to go for it, all they can do is help you sharpen your knife. Night deepened. The villa in Jinghu Mountain Villa, lurking in the darkness, is like a silent beast, waiting for its next prey. What it didn't know was that what came tonight wasn't prey, but a hunter who was about to gut it. Chapter 20. The decisive battle against the Yin Meridians. The shattered ancestral jade pendant. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the entire city of Jiangqing. A flashy red BMW Z4 drew an eye-catching arc on the quiet road, heading towards Jinghu Villa. This sports car, which can only seat 2 people, was now crammed with 4 grown men. Wang Hao and Lin Zhou sat in the front, while Li Meng and Qianwen huddled on the pitifully small storage platform in the back seat. The 2 tall men, both over 1.8 meters, looked like 2 packaged lobsters. "Fatty, could you please get a different car next time? I feel like my back is about to break," Li Meng complained, grimacing. "Be content, this is a BMW. I even canceled my date with my girlfriend to give you guys this big shot." Wang Hao glared at them in the rearview mirror while skillfully turning the steering wheel. The atmosphere inside the car seemed relaxed, but everyone's heart was in their throats. Qianwen pushed up his glasses, staring at the rapidly receding shadows of the trees outside the window, saying nothing, but clutching his phone tightly in his hand, the screen displaying the emergency center's contact information. Lin Zhou leaned back in the passenger seat, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing. He kept the piece of lightning-struck jujube wood close to his body, where wisps of pure yang energy were slowly nourishing his damaged meridians and fighting against the lingering chill within his body. Soon, The familiar silhouette of the black villa appeared on the horizon. As soon as the car came to a stop, an even colder and more deathly atmosphere than before hit us, as if the air itself had been sucked dry. Old Lin. Wang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed, and his face turned pale. Lin Zhou opened his eyes, his gaze clear and resolute. Without saying a word, he opened the car door and took out the prepared backpack from the trunk. Cinnabar, yellow paper, a sturdy bundle of climbing rope, and a compass. You guys wait for me in the car. Lin Zhou slung his backpack over his shoulder and said to the three of them, remember, no matter what happens inside or what sounds you hear, don't come in. No way. Li Ming was the first to break free from the car and grab Lin Zhou's arm. Brother Zhou, we'll go in with you. More people means more protection. Yes, Lao Lin, we can't let you take the risk alone. Xianwen also came down, his expression serious. Lin Zhou looked at them and shook his head. You won't be of any help if you go in. You'll only be a burden. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He broke free from Li Ming's grasp and turned to walk towards the villa gate, which resembled the mouth of a giant beast. Lin Zhou, Wang Hao shouted from behind. If you don't come out in an hour. No, half an hour, we'll rush in and get him out. Lin Zhou didn't turn around. He just waved his hand, and his figure was quickly swallowed up by the thick darkness. Click, the door slowly closed behind him, shutting him out of the outside world. Inside the villa, there was a deathly silence. The chilling aura, like tangible seawater, pressed in from all directions, trying to penetrate every pore of his body. Lin Zhou's internal wood chi circulated spontaneously, forming a thin protective shield that kept the cold out. Without pausing, relying on his memory, he headed straight for the entrance to the basement. The closer you get, the more terrifying the oppressive feeling of that sinister aura becomes. The air was filled with a stench of rust and decay that made one want to vomit. Standing at the basement stairwell, Lin Zhou could even hear a faint, heart-pounding thump sound coming from below. He took the items out of his backpack one by one. He gripped the lightning-struck jujube wood tightly in his left hand and held several pieces of yellow paper with talismans drawn on them in cinnabar in his right. Step by step, he trudged down the stairs with heavy steps. The entire basement was now in view. The Eye of Yin veins in the center was even more terrifying than the one I saw last time. The mass of liquid, pitch-black malevolent energy had expanded, and the vortex at its center was spinning even faster, vaguely forming a blurry human-shaped outline, like a fetus in the womb. The moment Lin Zhou stepped into the basement, the black vortex suddenly paused. A cold, violent, and emotionless consciousness instantly locked onto Lin Zhou. It discovered this food that had intruded into its territory. Wah! A piercing shriek exploded in Lin Zhou's mind without warning, like countless steel needles piercing his consciousness. Lin Zhou groaned, feeling dizzy and his vision blurred. A mental shock. Before he could regain his composure, the liquid malevolent energy in the Yin meridian eye suddenly surged, splitting into more than a dozen pitch-black tentacles that lashed at him from all directions with a whistling sound as they tore through the air. Imperial Edict. Despite the splitting headache, Lin Zhou thrust the lightning-struck jujube wood in his hand forward. The pure yang energy contained in the jujube wood suddenly erupted, emitting a faint golden halo. Sizzle. The moment those black, malevolent tentacles touched the golden aura, they immediately retreated like snowflakes being branded with a hot iron, emitting puffs of black smoke and letting out shrill screams. It works. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not slack off in the slightest. He knew this was just the beginning. He immediately poured all the little remaining Iwid true chi in his body into the lightning-struck jujube wood. A brilliant golden light shone, illuminating a 3-foot radius around him and temporarily creating a safe barrier. Taking this opportunity, he quickly pasted the drawn talismans onto the surrounding walls according to the minor 3 talents gathering yang formation in Shennong's memories. However, the Yin Meridian eye clearly wouldn't give him that chance. Having failed in its first attack, it seemed to be thoroughly enraged. The malevolent energy in the entire basement began to surge wildly. The liquid vortex churned violently, making a thumping sound like the beating of war drums. With each thump, Lin Zhou's heart clenched painfully. Roar! A roar that sounded inhuman came from the center of the vortex. More malevolent tentacles condensed and took shape, several times thicker than before, with even strange patterns appearing on them. They were no longer simply whipping, but like giant pythons, coiling around and blocking all of Lin Zhou's escape routes, suddenly surrounding him. The golden light shield began to shake violently and flicker under the frenzied impact of dozens of tentacles. Lin Zhou gritted his teeth, pushing his yi with true qi to its limit. He could clearly feel the pure yang energy in the lightning-struck jujube wood being rapidly depleted. Crack! A crisp cracking sound. Lin Zhou looked down and his heart sank. A tiny crack appeared on the lightning-struck jujube wood in his hand. This extremely young object, imbued with the power of heavenly thunder, is also about to give out. The formation is missing just one last talisman. He spotted an opening and threw the last piece of yellow paper with all his might toward the intended spot. But in the instant he was distracted, the thickest black tentacle broke through the light shield's defense and wrapped around his ankle like a ghost. An extremely cold and chilling power instantly penetrated his body. Lin Zhou felt half of his body instantly lose sensation, as if his blood was about to freeze. The defense formed by the true energy of yi would collapse instantly. Bang! The golden light on the jujube wood struck by lightning was completely extinguished, and the entire piece of wood shattered into several pieces with a crack and fell to the ground. Having lost its only barrier, the endless yin energy surged towards Lin Zhou like a flood that had found an outlet. Countless cold tentacles enveloped him, greedily sucking away the pure life force within his body. Lin Zhou's consciousness began to blur, the scene before his eyes became distorted, and his life force was rapidly draining away. He could even feel his soul being pulled out of his body. It's over. Ultimately, they underestimated this ferocious creature created by heaven and earth. Boom! Just as his consciousness was about to sink completely into the abyss of darkness, the ancestral jade pendant that had been hanging on his chest and kept warm by his body temperature suddenly became scalding hot. The burning sensation instantly spread throughout his body, abruptly pulling him back from his slumber. He lowered his head with difficulty. The ancient jade pendant was now radiating an unprecedentedly brilliant red light, within which seemed to be the shadow of a dragon coiling. On the surface of the jade pendant, cracks are spreading rapidly. Buzz! The yin meridian, I seemed to sense this terrifying power as well, letting out a terrified shriek. The baleful aura surrounding Lin Zhou tightened abruptly, as if it were making a final stand. Snap! A crisp, shattering sound rang out. The ancestral jade pendant that had accompanied Lin Zhou for 20 years and unlocked his Shennong inheritance shattered at this moment. Instead of turning into dust, it burst forth with an indescribable, intense red light the instant it shattered. This red light, like a small sun, carried an aura of majesty, vastness, and supreme strength, instantly illuminating the entire basement as bright as day. All the malevolent tentacles wrapped around Lin Zhou were instantly evaporated and purified like wisps of smoke before they could even scream under the red light. The red light formed a huge circular shield, firmly protecting Lin Zhou in the center, and then suddenly spread outwards. Boom! A terrifying energy shockwave swept out. The entire villa shook violently. The yin vein eye in the basement let out an extremely shrill scream. The liquid evil energy was forcibly cut away by more than half by the red light, and the remaining part also withered and quickly shrank back into the depths of the ground, never daring to show its face again. After completing all this, the red light exhausted its energy and quickly receded, leaving a faint red dragon-shaped mark on Lin Zhou's chest before disappearing. The moment Lin Zhou was protected by the red light, he was also violently thrown backward by the huge shockwave. His body flew out of the basement stairwell like a tattered sack and crashed heavily onto the floor of the first-floor lobby. Puff! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 21 Rebirth from Desperate Circumstances, Shennong's Heart Sutra. I don't know how much time has passed. On the edge of the darkness of consciousness, a sharp pain, like a piercing ice pick, stabbed in fiercely, pulling Lin Zhou back to reality from endless despair. He slowly opened his eyes. The first thing you see is the unfamiliar ceiling of the villa's first-floor lobby, and the air is filled with dust and a faint smell of blood. Cough, cough, cough. He tried to sit up, but an excruciating pain instantly shot through his limbs, as if all the bones in his body had been torn apart and then haphazardly put back together. Every breath he took affected his internal organs, causing him excruciating pain that made his vision blur. He remembered being violently thrown away by that terrifying energy shockwave, and then completely losing consciousness. He's not dead? Lin Zhou gave a bitter smile. He felt that his current state was almost as bad as being dead. He painstakingly examined his body, finding his meridians empty, his Yi-Wood true qi completely depleted, and even a few wisps of cold, malevolent energy remaining, like a bone-deep infection, making him feel cold all over. The ancestral jade pendant that had been with him for 20 years had disappeared from his chest, leaving only a piece of cold fabric. It broke. An indescribable sense of loss and sadness welled up in my heart. That was not only the key to unlocking his Shennong legacy, but also the only memento his grandmother left him. In order to save itself, it ultimately, just as Lin Zhou was feeling agitated, his mind suddenly jolted. The ancient Shennong's classic of Materia Medica that was originally floating in his sea of consciousness has now disappeared. Instead, a brand new book radiating a soft golden light appeared, with 4 ancient seal characters on the cover that read Shennong's Heart Method. This is... Lin Zhou was greatly shocked. After the jade pendant shattered, the inheritance actually evolved? He endured the excruciating pain in his body and immersed his mind in the gleaming golden book, Shennong's Heart Method. Information flooded my mind like a tidal wave. This is no longer just an encyclopedia that records knowledge of herbs and prescriptions, but a truly systematic cultivation method. The Shennong Heart Method is specifically used for cultivating the Yi-Wood true qi, and it is divided into 12 levels. The first level of the cultivation method involves guiding qi into the body and refining the meridians, ensuring the continuous generation of Yi-Wood true qi and healing the body. Upon reaching a minor level of mastery, the spiritual eye can observe the flow of qi, and the Yi-Wood true qi can nurture the growth of ordinary plants. The second level of the mental cultivation technique involves transforming true qi into liquid and condensing spiritual consciousness. The 12th level of the mental cultivation method, the realm of Shennong, where words become law and a single thought can transform the ocean into mulberry fields. Lin Zhou's heart started pounding. Before, he was like a child guarding a mountain of gold, but only knowing how to dig with his hands. Although his Yi-Wood true qi was strong, it was all based on instinct. It was used up little by little and recovered slowly. When facing an existence of the level of Yin Meridian Eye, he was completely vulnerable. Now, this book, Shennong's Heart Method, has given him a complete map, a clear path to the summit. As long as he continues to cultivate step by step, his strength will undergo a tremendous change. The 3 abilities, Spiritual Eye, True Qi of Yi-Wood, and Memory of Shennong, will continuously transform as the cultivation level increases. This is a brand new beginning. The immense joy instantly overwhelmed the physical pain and the sorrow of the shattered jade pendant. Lin Zhou understood that the jade pendant had not disappeared, but rather that it had used all its essence to pave this path to heaven for him. We absolutely cannot waste it. He dared not slacken in the slightest and struggled to sit up cross-legged. This action made him break out in a cold sweat from the pain, but he just gritted his teeth and immediately closed his eyes. Following the method recorded in the first level of the Shennong Heart Method, he began to try to circulate the almost non-existent energy in his body. Concentrate, guard your mind, and draw upon the spirit of the wood element of heaven and earth. He abandoned all distracting thoughts, and his mind and body seemed to transform into a seedling rooted in the world, greedily sensing and absorbing the vitality around him. Although the Yin Vein Eye in the basement was severely damaged, the foundation of this villa is still a vast Insha land. However, Yin cannot produce life, and Yang cannot grow. In this extremely Yin place of death, there is a trace of the purest, most suppressed life energy. Previously, Lin Zhou could not sense it, but now, under the guidance of the Shennong Heart Method, the wisp of wood spirit energy, which was even finer than a hair, began to be slowly drawn into his body. The moment the airflow enters the meridians, it's as if a long-parched riverbed has received its first drop of sweet rain. Although the process was slow and difficult, a new, vibrant, and warm current began to flow gently through his damaged meridians. This newly generated wood chi seems to be purer and more resilient than before. Wherever the true energy passed, the burning pain was gradually soothed, and the cold limbs gradually regained their temperature. Efficient. Lin Zhou was overjoyed and became even more focused on his cultivation. Outside the villa, next to that red BMW Z4, Wang Hao, Qianwen, and Li Ming were as restless as ants on a hot pan. No, I can't wait any longer. Wang Hao glanced at the time on his phone. A full 40 minutes had passed since Lin Zhou went in. He suddenly pulled open the trunk, rummaged through it, and pulled out a gleaming metal baseball bat, gripping it tightly in his hand. Fatty, what are you doing with that thing? Are you going to crack open the ghost's head inside? Li Ming was also anxious, but he couldn't help but complain when he saw Wang Hao's actions. It's better than going in empty-handed. Wang Hao's chubby face was contorted with tension and fear. It's been almost an hour. Something must have happened to Lao Lin. We have to rush in and save him now. Qianwen adjusted his glasses, his eyes flickering uncertainly behind the lenses. He was a rational person, but reason told him that if a normal person went into such a place and was nowhere to be found for 40 minutes, their chances of survival were rapidly decreasing. Old Lin told us not to go in before he went in, Qianwen said, his voice a little hoarse. That's fucking bullshit. Wang Hao cursed, his eyes red. That's our brother. Are we just going to watch him die in there? I don't care if you guys go or not. I'm going in today. We're all in this together. As he spoke, he picked up his baseball bat and prepared to rush toward the villa gate. Wait. Li Ming grabbed him, his expression more serious than ever before. We'll go together. I'll go first. He pulled a heavy-duty wrench from the car. Qianwen looked at his two brothers, who were already completely engrossed in their own thoughts, and sighed heavily. He knew that saying anything now would be pointless. He silently changed the emergency call interface on his phone screen to the police call interface, and then picked up half a brick from the ground. Let's go. 3 peculiarly styled exorcists, one wielding a baseball bat, another a large wrench, and the third clutching half a brick, walked step by step toward the dark behemoth that had swallowed their brothers, their faces etched with the tragic grandeur of the wind howls and the river is cold. Damn it. Today we'll show this bastard the power of unity in our Jiangxing University dormitories. Wang Hao gripped his baseball bat, encouraging himself. The 3 of them worked together and slammed into the tightly closed villa door. Chapter 22 Brothers stormed the haunted house with sticks. Bang! With a loud crash, the heavy solid wood door of the villa was forcefully smashed open from the outside, sending splinters of wood flying everywhere. 3 figures, carrying a tragic and heroic air reminiscent of the wind howls and the river is cold, filed in. Wang Hao, who was in the lead, gripped a shiny metal baseball bat tightly in his hand. His chubby face was flushed red with tension, and his eyes were filled with a crazy, reckless glint in his eyes. Following closely behind was Li Ming, who was carrying a large wrench used for repairing cars. His bulging muscles were taut under his t-shirt, and he was in a fighting stance. At the very back, even the usually refined Qianwen was clutching half a brick he had picked up, his gaze behind his glasses rapidly scanning the dimly lit hall, his face resolute. However, the terrifying scene of ghosts and rivers of blood that I had imagined did not appear. In the empty hall, only one person sat cross-legged on the cold floor. The man's clothes were tattered and covered with dust and dried dark red bloodstains. His hair was disheveled. His face was as pale as paper, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely wretched. Yet this pitiful-looking person was standing ramrod straight, eyes closed, breathing steadily, and seemed to be surrounded by an indescribable peace. Hearing the loud crash of the door being slammed, Lin Zhou slowly opened his eyes. The operation of the first level of the Shennong heart method had already repaired most of his injuries. Although he was still weak, he could move around without much difficulty. The newly generated wood true chi flowed slowly through his meridians like a warm stream, dispelling the last bit of cold. He looked up at the 3 brothers at the door, each wielding a divine weapon and dressed like members of the beggar's sex expedition team. He was taken aback at first, then felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but smile. Did you guys come as a group to collect my body? You've got quite a full set of equipment. This sarcastic remark instantly snapped the tension that had been building up around Wang Hao and his 2 companions. You big idiot. Wang Hao was the first to react, his eyes instantly turning red. He threw down the baseball bat and rushed over in 3 strides. Old Lin, you're not dead, you bastard. You scared me to death. He grabbed Lin Zhou's arm, looked him up and down, and when he saw the blood and grime covering him, his voice trembled with tears. What happened to you? How did you get hurt like this? Brother Zhou, how are you? Li Meng and Qian also gathered around, their faces filled with lingering fear and concern. Li Meng wanted to help him up, but was afraid of touching his wound, so his hand hovered in midair, at a loss. Qian Wenze squatted down, adjusted his glasses, and carefully observed Lin Zhou's face and the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. His brows furrowed. Lin Zhou, something is very wrong with you. You must go to the hospital immediately. I'm fine. Lin Zhou patted Wang Hao's arm, signaling him not to get agitated. I just accidentally fell down the stairs. It looks scary, but it's just a few superficial injuries. This explanation is clearly unconvincing. Can you fall down the stairs and end up covered in blood like you've just been in a battle? Took a fall. You're kidding me. Wang Hao didn't believe it at all. He pointed at Lin Zhou's tattered clothes and said, Look at the state you're in. Come on, let's go to the hospital right now. You need a full checkup. Yes, we have to go. Li Meng chimed in, reaching out to help Lin Zhou. I'm really fine. Lin Zhou held his hand, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Besides, I've already found a solution to this house. If I leave now, all my efforts will be in vain. He knew he couldn't explain the Shennong Heart Sutra and the Eye of Yin Meridians to his brothers, so he could only reassure them in the most direct way. He stood up, and although his movements were still a little slow, he was already steady. He moved his hands and feet, and apart from some muscle soreness, the severe pain in his internal organs and the feeling of blockage in his meridians had disappeared. Seeing that Lin Zhou could actually stand up, Wang Hao and the other two's expressions softened slightly, but their worries remained. Brother Zhou, don't push yourself too hard. Li Meng was still worried. Lin Zhou smiled, feeling a warm glow in his heart. He knew that these brothers truly considered him family. All right, if you're still worried, he said. Seeing that he couldn't persuade these 3 stubborn mules, he had no choice but to back down. Then you can wait for me in this hall. I'll go down to the basement again, and I'll be done in no more than 10 minutes. Going back to the basement, Wang Hao's voice rose another 8 octaves. You were just thrown up from there, weren't you? Going back to your death. This time is different. Lin Zhou's eyes became brighter than ever before. Before it hit me, now it's my turn. His words exuded a powerful confidence, which startled Wang Hao and the other 2. They looked at Lin Zhou in front of them. Although he looked disheveled, the aura he exuded was completely different from what it had been a few hours ago. The 3 exchanged a glance, and each saw helplessness and a hint of wavering in the other's eyes. Then you have to be careful. Wang Hao finally relented. He gritted his teeth and picked up the baseball bat from the ground again. We'll stay here. If anything happens to you, just shout, and we'll rush down and fight that bastard. Yes, shout if something's wrong. Li Meng also gripped the wrench in his hand tightly. Qian Wen didn't say anything, but silently placed the half-brick in the most convenient spot. Rest assured. Lin Zhou nodded heavily and said no more. He turned around and walked without hesitation toward the entrance to the darker basement. This time, his steps were no longer heavy, but rather carried the composure and certainty of a hunter returning to the hunting grounds. In the hall, 3 tense gazes followed his solitary figure as they disappeared into the unfathomable darkness. Chapter 23 Shennong's Heart Sutra shows its power for the first time, refining the Yin Meridians. The entrance to the basement, like the mouth of a silent behemoth, lay quietly in the darkness. Standing at the top of the stairs, Lin Zhou could clearly feel the chilling aura that had once made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although it was still strong, it had lost some of its violent aggression and gained a hint of fear. Like a vicious dog that has been severely beaten, it is tucking its tail between its legs and whimpering softly in its den. Old Lin, really? Really we don't need to go down? Wang Hao's palms were sweaty as he gripped the baseball bat. He peered into the darkness and felt a chill creep up his spine. Don't worry. Lin Zhou turned around and gave them a reassuring look. Without further hesitation, he stepped down the stairs. This time, he did not bring any external items. The lightning struck what was shattered, and the talismans were all used up. His greatest reliance was the newly opened Shennong Heart method. In his mind, and the new, though weak, vital energy of Wood in his body. The scene in the basement was completely different from what it had been like before he fell into a coma. The central eye of veins shrank by more than half. The originally churning liquid evil energy became calm, and the blurry humanoid outline at the center of the vortex disappeared. It's like a punctured balloon, severely weakened. The moment Lin Zhou stepped in, the malevolent aura suddenly contracted inward, conveying a clear sense of fear and hostility. It still remembered this human, and the terrifying red light that almost completely evaporated it. Lin Zhou ignored its emotions and walked straight to a spot 3 meters away from the meridian eye, where he sat down cross-legged. This distance is just right. It can clearly feel the pure energy emanating from the meridians, but it will not immediately arouse an excessive reaction. With his eyes closed, Lin Zhou immediately began circulating the Wood true qi within his body, following the method of the first level of the Shennong heart method. This time, it was no longer the brutal confrontation of before. The core of Shennong's heart method lies not in destruction, but in life. Yin alone cannot produce life, and Yang alone cannot grow. All things in heaven and earth exist in balance. This meridian eye is an extremely Yin entity, while his Wood true qi is the purest and most Yang source of life. He had previously tried to use pure Yang to annihilate pure Yin, but the result was that both sides suffered heavy losses. Now, what he needs to do is guide, transform, and establish a new balance. He carefully separated a wisp of Wood true qi, thinner than a hair, and like a tentative tentacle, slowly probed towards the dark meridian qi. Buzz! Almost instantly upon contact, the meridian eye trembled violently, as if it had been subjected to a tremendous provocation. A chilling intent surged forth once more, but compared to the devastating mental storm of the past, this attack was more like a cat with its first standing on end bluffing. Lin Zhou remained calm and unmoved. He used the Shennong heart method to protect his heart meridian, allowing that wisp of Wood true qi to be enveloped and eroded layer by meridian qi. It was icy cold, bone-chilling, as if it wanted to completely assimilate and devour his last vestige of life. Lin Zhou gritted his teeth, enduring the chill originating from his soul. Instead of withdrawing his true energy, he deliberately dispersed his true energy defense, allowing the wisps of Yin energy to begin to seep in the opposite direction. This is an extremely dangerous move. If one is not careful, Yin energy will enter the body, which can destroy the meridians at best and freeze the soul at worst, turning one into a mindless living dead. But fortune favors the bold. The Yin-Yang Qi refining method recorded in the Shennong heart method is essentially a shortcut that involves dancing on the edge of a knife, drawing Yin into Yang, refining the body with evil, and turning death into life. This is Shennong. Lin Zhou silently recited the incantation, immersing his entire mind in the changes of that wisp of true energy. The wisp of emerald green Wood true qi, after being enveloped by Yin Sha qi, was not assimilated. Instead, like a sponge thrown into water, it began to slowly and steadily absorb the outermost strands of Yin qi. 1 strand, 2 strands. As the Yin energy merged in, the wisp of emerald green true energy began to deepen in color, as if a faint ink color had been incorporated into the jade. But instead of becoming cold, it became more condensed, and the vitality it contained seemed to grow stronger as a result. It's done. Lin Zhou was overjoyed. He succeeded. He found a way to coexist with this Yin meridian eye and even use it for cultivation. Without further hesitation, he began to increase the output of his Wood true qi. Strands of emerald green true qi, like roots probing into water, carefully took root around the Yin meridian eye, establishing a delicate cycle. The Yin meridian eye provides pure Yin qi, which is then refined by the Wood true qi and transformed into nourishment for its own growth. During this process, the Yang nature of the Wood true qi subtly neutralizes the violent qi of the Yin meridians. This is a mutually beneficial and symbiotic process. The Yin meridian eye seemed to sense that this change was beneficial to it. Gradually, it stopped resisting and even actively dispersed a wisp of Yin energy, allowing Lin Zhou's true energy to absorb it. An eerie silence fell over the basement. First floor lobby. Wang Hao, Li Ming, and Xianwen stood around the basement entrance, craning their necks like three penguins waiting to be fed. Time passed by, minute by minute. 10 minutes have passed. Wang Hao glanced at his phone, his voice hoarse. Why isn't there any sound at all? Could something else have happened? Li Ming's knuckles turned white as he gripped the wrench. Xianwen adjusted his glasses, listened intently for a while, then frowned. Something's not right. It's too quiet. And don't you guys feel like it's not as cold anymore? His reminder made Wang Hao and Li Ming realize what was going on. Yes, standing in this hall before, the chilly wind made me shiver. But now, although it is still cold, the biting chill has dissipated without us even realizing it. Could it be that Lao Lin succeeded? A glimmer of hope appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. Just then, buzz! The entire villa suddenly trembled slightly. An invisible wave of air spread out from the entrance to the basement, causing the three people's clothes to flutter. The air current wasn't strong, but it carried an indescribable vitality and coolness, like a breeze blowing in your face during the sweltering heat of midsummer, making every pore on your body feel relaxed. Holy crap! What's going on? Wang Hao was so startled, he almost jumped up. Li Ming and Xianwen also looked surprised and uncertain. Before they could react, a slightly tired voice came from the stairwell. All right, all done. The three of them turned around abruptly and saw Lin Zhou supporting himself against the wall, walking step by step out of the darkness. His face was still pale, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, making him look like he had run a marathon and was exhausted. But his eyes were incredibly bright, as if they contained the brilliance of stars. Old Lin, Brother Zhou. The three rushed forward and grabbed him from both sides. How are you? Are you hurt? Wang Hao asked anxiously. It's nothing. I'm just a little exhausted. Lin Zhou waved his hand, and with his brother's help, he plopped down on the living room sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the refining process was perilous and exhausted him completely, the rewards were unimaginable. He could clearly feel that the total amount of the Yi Wood true Qi in his body had not increased much after being tempered by the Yin Sha Qi, but its purity and toughness were several times stronger than before. With the help of the Yin Meridian Eye, he gained a basic understanding of the first level of the Shennong heart method in just 1 hour. More importantly, this most haunted house in Jiangcheng will no longer be a threat from now on. It became Lin Zhou's exclusive cultivation ground. It's all done? Wang Hao looked at Lin Zhou, still unable to believe it. You mean, this house isn't haunted anymore? We can't say there's no ghost, Lin Zhou smiled, then put it in a way they could understand. It's more accurate to say that it has chosen a master. From now on, this place is very safe, even safer than our dormitory. Wang Hao, Li Ming, and Xianwen looked at each other, all seeing a deep sense of shock in each other's eyes. Although they didn't understand anything about the Yin Meridian Eye or the Shennong heart method, they could personally feel the changes in the villa. That chilling stillness and coldness had truly vanished. In its place was a refreshing tranquility, like that after a fresh rain in an empty mountain. Looking at their brother, who was disheveled but had bright eyes, they felt a little unfamiliar with him for a moment. Is this still the same Lin Zhou who usually jokes around with his roommates and worries about living expenses? From discovering a 50-year-old wild ginseng, to immediately identifying the root cause of old Master Su's illness. And now, subduing the most haunted house in Jiangcheng that even feng shui masters couldn't solve with their bare hands. How many secrets is this brother hiding? All right, stop looking at me like that. Lin Zhou felt a little uncomfortable under their gazes and waved his hand. Anyway, the housing problem is solved. From today onwards, this is my new home. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the night was still deep, but in the distance, the horizon was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. A new day is about to begin. Within a week, find a place that meets all of Yi Wanqing's demanding requirements. He did it. Moreover, not a single penny of that million was used. Lin Zhou's lips involuntarily curled upwards. Yi Wanqing, our bet is only just beginning. Chapter 24. Two beauties confront each other downstairs. Lin Zhou becomes the sandwich. After a whole night of running around, I got back to the dorm when it was already dawn. The first thing Lin Zhou did was rush into the bathroom and take a long, hot shower. The warm water washed over my body, cleansing away the blood and fatigue. The reflection in the mirror showed a pale face, but the eyes no longer looked as weak as they had last night. Instead, they shone with a certain brilliance. After changing into clean clothes, Lin Zhou felt as if he had come back to life. Old Lin, you're really something. You single-handedly took care of that haunted house. Wang Hao was still excited about last night's events. He circled Lin Zhou twice, marveling at him. In my eyes now, you're like a celestial master descended to earth. All right, stop joking. Lin Zhou laughed and punched him lightly. Fatty, we'll need you to find a reliable housekeeping company to thoroughly clean the villa inside and out. No problem at all. Wang Hao patted his chest loudly. Leave it to me. I guarantee I'll make it as nice as a 5-star hotel for you. By the way, I'll go to my dad's company to get that free accommodation agreement in a bit. I'll get it all sorted out for you. Thanks, brother. Lin Zhou patted him on the shoulder, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Wang Hao grinned. Why are you being so polite with me? Brother Zhou, you've just recovered, so just rest in your dorm, Li Meng said. We'll go with Fatty. More people means more things will be easier. Qianwen pushed up his glasses and agreed. Yes, you need to rest now. Lin Zhou didn't refuse. He did need time to process what he had learned last night. After watching his 3 good brothers leave the dormitory in a great hurry, Lin Zhou locked the door behind him. The entire space fell silent instantly. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and let his mind wander. The golden book, Shennong's heart method, floated silently, every word on it crystal clear. Following the method of the first level, he began to guide the newly generated Yiwood true qi within his body to circulate in his meridians. This training session felt completely different from the previous ones. If the previous Yiwood true qi was like water without a source, it would diminish with each use, relying entirely on the body's instincts to slowly recover. Now, as the mental cultivation technique is activated, the faint wood elemental energy in the world is being actively drawn in, flowing into his meridians through his breath and merging with his own true energy. Although the process was slow, the feeling of continuous growth and expansion brought Lin Zhou immense peace of mind. He was completely immersed in this wonderful state, forgetting the passage of time. Ring, ring. He didn't know how much time had passed when a sudden ringing of his cell phone startled him from his meditation. Lin Zhou slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, opened his eyes, and felt much better. He picked up his phone, and the words Yi Wanqing appeared on the screen. He swiped to answer the call. It's been 3 days. How's the house search going? Yi Wanqing's voice on the other end of the phone was as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. Found it, Lin Zhou said calmly. Jinghu Villa, Building A 3-story detached house with complete security, which perfectly meets your requirements. Silence fell instantly on the other end of the phone. A moment later, Yi Wanqing's voice rang out again, but this time, her cold tone was laced with barely suppressed anger. Lin Zhou, are you playing me? Or do you think I'm easy to fool? Who in Jiangxing doesn't know that Building A of Jinghu Villa is a notorious haunted house? You're planning to make me and the child live in that kind of hellhole. I think we should just void our previous agreement. Don't be in such a hurry. Lin Zhou's face showed a helpless smile. He had expected this reaction. Seeing is believing. Why don't you go and take a look first, and then make a decision? His tone was so calm that it surprised Yi Wanqing on the other end of the phone. She remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her options. Fine. She uttered a single word coldly. I'll give you one last chance. I'll be downstairs at your dorm right now, and we'll go together. If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. After he finished speaking, the phone was hung up with a beep. Lin Zhou looked at the blacked-out screen and shook his head. This young lady's temper really can flare up at any moment. Ring, ring. He was just about to get up and go downstairs when his phone rang again at an inopportune moment. Upon picking it up, I saw that it was Su Xiaoya this time. Lin Zhou quickly answered the phone. Sister Xiaoya, what's wrong? Su Xiaoya's cheerful voice came through the phone, as gentle as a spring breeze. It's nothing serious. Auntie just made some soup again, and I brought it over to you. It's already downstairs at your dorm. Come down and get it. Oh, okay. I'll go down right away. Lin Zhou hung up the phone, feeling utterly overwhelmed. How did these two end up together? He didn't dare to delay, grabbed his coat, and ran downstairs as fast as he could. As soon as I ran downstairs, I spotted that familiar figure. Su Xiaoya wore a well-tailored black dress that accentuated her graceful figure. She stood there quietly, carrying an exquisite thermos in her hand. The sunlight shone on her, making her look exceptionally gentle and beautiful. Seeing Lin Zhou run over, Su Xiaoya smiled gently and handed him the thermos. You look much better today than yesterday. It seems my soup did help. Thank you so much, Sister Xiaoya. You really don't need to go to so much trouble in the future. Lin Zhou took the thermos, which was still warm to the touch. Once I finish what I'm doing these next 2 days, I'll go to the farm to help you solve the white lover problem. Okay. Su Xiaoya smiled, her eyes crinkling. You're my chief technical advisor. The farm will depend on you from now on. As the two were talking, the roar of an engine came from afar. A black Audi A6 smoothly pulled up beside the two of them. The car door opened, and a long, slender, fair leg stepped out first, followed by Yi Wanqing's aloof and stunningly beautiful face. Today she wore a light blue dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, exuding an elegant and refined air, like a fairy untouched by worldly concerns. But when her gaze fell on Su Xiaoya, who was chatting and laughing with Lin Zhou, her beautiful eyes instantly turned frosty. Her expression darkened further when she saw the thermos Lin Zhou was carrying. The atmosphere froze instantly. Yi Wanqing walked over, her high heels clicking crisply on the ground, each step sounding like a tap on one's heartbeat. She didn't look at Su Xiaoya. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Zhou, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Lin Zhou, you're such a busy person. Chapter 25, A Battleground. A war sparked by a bowl of chicken soup. The air seemed to freeze the moment Yi Wanqing finished speaking. The words, busy person, were said with a smile, but to Lin Zhou, they were colder than ice shards in winter. He stood between the two women, with a thermos handed to him by Su Xiaoya on his left, and Yi Wanqing's Audi A6 gleaming coldly on his right. He felt like a piece of ham sandwiched between 2 slices of bread, the kind that was about to be burnt. Su Xiaoya was very astute and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Her smile remained unchanged, but her gaze shifted from Lin Zhou to this uninvited guest. The girl in front of me was unbelievably beautiful. She wore a light blue dress that made her skin look like snow, and she had a cool and aloof demeanor. She was the kind of person who could attract everyone's attention when she walked down the street. But those beautiful eyes were now filled with a scrutinizing and hostile gaze that kept people at a distance. And who is this? Su Xiaoya looked at Lin Zhou, her voice still gentle, but with a hint of inquiry. Lin Zhou felt a chill run down his spine, but he forced himself to introduce them. This is Yi Wanqing, my classmate. This is Su Xiaoya, the owner of Su's farm, and my business partner. Partners. Yi Wanqing repeated the 4 words, a very faint smile curving her lips, as if she had heard a joke. Her gaze fell on Su Xiaoya, from her well-tailored long dress to her mature and charming face, and finally settled on the thermos in Lin Zhou's hand. Master Su's care for his partners is truly meticulous. He even personally delivered soup to their door. Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear, carrying an undisguised sarcasm. The smell of gunpowder was so strong it was pungent. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he knew he was in trouble. Su Xiaoya wasn't angry. She simply smiled elegantly, a smile that seemed to diffuse any sharpness. Lin Zhou is our farm's future chief technical advisor. His health is crucial to the success of one of our important projects, so of course I have to be concerned. But this student Yi, why are you in such a hurry to see Lin Zhou? Is there something important? In short, it's about using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. He not only highlighted Lin Zhou's importance, but also threw the question back at Yi Wanqing, taking the initiative to inquire about her purpose. The two women, one an iceberg, the other a spring breeze, met in midair. A silent, electric spark ignited a tension that made Lin Zhou, caught in the middle, feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. We have some private matters to discuss. Yi Wanqing's tone was even colder. She completely ignored Su Xiaoya and fixed her gaze on Lin Zhou again. Lin Zhou, it seems you're ready. Let's go see the house now. She was issuing an order to leave, and also asserting her sovereignty. After saying that, she glanced at the thermos in Lin Zhou's hand again. Since Consultant Lin has a heartwarming lunch from Farm Master Su, there's probably no need for us to waste any more time. Let's go. These words were practically a slap in the face to Su Xiaoya. Lin Zhou frowned. He could tolerate Yi Wanqing's sarcastic remarks, but her targeting of Su Xiaoya was going too far. Just as he was about to say something, Su Xiaoya laughed first. She said to Lin Zhou understandingly, "Since you have other important matters to attend to, I won't disturb you any longer." She didn't look at Yuan Xing, but instead gave Lin Zhou a deep look, her eyes filled with curiosity, concern, and a hint of barely perceptible amusement. "Remember to drink the soup while it's hot. It'll help you recover. Don't rush things at the farm. You can take care of yours first." After saying that, she turned around, calmly opened the car door, got into her car, started the engine, and then drove away gracefully from the scene with a steady engine sound. From beginning to end, he did not lose his composure in the slightest. But the more nonchalant she seemed, the more petty Yuan Xing's earlier aggressiveness appeared. Watching Su Xiaoya's car disappear around the corner, Lin Zhou felt a strange sense of relief, but also a pang of guilt. "Get in the car." Yuan Xing's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Zhou glanced at the thermos in his hand, turned around without a word, and quickly ran back to the dormitory building. He placed the thermos with the dormitory supervisor and asked her to watch it for him before going downstairs again and opening the passenger door of the Audi. The moment the car door closed, it felt as if two worlds were separated. The air inside the car was even colder than the basement of Jinghu Villa. Yuan Xing started the car without saying a word or showing any expression, and the Audi A6 drove smoothly out of the campus. They remained silent the entire way. In the oppressive silence, Lin Zhou could even hear his own heartbeat. Yuan Xing finally spoke only after the car entered the main road, her voice devoid of any warmth. "Lin Zhou, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. You just cured old Master Su by chance. How did you become the chief technical consultant? When did you acquire such abilities?" Her question went straight to the heart of the matter. Lin Zhou turned to look out the window, where the city street scene rushed past. He didn't look at Yuan Xing, but calmly replied, "Sister Xiaoya is my employer now. As for my abilities, you'll gradually find out in the future." "Employer?" Yuan Xing sneered. "I can tell your relationship is more than just ordinary. Lin Zhou, let me remind you, don't forget our bet, and don't forget who you are now. Before I truly approve of you, keep your messy thoughts to yourself and don't cause any trouble that might affect my plans." Her words were like needles, pricking Lin Zhou's pride. A surge of anger suddenly rose from the depths of Lin Zhou's heart. He turned his head sharply, looked directly into Yuan Xing's cold eyes, and said, word by word, "My private affairs are none of your business. What you need to do now is go and see if the house I found for you suits your taste. As for my affairs, I will handle them. You don't need to worry about them." His gaze was no longer evasive and humble as before, but rather showed an unprecedented strength. Yuan Xing's grip on the steering wheel tightened unconsciously. She felt a pang of panic under Lin Zhou's gaze. For the first time, the feeling of complete control she had been in crumbling. This man seems to have really changed. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything more, but pressed the accelerator harder. The car accelerated silently, speeding towards the legendary haunted house in Jiangqing. Chapter 26: The Most Haunted House in Jiangqing. The goddess's jaw dropped. 20 minutes later, the car gradually slowed down and finally came to a smooth stop in front of a villa. Jinghu Villa, Building A. Yuan Xing unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out of the car immediately. She looked up and froze. Where is there even a trace of the legendary haunted house in front of me? The yard, which should have been overgrown with weeds, is now neatly maintained, with the lawn trimmed and a new ring of colorful petunias planted around the edge. The stone path leading to the gate was washed clean, and the bushes on both sides were trimmed in a neat and orderly manner. The afternoon sun shone warmly, casting dappled shadows on the ground through the lush foliage, and you could even hear a few clear bird songs. It's quiet, elegant, and full of life here. If she hadn't remembered the address so clearly, she would have thought Lin Zhou had gone to the wrong place. This was a completely different world from the eerie, terrifying, and resentful house in Jiangqing that she had heard about, a place even stray dogs dared not approach. Lin Zhou felt a surge of secret pleasure as he looked at the undisguised shock on her face, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Yuan Xing snapped out of her daze, quickly concealing the strange expression on her face and reverting to her cold demeanor. She turned her head and gave a cold snort. "It's just a facade. Do you think I don't know how many people have died here? This kind of superficiality won't fool me." Although she said that, Her heart was in turmoil. This is definitely not something that can be achieved with simple cleaning. The legendary bone-chilling coldness was nowhere to be felt. Instead, there was a refreshing tranquility. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Come in and take a look first. Lin Zhou smiled and didn't argue with her. He opened the car door, got out, and walked towards the gate. Watching his confident back, Yi Wanqing's doubts deepened. She hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and got out of the car. Lin Zhou paused for a moment as he walked up to the brand-new, dark red solid wood door. Looking at the obviously newly replaced door, he remembered that Wang Hao and the others had smashed the old door to save him last night. I don't think I have a key. This is a bit awkward. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call Wang Hao, the door in front of him suddenly opened from the inside with a click. Bang! 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 3 figures suddenly rushed out of the door, holding celebratory confetti cannons, and sprayed Lin Zhou with colorful sequins and ribbons. Lin Zhou was covered in confetti and sparklers. Old Lin, surprise. Wang Hao, Qianwen, and Li Ming laughed like 3 children. However, their laughter stopped abruptly when they saw Yi Wanqing behind Lin Zhou. The expressions on the 3 faces instantly shifted from ecstasy to astonishment, and then to something strange. Wang Hao winked and nudged Lin Zhou, lowering his voice as he nudged him with his elbow. Wow, Lao Lin. It's only been a morning, and you've already brought our campus belle, Yi, along. Looks like you're really eager to move in together. Yeah, Brother Zhou, that speed is amazing. Li Ming chimed in with a sheepish grin. Qianwen adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping between the 2 men behind the lenses, and said with a straight face, things are developing well. It's worth encouraging. Get lost, Lin Zhou said irritably, brushing the ribbons off his head. How's the house renovation going? And how did you know I'd be here at this time? Don't you trust me to handle things? Wang Hao patted his chest proudly. I've had the best housekeeping company clean every nook and cranny, inside and out. I even had the security cameras installed at the latest version. I knew you wouldn't stay in your dorm any longer and would come over to check on things as soon as you were rested. So the 3 of us brothers have been waiting here, ready to give you a surprise. But guess what? The surprise you've given us is even bigger. As he spoke, he gestured towards Yi Wanqing with his lip, his face burning with gossip. All right, fatty, let's not disturb the young couple getting used to their new environment, Qianwen said at the right moment, interrupting Wang Hao's rambling. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Hao nodded quickly and understandingly, his face full of smiles. We won't be third wheels here. Old Lin, I've left the key and that free accommodation agreement on the coffee table in the living room. Just remember to sign it. We'll leave now. You 2 can chat all you want, he. After saying that, the 3 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and prepared to make their escape. As they passed by Yi Wanqing, Wang Hao and his friends instinctively wanted to greet her, but when they met her icy, deadly gaze, they shrank back, swallowed their words, and slipped away even faster. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Zhou and Yi Wanqing remained in the courtyard. Lin Zhou stood at the door, looked at the beautiful woman beside him who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, but whose aura had dropped to freezing point, and gestured for her to enter. All right, can we come in and see our new home now? Yi Wanqing's cool gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds, but she didn't say anything. She strode in with her long legs. The moment she stepped into the villa's hall, she stopped again. If the changes in the courtyard shocked her, then the scene inside completely overturned her understanding. The spacious and bright hall, with its huge floor-to-ceiling windows, lets in the afternoon sunlight without reservation, bathing the entire space in a warm golden hue. The floor was so shiny it reflected a mirror, the off-white leather sofa, the spotless coffee table, and even the decorative green plants in the corner all looked vibrant. There was no trace of coldness or decay in the air. Instead, it was filled with a fresh scent of sunshine mixed with lemon-scented cleaning agents. This place is like a showroom in a home decor magazine, warm, bright, and comfortable. Where is there even a trace of a haunted house? Yi Wanqing didn't believe in superstition. She started walking and explored the entire villa, inside and out. She went to see the bedroom on the 2nd floor, the study on the 3rd floor, and even the entrance to the legendary, most sinister basement. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. The entire villa evokes a feeling of tranquility. That tranquility wasn't deathly stillness, but a peace that made you feel relaxed and comfortable from the bottom of your heart. Your heart. Standing here, even breathing feels much easier. She even had an absurd feeling that this place made her feel more comfortable than the upscale apartment she was currently living in. How is this possible? This is Building A of Jinghu Villa. It is that inauspicious place that has claimed several lives, and which even feng shui masters have declared beyond the help of gods and ghosts. She went around in circles and finally returned to the hall. Lin Zhou stood calmly in the center of the living room, looking at her with a faint smile on his face. Yuan walked up to him and stopped. She raised her head, and her eyes, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, were now filled with extremely complex emotions: shock, doubt, confusion, and a hint of wavering that she herself did not realize. She stared at Lin Zhou. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to begin. In the end, all the emotions were condensed into a question trembling in my voice. How did you do that? Chapter 27, The Goddesses, 3 Rules. How did you do that? Yi Wanqing's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes, which had always been like cold pools, finally rippled with intense emotion. Her shocked and speechless expression gave Lin Zhou an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Looking at this high and mighty woman before him, he experienced for the first time the feeling of control in her presence. Lin Zhou didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly walked to the sofa, sat down, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then spoke unhurriedly. My family has a tattered book about feng shui passed down from my ancestors. I used to read it as just a story, but I never expected it to actually be of some use. He spoke casually, as if he had only done something insignificant. The problem here was simply that the yin energy was gathering and couldn't be channeled. I used some minor tricks to regulate the energy, and naturally, everything was fine. These are just minor skills, nothing to brag about. This half-true, half-false explanation was a pre-prepared statement. Feng shui secrets? Yi Wanqing frowned slightly, her eyes filled with suspicion. As someone who has received a modern higher education, she instinctively disbelieved in such things that were almost supernatural or supernatural. But the dramatic changes to this villa are an undeniable fact. She remained silent for a moment, forcibly suppressing her surprise and doubt, and then asked a question that she was more concerned about. You didn't touch that million, did you? They've arrived. Lin Zhou had already guessed that she would ask this question. A knowing smile appeared on his face. Without answering, he simply got up, walked to the coffee table, picked up a document from it, and handed it over. See for yourself. I wouldn't dare break our agreement. Yi Wanqing took the document with suspicion and looked down at it. On the cover, the words free residence and use agreement are clearly and prominently displayed. She quickly flipped through the document. The terms were simple and clear. Party A was Wang Hao's father, Wang Tianlong's company, and Party B was Lin Zhou. The agreement stipulated that Party A would provide Party B with Villa A of Jinghu Mountain Villa free of charge for a period of 3 years. At the very bottom is Wang Tianlong's flamboyant signature and the bright red company seal. Yi Wanqing's fingers tightened unconsciously as she gripped the contract. She had imagined countless possibilities. Lin Zhou might have gotten incredibly lucky and rented a house at a low price, or he might have borrowed money from someone, or he might even have used that million yuan as a down payment. But what she never expected was that Lin Zhou could get the owner of this valuable villa to give him the house to live in for free. This can no longer be explained by the word luck. This man always seemed to be able to create miracles in places she thought were impossible. She slowly closed the contract, raised her head, and re-examined Lin Zhou in front of her. This place is not bad. After a long while, she finally uttered a few words, which could be considered as her acknowledgement of Lin Zhou's work. I am very satisfied. I will move my things over tomorrow. A huge weight was finally lifted from Lin Zhou's shoulders. However, Yi Wanqing's next words made his heart jump again. However, before we officially begin, I need to establish 3 rules with you. Her tone returned to its usual coldness and domineering, as if the woman who had just lost her composure was merely Lin Zhou's illusion. Lin Zhou made a please go on gesture, thinking to himself, the main event is about to begin. First, this villa has 3 floors. The second and third floors are my private space. You cannot step into them without my permission. Second, during the cohabitation period, you will be responsible for all the housework, including cooking and cleaning. You will also be responsible for all the daily expenses. Third, I don't want anyone other than your 3 roommates to know that we're living together. You have to promise that this matter will not become a big deal at school and affect my life." Yi Wanqing finished speaking in one breath, her cool gaze fixed on Lin Zhou, awaiting his reply. Each condition was delivered with an unquestionable, commanding tone. After hearing this, Lin Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He thought there would be even more outrageous demands, but they turned out to be just what he expected. He nodded, "I agree to everything." Yi Wanqing was somewhat surprised to see him agree so readily. However, Lin Zhou changed the subject, a slightly amused smile appearing on his face. "I also have a small question." "Explain. What about the cleanliness upstairs?" Lin Zhou shrugged. "I can't just wait for your permission before I can go up and clean, can I? That's too inconvenient." Yi Wanqing seemed taken aback by the question, then said coldly, "You don't need to worry about the cleanliness upstairs. I'll take care of it myself." "All right then." Lin Zhou shrugged. "Also," Yi Wanqing added, as if remembering something, "if there are no other problems, I'll go back and pack my things now. I hope you can replace all the furniture here with new ones before I move in. I don't want to use things that other people have used." "Okay, I'll give you one more day. I'll move in first thing the day after tomorrow." "Times of day? Replace all the furniture? This is a considerable expense." Lin Zhou quickly asked, "Can I use that 1 million? "Whatever you want," Yi Wanqing replied nonchalantly. "But I'm reminding you that starting the day after tomorrow, you will be responsible for all expenses related to me and the child in my belly. Prenatal checkups, nutrition, future education, these are not small sums. If you can't afford them, I will cancel our agreement at any time." After saying that, she didn't give Lin Zhou any more chance to speak. She took a set of spare keys for the villa from the coffee table, turned around, and left. Her high heels clicked crisply and decisively on the floor. Lin Zhou looked at her slender and aloof figure, touched his nose helplessly, but still called out to her back, "Don't worry. I will definitely take full responsibility for you and the child." Yi Wanqing walked straight out of the villa without pausing, as if she hadn't heard anything. In the empty hall, only Lin Zhou remained. The helplessness on his face gradually faded, replaced by an irrepressible smile. He did it. He not only subdued the haunted house, but more importantly, he subdued Yi Wanqing's proud heart and realized the crazy plan of cohabitation. Starting the day after tomorrow, they will be living under the same roof. Lin Zhou's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He turned and strode out of the villa, preparing to return to school to properly plan his upcoming spending and earning strategies. But as soon as he stepped out of the yard, he was dumbfounded. Not far away on the road, a black Audi A6 drew a smooth arc, accelerated away without hesitation, and quickly became a small black, disappearing at the end of the road. An afternoon breeze blew by, swirling up a few fallen leaves. Only Lin Zhou remained at the courtyard gate, bewildered in the wind. He scratched his head, both amused and exasperated, and muttered to himself in frustration as he stared at the empty street. "Damn, you can't figure out what women are thinking. You just left me here all alone like that." Chapter 28. Blocked at the door by a beautiful woman. A test from someone in the industry. Boom. Just then, a deep engine sound came from afar. A black Toyota SUV, with its rugged build, like a lurking beast, stopped precisely in front of the villa. The car door opened, and a long, slender leg stepped out first, wearing a pair of exquisite black high heels. Immediately afterwards, a young woman wearing a purple halter-neck dress stepped out of the car. The color of the dress is very selective, but it looked exceptionally noble and mysterious on her. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her skin was as white as snow, and her features were so exquisite that they looked like they had been painted. Especially her eyes, which were deep and lively, as if they could see right through people's hearts. Lin Zhou was stunned when he saw this woman. This was none other than Qinya, the one who had tried to snatch the lightning-struck jujube wood from him at the antique market stalls. How did she end up here? Qinya closed the car door, her gaze immediately fixed on Lin Zhou, a faint smile playing on her lips. She walked over with elegant steps, her high heels clicking on the ground with a crisp sound, each step like stepping on one's heartbeat. "What are you doing here?" Lin Zhou asked instinctively, his heart filled with wariness. The timing of this woman's appearance was too perfect. "Why can't I be here?" Qinya stopped in front of him, a faint fragrance wafting into her nose. She looked Lin Zhou up and down, then glanced at the villa behind him, her eyes full of admiration. You're quite capable. You managed to purify the evil energy of this most haunted house in Jiangqing. It seems I underestimated you last time. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat. In energy? Purification? She knew it all along. His mind raced, but his face showed a blank expression. What energy? What purification? What are you talking about, beautiful lady? I don't understand a word you're saying. Pack. Qinya chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes seemingly able to see through everything. You still have traces of your struggle against the energy. Although they are faint, I can smell them. Ordinary people don't have this ability. You are definitely one of our insiders. Someone in the industry? Lin Zhou's heart was stirred with considerable emotion, but his face remained that of a simple and honest man. Miss, are you mistaken? I'm just an ordinary college student. Seeing Lin Zhou still pretending to be stupid, Qinya wasn't angry. Instead, she found it somewhat amusing. I mean no harm. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qinya from Longhu Mountain. She paused, then added, I'm the 36th generation anonymous successor. I'm quite knowledgeable about feng shui and metaphysics, but I finally met a like-minded person like you, so I'd like to make your acquaintance. Longhu Mountain. These 3 words struck Lin Zhou like a thunderclap. That's the ancestral temple of Taoism, which has a history of thousands of years. He never expected that a piece of jujube would struck by lightning would lead him into this legendary circle. This world is indeed not as simple as it seems on the surface. He looked at Qinya's face, which was full of sincerity, and she didn't seem to be lying. I'd be quite interested in making friends with a beauty like you. Lin Zhou chuckled, dropping his honest and unassuming expression and revealing a hint of amusement. My name is Lin Zhou, from the College of Agriculture at Jiangqing University. As for your talk of feng shui and metaphysics, I've only read a few tattered books left by my grandfather and know a little bit about it. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. His half-truthful words saved face for the other party without revealing all his secrets. That's not necessarily true. Qinya smiled with satisfaction. All she wanted was a channel for communication. Being able to handle a haunted house like Building A of Jinghu Villa is not something that can be done with just a little knowledge. She turned her gaze away and looked at the villa that appeared exceptionally quiet in the sunlight, her eyes filled with curiosity. Now that we're friends, can I go in and take a look? I want to see for myself how you turn the rotten into the magical. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment. The most crucial secret of the villa, the Eye of Meridians, has been initially refined by him, forming a symbiotic relationship with himself, and outsiders cannot see any clues about it. Letting her in to take a look wouldn't hurt. It would be a good opportunity to glean some insider information from this professional. Of course. Lin Zhou gestured for him to come, his attitude generous. I couldn't possibly invite someone as accomplished as you to grace us with your presence. The two walked into the villa, one after the other. As soon as Qinya stepped into the hall, she stopped in her tracks. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her face showed a mixture of ecstasy and shock. A moment later, she opened her eyes and stared intently at Lin Zhou. How did you do that? Lin Zhou shrugged and pointed to the empty center of the living room. I just used a little trick to calm things down here. It was mostly just good luck. Qinya clearly didn't believe this perfunctory explanation, but she didn't press for details. Instead, she paced around the hall carefully, observing the situation. Her way of observing was unique. Instead of looking with her eyes, she would occasionally extend her slender hand and gently brush it across the air and the walls, as if she were sensing something. Where is the entrance to the basement? She suddenly asked. Lin Zhou's heart stirred, and he pointed to the inconspicuous door in the corner. Qinya walked straight over and pushed the door open without hesitation. Lin Zhou followed behind her and went downstairs. When the entire basement was revealed, even though Qinya was mentally prepared, she was still taken aback by the sight before her. In the basement, although the physical form of the Eye of Meridians had disappeared, the transformed, pure, and enormous energy field still existed. In the air, yin and yang, life and death, two completely opposite energies, have reached a delicate balance, forming a unique cycle. To the average person, this is just a basement with fresh air. But for someone like Qinya, who is in the know, this place is practically a sacred place for cultivation. You actually transform the yin energy here into spiritual energy that can nourish all things? Qin Ye's voice trembled, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Zhou was beyond shock. It was the look of someone looking at a monster. She walked quickly to the center of the basement, squatted down, and touched the ground with her hand. You can still feel a trace of pure energy slowly flowing through the floor tiles there. This is simply defying the power of nature. I've only ever seen theoretical records of this kind of technique in the oldest books of Longhu Mountain. I never imagined that someone could actually do it. Lin Zhou felt secretly pleased to see her flustered appearance, but he remained humble on the surface. Maybe I was just lucky. He scratched his head and pointed to the few charred pieces of wood broken in the corner. It's mainly thanks to that piece of jujube wood that you saw last time, struck by lightning. I put it here, and then it got into a fight with some kind of energy here, and after that, it turned into what it is now. I don't really know the specific details. It was probably just a lucky break. Did a blind cat stumble upon a dead mouse? Qinya almost choked. Can such an incredible method be explained away as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? That's ridiculous. She knew Lin Zhou wasn't telling the truth, but everyone has their own secrets, so she didn't press him further. She stood up and wandered around the basement again, the shock on her face lingering for a long time. Finally, she gave Lin Zhou a deep look, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Zhou, I've decided to be your friend. After saying that, she seemed to realize that the longer she stayed there, the greater the impact would be, so she turned around and prepared to leave. I have something to do. I'll go now. I'll contact you another day. Lin Zhou nodded and followed behind her, preparing to see her out. The two walked up the stairs one after the other. Just as Qinya's foot was about to step onto the last step, her body suddenly swayed. She let out a suppressed moan, her face turning ashen instantly, and fine beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on her forehead. What's wrong with you? Lin Zhou noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward. It's okay. Qinya bit her lip, trying to stand up, but her vision went black, her body went limp, and she fell backward uncontrollably. Lin Zhou reacted quickly, rushing forward and catching her by the waist, gently pulling her into his arms as she was about to fall. Holding a piece of warm, soft jade, my nose is filled with her unique fragrance. But Lin Zhou had no mind to feel any of this at the moment, because he clearly sensed that an extremely cold aura was emanating from Qinya's body. Chapter 29: The Beauty in His Arms, a mysterious and incurable illness. This woman has a serious health problem. Lin Zhou didn't dare to delay, and with a quick movement, he lifted Qinya into his arms. Her body was very light, like a weightless feather, yet at this moment it felt like a block of ice, its chills seeping into his embrace through her thin dress. He took 2 steps at a time, quickly crossed the hall, and gently placed Qinya on the sofa in the living room. Qinya lay on the sofa with her eyes closed, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. The color of her originally rosy lips was visibly fading, turning pale. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, causing a few strands of her hair to stick to her cheeks, adding to her pitiful and fragile appearance. The situation is worse than we thought. Lin Zhou's eyes narrowed, and he activated Spiritual Eye without hesitation. A flash of golden light passed through his eyes, and Qinya's body instantly became transparent in his sight. He could clearly see a wisp of black energy, thinner than a strand of hair, swirling around Qinya's heart meridian. The black aura seemed to possess a life of its own, like a lurking venomous snake, constantly devouring Qinya's vitality and injecting streams of chilling energy into her limbs and bones. Mysterious in-death qi. Information about Shennong's memories flashed through Lin Zhou's mind. This is an extremely rare innate evil energy, which usually only appears in babies born in extremely yin places and at extremely yin times. Those afflicted by this malevolent energy are as if they are cursed, suffering from poor health and illness from childhood. In adulthood, the energy will flare up periodically, each attack causing excruciating pain and significantly weakening their vitality. Without an extraordinary stroke of luck, one will not live past 30. This is troublesome. With his current cultivation level of the first layer of the Shennong heart method, although the Yi-Wood true qi in his body is pure, the quantity is too small. It is like a drop in the ocean to eradicate the Xian Yin death qi that has penetrated deep into his bones. Just as he was pondering a solution, Qinya's breathing became even weaker, and her body even began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Looking at her pained yet beautiful face, Lin Zhou gritted his teeth. If it can't be cured completely, let's suppress it first. Regardless of whether it would expose him, he couldn't just stand by and watch a living person, especially a beautiful woman he had just met, get into trouble in front of him. He took a deep breath, sat down on the sofa, and extended his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers together, gently touching Qinya's smooth forehead. I'm sorry. Lin Zhou silently recited a phrase in his mind, and then began to circulate the Shennong heart method, which had just been restored within his body. A wisp of emerald green Ewood true qi, like a warm stream, flowed slowly from his fingertips into Qinya's brow. As soon as the true energy entered her body, the domineering Xian death energy within Qinya's body immediately surged like a ferocious beast whose territory had been invaded, transforming into a cold torrent that counterattacked against Lin Zhou's Ewood true energy. Lin Zhou groaned, feeling a sharp, needle-like pain in his fingertips and a chill creeping up his arm. He dared not be careless and immediately increased the output of his true energy. The warm wood true qi and the cold death qi engaged in a silent tug-of-war within Qinya's meridians. Ewood true qi represents vitality and purification, while Xian death qi represents death and erosion. The violent collision of two completely opposite energies made Qinya's already pale face even more unsightly. Time passed by minute. Lin Zhou's forehead began to sweat, and soon his back was completely soaked with sweat. This Xian death qi was even more stubborn than he had imagined. Every time he purified a trace of his Ewood true qi, it consumed several times the amount of energy. It felt like trying to extinguish a pile of oil-soaked charcoal with a small basin of water, extremely difficult. But he did not give up and persevered through gritted teeth. Finally, just as Lin Zhou's Ewood true qi was about to run out, the restless Xian death qi in Qinya's body also seemed to have exhausted its strength and gradually calmed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Zhou manipulated the last wisp of Ewood true qi and carefully constructed a thin seal around the Black Death aura, temporarily trapping it. After doing all this, he abruptly withdrew his fingers, as if all his strength had been drained, and leaned heavily against the back of the sofa, panting heavily. He activated his spiritual eye again and saw that although the wisp of black energy in Qinya's body was still there, it had been enveloped by a faint green light and had become well-behaved, no longer devouring her life force. Lin Zhou finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and Qinya's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were initially somewhat confused, but then quickly regained their clarity. When she found herself lying on the sofa in the villa, with Lin Zhou sitting next to her, pale and panting, she sat up abruptly and instinctively tugged at her skirt. What did you do to me?" Her voice carried a hint of wariness and embarrassment, her eyes sharply fixed on Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was so tired that he didn't even want to talk. Hearing this classic question, he raised his eyelids with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Big sister, you just fainted, so I did a good deed like Lei Feng and carried you here to rest. If I really wanted to do something to you, would you still be questioning me with such a strong voice?" Qinya was taken aback, and then she remembered what had just happened. At the very last moment before she stepped onto the stairs, that damned old ailment suddenly flared up, and the excruciating pain that felt like her soul was being frozen over instantly overwhelmed her. And then she knew nothing more. Thinking about her attitude just now, Qinya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." "Thank you. I'm fine." Lin Zhou waved his hand weakly. "How are you feeling now?" "Much better," Qinya replied, downplaying the problem. "It's just an old ailment. A little rest will fix it." "Old problem?" Lin Zhou glanced at her. "Your old problem is quite serious. You should be more careful in the future. If you faint outside and run into bad people, it won't be good." His words were meant to be caring, but Qinya heard them as a hint of teasing. Qinya rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. This man, he had just saved someone and was already acting all unserious. She stood up, straightened her skirt, and regained her previous noble and elegant demeanor. "I'm so sorry to have bothered you for so long today. I'll be going now, and I'll contact you again when I have time. No way. Lin Zhou struggled to his feet as soon as he heard she was leaving. I'm leaving too. Beautiful lady, can I hitch a ride? Seeing Lin Zhou's pitiful, yet somewhat roguish expression, Qinya burst out laughing, instantly dispelling the awkward atmosphere from before. Of course. She nodded with a smile. The two left the villa one after the other. Lin Zhou sat in the passenger seat of the black Toyota SUV, and a unique magnolia scent instantly enveloped him. The scent was better than any perfume, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. Seeing his blissful expression, Qinya chuckled and said, All right, stop being so smug. Where are we going? Hee. Lin Zhou came back to his senses and scratched his head. If it's on your way, could you please drop me off at Jiangxing University? Qinya nodded, didn't ask any more questions, started the car, and the high-performance SUV smoothly drove away from Jinghu Villa. 20 minutes later, a black Toyota SUV pulled up in front of the male dormitory building at Jiangxing University. Thanks. Lin Zhou unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and got out of the car. You're welcome. Qinya looked at him. You should also get some rest. You look terrible. Okay. Lin Zhou waved to her and turned to walk into the dormitory building. Qinya sat in the car and did not leave immediately. She watched Lin Zhou's figure disappear into the stairwell, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly once again. She slowly closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and carefully examined her body. Soon, she discovered an aura near her heart that did not belong to her. That was an extremely pure true energy, full of boundless vitality. It was this true energy that, like a sturdy dam, firmly suppressed and enveloped that wisp of violent Xian death energy. Qinya's heart was in turmoil. She came from Lunghu Mountain, and although she was only an unofficial disciple, her vision was far beyond that of ordinary people. She knew very well that it required an extraordinary level of cultivation and control to transfer such pure true energy into her body, without her noticing, and to precisely suppress the Xian death qi. This is definitely not something that can be done by someone who only has a superficial understanding. He was using the most authentic internal energy of the Xianmin sect, and its quality was so high that it was even purer than some of the elders she had seen in the sect. A farm student in his early 20s? Do you know a little bit about it? Did a blind cat stumble upon a dead mouse? That's all nonsense. Qinya opened her eyes and looked at the dormitory building again, her deep eyes flashing with a complex and unfathomable light. Lin Zhou, who exactly are you? Chapter 30 Dying Under the Peony Blossom? Brothers, I'm really not a player. Lin Zhou dragged his tired body and pushed open the dormitory door. With a creak, the door opened a crack, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. In the dormitory, 3 intense gazes, like 3 searchlights, were fixed on him. Wang Hao, Qian Wan, and Li Ming sat side by side in chairs, adopting a posture of conducting a joint trial, staring intently at him. Lin Zhou paused, subconsciously touching his face. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? He asked, somewhat suspiciously. Wang Hao didn't speak, but simply nodded with his chin towards the window, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Old Lin, whose was that black Toyota SUV downstairs just now? It doesn't look like Yi Xiaohua's Audi. You're something else, hooking up with another one so quickly. Lin Zhou was speechless for a moment, then rolled his eyes at him irritably. What's going on in your head all day? It's just a friend giving me a ride home. A friend. Qianwen pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses scrutinizing. When did you make such a wealthy friend? Driving that kind of car, she's no ordinary person. I bet she's a stunning beauty. Li Ming went even further, clenching his fists so his knuckles cracked, and stood up from his chair, approaching Lin Zhou step by step. Old Lin, hurry up and tell the truth. You're getting more and more dishonest these days. Don't force the brothers to take action against you. Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and you'll be punished severely. Wang Hao chimed in, slamming his hand on the table. If you don't talk now, you won't be sleeping tonight. We'll give you a good massage. Looking at these 3 clowns, Lin Zhou felt both annoyed and amused, and his fatigue lessened considerably. He shook his head helplessly and slumped into the empty chair. All right, I'll tell you. She really is a great beauty. You've seen her before, fatty. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately perked up, pointing to himself with a bewildered expression. I've seen it before? When? I don't remember. Lin Zhou explained. It's the woman in the black dress we ran into on the antique street a few days ago, Qinya. Qinya. Wang Hao muttered the name, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He slapped his thigh. Oh, I remember. She's that stunning beauty who tried to steal the lightning-struck jujube wood from you. Wow, Lao Lin, you're something else. How did you manage to hook up with her in just a few days? You even managed to hitch a ride with her. Come on, share your experience with the brothers. Looking at Wang Hao's lewd and worshipful expression, Lin Zhou really wanted to kick him. I think you're just blinded by lust. He was interested in that haunted house, went to take a look, and happened to run into me. It's that simple. It's not as sordid as you think. An explanation is just a cover-up. Li Ming chuckled, putting his arm around Lin Zhou's shoulder. Old Lin, stop pretending. Once was a coincidence, but this second time is fate. I think that beautiful woman is definitely interested in you. Qianwen nodded seriously and analyzed. Old Lin, you'd better take it easy. Don't lose control when you meet a beautiful woman. First, there was the Ice Queen Yi, then the gentle and mature Xiaoya, and now there's this mysterious beauty in a black dress. Be careful not to die young. Then the three of us will have to chip in to buy you a burial plot. Get lost, Lin Zhou said with a laugh. Wang Hao laughed so hard he almost fell over. You guys don't understand. Old Lin's way is to die under a peony flower, even as a ghost. One will be romantic. His level is much higher than ours. The dormitory was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere, and the three of them laughed so hard they almost lifted the roof off. Lin Zhou was too lazy to argue with them anymore. Anyway, the more he explained, the worse it would get. He let them tease him until the laughter gradually subsided. Then he cleared his throat and got down to business. Hey fatty, can I ask you something? Do you know anyone who sells furniture? Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head. Selling furniture? What's wrong? You want to buy furniture? Lin Zhou sighed and briefly explained Yu Wanqing's request. All the old furniture in the villa needs to be replaced, and it has to be brand new, with both style and quality being excellent. No sooner had he finished speaking than the dormitory erupted in chaos again. Damn, no wonder she's the school beauty. Her standards are so high. Li Ming exclaimed. That villa is so big. Replacing all the furniture must cost hundreds of thousands. Yeah, Lao Lin, with the balance in your card, you'll probably spend more than half of it in no time. Wang Hao said with a serious expression. Qianwen thought for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. Old Lin, I don't think this is that simple. This is another test the school beauty has set for you. Think about it. She asked you to find an apartment, and you found one. Now she's asking you to change your furniture. If the furniture isn't up to par, she'll definitely have another reason to say you're incompetent and won't let you off easily. Lin Zhou was completely exasperated by their words. He glared at the three of them and said, Stop joking with me. Hurry up and think of a solution for me. Wang Hao stroked his chin, pacing back and forth in the dormitory, looking like a cunning strategist. Suddenly, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He stopped and clapped his hands. Got it. Lin Zhou and the other two immediately looked at him. Old Lin, I really can't be of much help with this, Wang Hao chuckled. But there's someone who can definitely help you. Who? Sister Xiaoya. Wang Hao's expression became somewhat ambiguous. Think about it. The Su family farm is such a large enterprise, and the Su family is a prominent family in Jiangxing. Sister Xiaoya must have a wide network of connections. Finding a reliable and affordable furniture supplier would be a piece of cake for her, wouldn't it? Maybe she'll even pay for it all for you in a good mood. That's right. Li Ming also realized. Even a blind person could see what Xiaoya meant to you. Old Lin, this is a great opportunity to deepen your relationship. Qianwen nodded in agreement. Fatty is right this time. You are now the chief technical consultant of Su's farm, so it's perfectly reasonable to ask the boss for a small favor. Moreover, with President Su's shrewdness, she can definitely help you find the most cost-effective solution, which is better than you running around like a headless fly. As Lin Zhou listened to their back-and-forth conversation, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Should I ask Su Xiaoya for help? He couldn't help but recall Su Xiaoya's intellectual and elegant face, and the gentle and caring look in her eyes when she handed him the chicken soup downstairs today. To be honest, he had a very good impression of Su Xiaoya. This woman is decisive and efficient in the business world, but she is also thoughtful and caring in private, which is the complete opposite of Yu Wanqing, who is an iceberg. However, Lin Zhou felt a little guilty about bothering Yuanqing because of her matter. Especially this afternoon, Yuanqing treated Su Xiaoya so rudely in front of him. He didn't want to drag Su Xiaoya into the mess he was in with Yuanqing. I think we should forget it. Lin Zhou shook his head. It would be too much trouble for them. Oh dear, my great Lin. Wang Hao exclaimed anxiously. What's the trouble? You helped the Su family so much, saving old Master Su's life, and now you're helping her solve the strawberry problem. She's more than grateful to you. If she knew you weren't contacting her about this little thing, she'd think you were being distant. Exactly, Li Ming chimed in. Men shouldn't be so indecisive. Besides, you're in a real crisis right now. How can you have time to think about all that? Hurry up and call Sister Xiaoya. Under the relentless pressure from his three brothers, Lin Zhou's resolve began to waver. They're right. We really have no other choice right now. Time was of the essence, and Yuanqing wouldn't give him much time. If things go wrong because of the furniture, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou gritted his teeth and took out his phone. Well, let's try anything, even if it's a long shot. He found Su Xiaoya's number, looked at the three words Sister Xiaoya on the screen, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the dial button. The phone rang twice and was quickly answered. Lin Zhou, Su Xiaoya's gentle voice, tinged with surprise, came through the receiver. What's wrong? Oh, by the way, did you drink the chicken soup I sent today? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou suddenly remembered that the thermos was still with the dormitory supervisor. He had completely forgotten about it, but he still quickly replied, I drank it, Sister Xiaoya. It tasted great. Thank you. No need to thank me. You've helped me so much, a bowl of chicken soup is nothing. Su Xiaoya chuckled. Is there something you need from me? Lin Zhou took a deep breath and said somewhat embarrassedly, Sister Xiaoya, there is something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Chapter 31 Buying Furniture, or Going on a Date. Su Xiaoya's voice on the other end of the phone carried an undisguised smile, as gentle as a feather brushing against the heart. What's wrong? My chief technology advisor, have you run into some trouble that requires your boss's help? Her teasing eased Lin Zhou's tense nerves considerably, and also gave him an outlet for things he had previously found difficult to say. In the dormitory, Wang Hao, Li Ming, and Qianwen instantly fell silent. Their ears perked up like rabbits, and they winked at each other, silently cheering Lin Zhou on. Lin Zhou cleared his throat, trying to make his tone sound normal. Sister Xiaoya, please don't laugh at me. It's like this, I bought a house and need to buy a batch of brand new furniture, which is quite urgent. You have a wide network of connections, so I wanted to ask if you know any reliable and affordable channels for this. He spoke vaguely, and Wang Hao and the other two behind him rolled their eyes and mouthed coward to him. Oh, a house. Su Xiaoya's voice revealed obvious interest. This is great news. How big is the house? Where is it located? Let me see if I can help you with some suggestions. Her questions were direct and specific, entirely out of a desire to help, but Lin Zhou found them incredibly difficult to answer. He can't exactly say, I rented the most haunted house in Jiangcheng and am planning to live with the school beauty. Can he? Just a villa, Lin Zhou said vaguely. The location is a bit out of the way. I mainly wanted some peace and quiet. A villa? Su Xiaoya paused for a moment, then chuckled, her laughter carrying a knowing glimpse of everything. Living alone in a villa is certainly peaceful. It's just that cleaning it can be a bit of a hassle. She didn't press for details about the house, nor did she ask him why he suddenly wanted to live in a villa. This perfectly timed thoughtfulness warmed Lin Zhou's heart. Yes, that's why the furniture issue is quite a headache, Lin Zhou continued, following her lead. What's the big deal? Su Xiaoya said crisply on the other end of the line. The general manager of the largest home furnishing mall in Jiangcheng, Red Star Kailong, on the South 3rd Ring Road, is an old classmate of mine. How about this? Don't go running around on your own. I'll take you there tomorrow morning. Lin Zhou was stunned. He thought Su Xiaoya would at most give him her contact information and let him talk to her himself, but he didn't expect her to accompany him personally. This is too much trouble for you, Sister Xiaoya. Just give me a call, I'll go myself. Lin Zhou quickly declined. Wang Hao in the dormitory was so anxious that he scratched his head and waved his fists wildly at Lin Zhou, wishing he could rush up and agree for him. What trouble? Su Xiaoya's tone left no room for argument. You are my chief technical consultant. It's my job as your boss to help you resolve any worries and let you work with peace of mind. Besides, Buying furniture is a meticulous task. There are many intricacies involved in choosing styles, sizes, and matching designs. You're a grown man. You might get ripped off without even realizing it. She paused, a sly smile playing on her lips. It settled then. I'll pick you up from your dorm at 9 tomorrow morning. Don't you dare stand me up, my dear advisor. After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Zhou to say anything more. Lin Zhou held up his phone, listening to the busy tone coming from it, and was stunned for a long time. Is that all? Moreover, it happened in a way he had never expected. Oh! The dormitory was instantly filled with the howling of wolves, like a tsunami. Wang Hao was the first to pounce on Lin Zhou, punching his shoulder hard. His chubby face was flushed red with excitement. Awesome. Old Lin, you're awesome. Tomorrow morning at 9. A private car to pick you up. Personal accompaniment. Is this furniture shopping? This is a fucking date. It's more than just a date. Li Ming looked at Lin Zhou with admiration. Sister Xiaoya's action and decisiveness. You are the chief technical consultant I invited. I'll help you solve your worries. Listen to that. Listen to that level. She got things done, made it impossible for you to refuse, and it all seemed reasonable. A master. She's definitely a master. Qian pushed up his glasses, his usually calm face filled with amazement. He concluded, Old Lin, you're facing a player of extremely high caliber. Unlike Yu Wanqing, she didn't put pressure on you. Instead, she's subtly demonstrating her abilities and value to you. She's telling you that with her, you won't have to worry about anything. The three lively characters chimed in, analyzing the situation with great insight, making Lin Zhou's face flush. All right, stop making a fuss. We're just trying to help. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. Su Xiaoya's gentle yet powerful image stands in stark contrast to Yi Wanqing's cold and aloof snow-capped mountain. One is like a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain, the other is like an ice storm. He shook his head, trying to shake these complicated thoughts out of his mind, but the more he tried, the clearer the images became. Just helping out. Wang Hao gave him a I don't believe you for a second look. Old Lin, let me remind you, you better perform well tomorrow. A rich and beautiful woman like Sister Xiaoya isn't just a pretty girl like Yi Xiaohua. She can really help you rise to the top. If you seize this opportunity, forget 1,000,000, 100,000,000 will be a small goal in the future. Get lost. Lin Zhou laughed and cursed, pushing them away. Go to sleep. I don't have time for you guys. After making a ruckus for a while, the three of them saw that Lin Zhou was indeed tired, so they stopped teasing him and climbed into their beds. The dormitory quickly quieted down. Lin Zhou lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with his eyes open, but his mind was a jumbled mess. Yi Wanqing, Su Xiaoya, and that mysterious Qinya. In just a few days, 3 completely different women entered his life, each of whom made him feel overwhelmed. Yi Wanqing was a mountain he had to conquer. Because of the unborn child, he had no other choice. Su Xiaoya was like a warm harbor, making him feel comfortable and at ease, but he was also afraid of dragging her into the vortex between himself and Yi Wanqing, which would be unfair to her. As for Qinya, she was like a fog. He couldn't see through her or guess her identity. He only knew that the woman was dangerous and was very likely someone in the same circle as him. Well, Lin Zhou sighed deeply, feeling physically exhausted and even more mentally weary. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and sat up abruptly in bed. Chicken soup. He hurriedly put on his slippers and ran downstairs to the dormitory supervisor's office. The dorm supervisor was dozing off when she saw him come in. She pointed sleepily to the pink thermos on the table and gave him a knowing smile. Young man, is this a gift from your girlfriend? Come pick it up earlier next time, or it won't taste good when it gets cold. Lin Zhou blushed, smiled awkwardly, thanked him, and ran upstairs with the thermos. Back in his dorm room, he unscrewed the lid of the thermos. A rich and delicious aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the air, causing Wang Hao and the other 2, who were already drowsy, to peek out of bed. Wow, it smells so good. Old Lin, that's not fair. You're hiding such good stuff. Lin Zhou ignored them and poured himself a bowl. The soup is golden in color, oily but not greasy, and the chicken inside is stewed until tender. It is also served with red dates and goji berries. He carefully blew on it and took a small sip. A warm current slid down my throat into my stomach, instantly spreading to every part of my body. It wasn't just the warmth of the food. It was more like a comforting force that eased his fatigue and weakness from the whole day. The chicken soup seemed to contain some nourishing medicinal herbs, which would be very beneficial to his overexerted body. At that moment, Lin Zhou's heart was completely melted by this bowl of warm chicken soup. He drank it sip by sip, feeling the comforting warmth that spread from his stomach to his heart. Perhaps Wang Hao and the others are right. To push away and reject a woman like Su Xiaoya would not only seem distant, but also a betrayal. Tomorrow, Lin Zhou looked at the night outside the window, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Whether it was buying furniture or going on a date, he accepted it all. Chapter 32. You're quite the ladies' man. The next day, at 8:30 a.m., Lin Zhou had just changed into a clean t-shirt and jeans, looking refreshed and neat. This was still the most presentable outfit in his wardrobe. Although it was ordinary, it was clean. TSK, clothes make the man. Old Lin, you really do have the potential to be a pretty boy now that you've dressed up like this. Wang Hao leaned against the bed, munching on an apple while looking Lin Zhou up and down, making exaggerated exclamations of admiration. Li Ming was doing push-ups when he heard this. Without even looking up, he muttered, "Brother Zhou, that's called handsome, not pretty boy. Fatty, that's just jealousy. What am I jealous of? I'm just passing on my experience to him." Wang Hao tossed the apple core precisely into the trash can, leaned close to Lin Zhou, and whispered mysteriously, "Old Lin, let me tell you, today is a crucial battle. President Su is personally accompanying us. There aren't many people in Jiangsheng who get this kind of treatment. You have to seize the opportunity, be proactive, be enthusiastic. Dinner and a movie, all in one go, understand?" Qian pushed up his glasses, looked up from his book, and calmly added, "Wang Hao is right, but his approach is wrong. You can't use the same tactics you used to woo a young girl with a woman of President Su's stature. You need to show your value and composure. Being neither humble nor arrogant is the best approach." Lin Zhou was both amused and exasperated by these three clowns, and gave each of them a slap in an annoyed manner. "All right, you guys are all so capable. He was just helping out, and you're making it sound like he's going on a blind date. TCH, you think a simple favor would warrant a private car picking you up? Old Lin, don't fool yourself." Wang Hao curled his lip. "Anyway, I'm telling you this. If you mess up today, don't expect to get my coke when you get back." Lin Zhou was too lazy to argue with them anymore. He checked the time and realized it was about time. "I'm leaving." He picked up his phone and waved. "Go, Zhou, go. Old Lin, take her down." Behind him came the howling cheers of his brothers. Lin Zhou stumbled, quickened his pace, and rushed downstairs as if fleeing. Downstairs in the dormitory building, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was quietly parked under the shade of a tree. The car windows slowly rolled down, revealing Su Xiaoya's exquisite face, a face that could make any man's heart race. She wasn't wearing a business suit today, but rather a beige casual dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She looked less sharp and assertive, and more like a gentle girl next door. "Good morning, my chief advisor." She winked at Lin Zhou, a beautiful smile playing on her lips. "Good morning, Sister Xiaoya." Lin Zhou opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making him feel a little uncomfortable. "Have you been waiting long?" "No, I just arrived too." Su Xiaoya skillfully started the car and smoothly merged into the traffic. The car drove smoothly on the road, and the morning sunlight shone through the car windows, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. While driving, Su Xiaoya casually asked, "By the way, Lin Zhou, you were living comfortably in the dorm. Why did you suddenly want to move out? You don't seem like the pampered rich kid type. So how come you just bought a villa?" "Well, that villa has a rather unusual history. The owner is Wang Hao's father, and he's not staying there right now, so he lent it to me." Lin Zhou explained, half jokingly. "I mainly wanted to find a quiet place so I could study some, well, professional stuff. This reason is reasonable. After all, Su Xiaoya has witnessed his abilities firsthand and knows that he needs some private space." "I see." Su Xiaoya nodded, indicating her understanding. Her slender, white fingers, gripping the steering wheel, tapped it casually. As if she had thought of something, a slight smile appeared on her lips. She turned her head to look at Lin Zhou, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Such a big villa. Do you live alone?" Or do you share it with others? They've arrived. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this was the question Su Xiaoye really wanted to ask. This issue is far more pointed than the origin of the villa. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Should he lie and say he lived alone? Or? Looking into Su Xiaoye's clear, bright eyes, Lin Zhou felt that any lie seemed so pale in comparison. Moreover, he really didn't want to lie to this person who had genuinely helped him. After a moment of silence, he nodded with difficulty. We'll be sharing a room. Those 3 simple words instantly created a subtle shift in the atmosphere inside the car. Su Xiaoye's smile seemed to fade a little, but she didn't show any unusual expression. She just continued in that relaxed tone, as if she were talking about some trivial gossip. Oh, living together, she said softly, turning her gaze back to the road ahead and focusing on driving. It's not that female classmate I saw yesterday morning, is it? Boom. Lin Zhou felt his mind go completely blank. He never expected that Su Xiaoye could guess so accurately. Her intuition was frighteningly sharp. He opened his mouth, wanting to deny it, wanting to explain, but looking at Su Xiaoye's calm profile, all the words stuck in his throat. He knew that any explanation now would only make things worse. Finally, he gave up struggling, and like a deflated balloon, he slowly nodded again. This time, the air inside the car seemed to freeze. Su Xiaoye's hand gripping the steering wheel tightened almost imperceptibly. The smile on her face vanished completely, replaced by an inscrutable calm, a calm that seemed to suppress something. A good 10 seconds passed, which felt like an eternity. Just when Lin Zhou thought she wouldn't speak again, Su Xiaoye suddenly smiled again. This time, however, her smile was not as bright and warm as before. It carried a hint of aloofness and politeness. Not bad, she said softly, her voice devoid of emotion. I think your female classmate is quite pretty, and you two are a good match. You're really lucky with the ladies. These words sounded like a compliment, but Lin Zhou sensed an indescribable feeling in them, which made him feel uneasy. He wanted to explain, to tell her that his relationship with Yuan was not what she thought. It was a transaction, a gamble, filled with helplessness and coercion. But how could he possibly say these words? If she said it out loud, Su Xiaoye would only think that she was showing off or making excuses for her philandering. In the end, all explanations amounted to a powerless sigh. He could only silently nod, just like he had done before, as if to acquiesce. This nod brought the conversation to a complete end. Su Xiaoye didn't look at him again, nor did she speak. She just drove silently, her delicate jawline forming a cold, slender curve. The car fell completely silent. All that remained was the faint hum of the engine and the sound of the wind whistling past the window. The warm and harmonious atmosphere from just moments ago has now become awkward and oppressive. Lin Zhou sat in the passenger seat, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He would rather fight the eye of meridians again than face this invisible battlefield. He secretly glanced at Su Xiaoye beside him. She was focused on the road ahead, her profile as perfect as an ice sculpture, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Lin Zhou's heart sank little by little. He knew he had messed up. Chapter 33 CEO Su's Hot Best Friend. Half an hour later, a magnificent modern building appeared before us, with the 4 characters Red Star Kailong shining brightly in the sunlight on the huge sign. The car smoothly drove into the underground parking lot. We've arrived. Su Xiaoye's voice was soft and emotionless as she unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Lin Zhou quickly followed. The two walked side by side into the mall, and a scent of wood, leather, and fragrance wafted towards them. The spacious and bright lobby, the dazzling array of high-end furniture, and the courteous sales staff all highlight the upscale nature of this place. Hello, Mr. Su. President Su, you've arrived. From the moment they stepped into the mall, all the staff they encountered along the way stopped and respectfully greeted Su Xiaoye. Su Xiaoye simply smiled and nodded in response, her composure and aura completely different from her silence in the car. Lin Zhou followed beside her, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He realized once again that there was an invisible chasm between him and Su Xiaoye. Su Xiaoye did not linger on the first floor, but led him directly to the second floor and headed straight for a room with a sign that read General Manager's Office. She didn't even knock. She just pushed the door open and went in. Lin Zhou hesitated for a moment, then followed him inside. The office is quite spacious and tastefully decorated, with elegant solid-wood desks, several modern paintings on the walls, and a faint aroma of coffee in the air. A young woman was sitting behind her desk when she heard the door open and looked up. Lin Zhou's gaze was instantly drawn to this woman. She wore a well-tailored black business suit that perfectly accentuated her incredibly hot figure. The white silk shirt was slightly open at the collar, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone. Her neat, shoulder-length short hair, paired with her bright and beautiful face, gives her a unique charm that blends mature allure with capable and dashing style. Upon seeing Su Xiaoya, the beautiful woman's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. She stood up from her chair and quickly walked over in her high heels. "Beautiful Su, what brings you here today?" Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness as she hooked her arm around Su Xiaoya's. "It's been more than half a year, and I've asked you out several times, but you always said you were busy. I thought you'd forgotten about your best friend." "How could I forget you, Han Qingxue? I can't forget anyone else." Su Xiaoya laughed, the coldness she felt in the car earlier instantly melting away. "I'm really busy. There's a ton of stuff going on at the farm. I'm overwhelmed." The beautiful woman called Han Qingxue smiled, then turned her gaze to Lin Zhou behind Su Xiaoya, looking him up and down with great interest. "Hey Xiaoya, who's this handsome guy? He looks unfamiliar." She winked at Su Xiaoya, her tone ambiguous. "Is he your boyfriend?" "Boyfriend? I was wondering why you came here. You just wanted to show off in front of this single dog. What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Xiaoya blushed slightly, gave her a reproachful look, and shook off her arm. "This is Lin Zhou, the chief technical consultant my farm has just hired. He wants to furnish the villa, so I brought him over to take a look." She then turned to Lin Zhou and introduced him. "Lin Zhou, this beautiful lady is my old classmate, Han Qingxue, who is also the general manager here." Lin Zhou felt a little uncomfortable under Han Qingxue's intense gaze. After Su Xiaoya finished introducing him, he quickly and politely greeted her. "Hello, President Han." "Oh, don't call me President Han, it's too formal." Han Qingxue smiled and waved her hand, walking straight to Lin Zhou, a strong fragrance of perfume wafting towards him. She was half a head shorter than Lin Zhou, looking up at him with a bright smile. "Just call me Sister Qingxue. Looking at you, with your delicate skin, you're probably still a student, aren't you?" Lin Zhou was surprised that she was so accurate, and nodded honestly. "Yes, I am a student at the College of Agriculture of Jiangxing University." "Really a student?" A flash of surprise crossed Han Qingxue's eyes, then her smile deepened. She reached out and gently poked Lin Zhou's chest with her finger, teasingly saying, "You're quite something, kid. You haven't even graduated yet, and you've already become an advisor to the Su family farm. You're quite capable." She turned to look at Su Xiaoya, her eyes full of mockery. "Xiaoya, you're something else, aren't you? You're like a rabbit that only eats the grass near its burrow, not even sparing the little brother. Confess honestly, when did you do it? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Su Xiaoya was both angry and amused. She stepped forward and pulled Han Qingxue away. "Let's get down to business. I don't have time to chat with you like this." All right, my great Xiao Su has spoken. How dare I disobey?" Han Qingxue raised her hands in surrender, laughing heartily. She pulled Su Xiaoya to sit down on the guest sofa, and then called to Lin Zhou, "Handsome boy, don't stand, sit down." After Lin Zhou sat down, Han Qingxue took out a tablet computer from under the coffee table and handed it to Lin Zhou. "Come on, all the latest styles from Red Star Kailong are in here. Pick whatever you like. Tell me which one you like, and I'll give you a huge discount." She spoke boldly, but her eyes kept darting back and forth between Lin Zhou and Su Xiaoya, her gossip practically overflowing. Lin Zhou took the tablet and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Han Qingxue's antics, the awkward atmosphere in the car finally dissipated completely. He composed himself and began to carefully look through the furniture catalog on the tablet. He pictured Yi Wanqing's aloof and proud demeanor. That kind of woman probably doesn't prefer a luxurious or elaborate style. It should be simple, elegant, and high quality, but not too ordinary. He turned the pages one by one, while Su Xiaoya and Han Qingxue chatted quietly beside him, occasionally letting out a soft laugh. Lin Zhou's attention was quickly drawn to a set of modern Chinese-style solid-wood furniture. This furniture set is made primarily of light walnut wood, with smooth and simple lines and no excessive carvings. Only some open-work cloud patterns are used as embellishments in the details. The sofa is a beige fabric sofa, paired with several ink painting-style cushions. The whole series looks both elegant and modern, calm, composed, and understated yet exuding a scholarly air. Lin Zhou felt that this set of furniture should be very much in line with Yuanqing's aesthetic. He pointed to the picture of the furniture set and said to Han Qingxue, "Sister Qingxue, let's take this set." Han Qingxue leaned over for a look, and Su Xiaoya also curiously peered over. "Wow, you have good taste." Han Qingxue raised an eyebrow. "This is our main designer collection this year, the Yunqi series. We use the best materials and workmanship. Not many people buy it, but everyone who does is a true connoisseur of good taste." After she finished speaking, she swiped her finger a few times on the tablet to bring up the price page, and then turned the tablet towards Lin Zhou. "However, this price isn't cheap. The original price for the entire set, including the living room, dining room, master bedroom, and second bedroom, is 318,000. Since you're someone Xiaoya brought, I'll give you an employee discount, rounding it down to 230,000. Han Qingxue looked at Lin Zhou with a smile and added, "This is the lowest price I can offer. Any lower, and I'll have to pay out of my own pocket." Chapter 34. As long as you swing the hoe well, there's no corner you can't dig down. 230,000. Upon hearing this number, the weight that had been hanging over Lin Zhou's heart quietly lifted. The price was within his expectations, and even slightly lower. He nodded without hesitation. "Okay, Sister Qingxue, then I'll take this set." Han Qingxue and Su Xiaoya were both somewhat surprised by the decisive attitude. Han Qingxue blinked her captivating peach blossom eyes, her smile deepening. "Oh, I didn't realize you were such a tycoon, young man. Good for you. I like guys like you. I'll have someone prepare the goods for you right now. Where is your villa? Give me the address so I can arrange for delivery and installation." Lin Zhou casually gave the address. Jinghu Villa, Building A. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the office changed instantly. Han Qingxue's smile froze, and even Su Xiaoya, who was holding a water glass with an elegant posture, trembled almost imperceptibly, causing ripples to spread in the water glass. "Where did you say?" Han Qingxue blurted out, her voice rising an octave. "Jinghu Villa? Or Building A?" Su Xiaoya also turned her head sharply, her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes full of anxiety and worry. "Lin Zhou, the villa you're planning to stay in is Building A of Jinghu Villa? Don't you know that's a notorious haunted house in Jiangxing?" "Yeah, handsome young man." Han Qingxue also dropped her teasing tone, her expression becoming more serious than ever before. "That place is really creepy. It's had 7 or 8 owners in the past, and none of them had a good ending. They either went bankrupt, went crazy, or even died there. You're so young. Don't be so foolish as to live in a place like that. I advise you to find another place right away." Seeing the two of them react as if they were facing a formidable enemy, Lin Zhou found it rather amusing. He smiled and calmly reassured her. "Sister Xiaoya, Sister Qingxue, thank you for your concern. But don't worry, I've already purified that place using some special methods. You'll be perfectly safe living there now." He spoke casually, but to Han Qingxue, it sounded like a fairy tale. Purification? A student in his early 20s claims to have cleansed the most haunted house in Jiangxing? Jiangxing? What is this if not bragging? But Su Xiaoya was different. She had witnessed Lin Zhou's extraordinary abilities firsthand and knew that he was not someone who spoke carelessly. Even so, the worry in her heart still lingered. "Lin Zhou, I know you're capable," Su Xiaoya said, her voice tinged with pleading. "But that place is different. I've heard from others that the problems there are very serious, and even some famous masters dare not touch it. Why don't you find another place? If you need money, I can help you." "No need, Sister Xiaoya." Lin Zhou interrupted her, his eyes clear and firm. "That place is quite nice. I like it very much." His refusal left Su Xiaoya speechless, and she could only look at him helplessly and with heartache. Lin Zhou turned to Han Qingxue and asked, "Sister Qingxue, when will the furniture be delivered?" Looking at his nonchalant attitude and then at Su Xiaoya's worried face beside her, Han Qingxue could only sigh and wave her hand. "If you're in a hurry, I can arrange for workers to deliver it to you and install it this afternoon. How about that?" "That's great." Lin Zhou smiled. "Thank you so much, Sister Qingxue." After saying that, he took out the black bank card that Su Jinghua had given him from his pocket and handed it over. "Sister Qingxue, Please swipe your card. Han Qingshue's gaze fell on the card Lin Zhou handed her, and her pupils suddenly contracted. It was a pure black card with no extra patterns on the surface, only a gold-stamped bank logo. As the general manager of the furniture mall, she naturally knew her stuff and immediately recognized it as the black gold card used by Su Jinghua, the patriarch of the Su family. She suddenly looked up at Lin Zhou, then turned to look at Su Xiaoya. The ambiguity and teasing in her eyes returned instantly, even more intensely than before. Not bad, Xiaoya. She nudged Su Xiaoya with her elbow, lowering her voice, but just loud enough for Lin Zhou to hear. You're something else. You even gave this handsome young man Grandpa Su's black gold card? TSK, TSK, TSK. This relationship is definitely something special. Su Xiaoya's face flushed red instantly, both ashamed and angry. She reached out and pinched Han Qingshue's ribs. Get lost. Lin Zhou has a girlfriend, don't talk nonsense. This is a reward my grandfather gave him to thank Lin Zhou for curing his illness. Ouch! Han Qingxue exclaimed exaggeratedly, dodging her hand and laughing heartily. I never expected this handsome young man to know medicine. That's amazing. He just has a girlfriend, not a wife, so what's there to be afraid of? This proves that Xiaoya has good taste and that we share the same vision. Besides, as long as you keep digging, you can dig up any wall. You still have a great chance. Don't be discouraged so quickly. You still dare to talk. Su Xiaoya blushed with embarrassment at her teasing, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She glared at Han Qingxue, and to stop her from dwelling on the topic, she quickly changed the subject. Qingxue, I remember you called me a few days ago and said that your branch in the south of the city was haunted and causing a lot of trouble. How is it now? Sure enough, Han Qingxue's face fell instantly upon hearing this. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her short, neat hair, leaned back on the sofa, and let out a long sigh. Don't even mention it. I'm almost bald from worrying about this. I invested nearly 10 million yuan in that branch in the south of the city, from site selection to decoration. I was hoping it would become a flagship store, but who knew this weird thing would happen before it even opened? She picked up the water on the table, took a big gulp, and continued complaining. At first, the renovation workers said they kept hearing crying at night. Then the security guard said he saw white shadows floating around. Now it's even more outrageous. When no one's in the store, the furniture moves by itself. I've hired several well-known feng shui masters, spending hundreds of thousands of yuan, but it's all been useless. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Seeing her worried expression, Su Xiaoya smiled slightly and pointed to Lin Zhou, who had been silent beside her. Didn't I come here to find you a savior? She looked at Han Qingxue and said, word by word, Lin Zhou is a true expert in this area. Why not let him take a look? Perhaps he can help you solve this big problem. Han Qingxue's gaze swept over Lin Zhou, her eyes filled with suspicion. Although Lin Zhou had just said that he had purified the haunted house in Jinghu Villa, she didn't really believe it and just thought it was young people bragging. But now, even the usually composed Su Xiaoya was saying this, and her heart couldn't help but stir. Could this kid actually be quite skilled? She recalled Lin Zhou's composure when facing the haunted house, and saw Su Xiaoya's inexplicable trust in him. Han Qingxue pondered for a moment. Then her gaze returned to Lin Zhou, her charming eyes gleaming with shrewdness. She suddenly laughed, a laugh like a fox that has spotted its prey. Handsome young man. She leaned forward, a seductive fragrance wafting towards Lin Zhou. Do you have a way to help me solve the problem with that branch store? Before Lin Zhou could even speak, Han Qingxue threw out a bait that he couldn't refuse. Here's what we'll do. Come with me and take a look. If you can really help me resolve this matter, I won't take a single penny of the 230,000 yuan set of furniture you chose today. Consider it a thank you gift, and I'll give it to you directly. She looked at Lin Zhou, a confident smile playing on her lips. How about it? Dare to give it a try? Chapter 35 Master, do you know why the screen is crying? Han Qingxue's bet was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. 230,000, given away for free. No one can resist this temptation. Lin Zhou's lips curled up as he looked at the woman before him, whose eyes were alluring yet incredibly shrewd, and nodded. Okay, I'll take it. Great. Han Qingxue clapped her hands, her charming smile returning. Xiaoya, I like you as my advisor. Come on, get in my car, let's go now. She acted swiftly, pulling Su Xiaoya directly outside. Lin Zhou followed behind, feeling that the awkwardness he felt in the car earlier had been completely blown away by Han Qingshue's whirlwind manner. The three of them got into Han Qingshue's red Maserati. The interior space is much more spacious and cramped than Su Xiaoya's Mercedes. Su Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Zhou sat in the back. As the car started, Han Qingxue glanced at Lin Zhou in the rearview mirror while driving. "Handsome boy, are you really confident? My place is really weird. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. I won't laugh at you. You'll know once you go and see for yourself," Lin Zhou replied calmly. Su Xiaoya didn't say much from beginning to end, only occasionally glancing at Lin Zhou in the back seat through the rearview mirror, her worry in her eyes impossible to hide. She tried to say something several times, but the words stuck in her throat. She believed in Lin Zhou's abilities, but Jinghu Villa and the haunted shopping mall were ultimately different. The car headed south, leaving the bustling city center, and the surrounding buildings gradually became newer and more impressive. The southern part of the city is a newly developed commercial district in Jiangxing, lined with high-rise buildings. Soon, a 3-story, freestanding glass curtain wall building came into view. The mall is decorated in an extremely luxurious and modern style, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that glitter in the sunlight. Strangely, while the surrounding shops were bustling with people, its entrance was deserted, and the entire building exuded an indescribable chill, completely out of place with the surrounding prosperity. "This is it." Han Qingxue parked the car at the entrance. The three got out of the car. Han Qingxue pointed at the building, her face darkening. "We spent a fortune to acquire the land and tens of millions on renovations. And what happened? One strange thing after another. First, there were crying sounds at night. Then the security guards said they saw white shadows. And recently, it got even weirder. We checked the security footage and found that the furniture that had been arranged would move by itself in the middle of the night. Now the employees are too scared to come to work, and the opening has to be postponed indefinitely." She spoke as she walked into the mall. A blast of cold air, mixed with formaldehyde and dust, rushed in from inside the door. Lin Zhou frowned slightly. The moment he stepped into the mall, he activated his spiritual eye. The world before my eyes changed instantly. He didn't see any so-called ghosts, nor did he see the strong Yin energy of Jinghu Villa. However, the entire mall space is filled with countless chaotic and disordered energy flows. They were like a ball of yarn that a cat had played with, scattering and colliding with each other in a chaotic manner, making the magnetic field of the entire space completely disordered. People who stay in such an environment for a long time will suffer from neurasthenia, even if they don't get sick. Just then, footsteps came from deep inside the mall, and 2 men came out to greet them. Walking in front was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, dressed in an elegant Tang suit, wearing large sunglasses, holding a string of Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, and with his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of superiority. Following behind him was a man in a suit and tie, who looked to be in his 40s with his hair slicked back. Upon seeing Han Qingxue, he quickly jogged forward. "Mr. Han, you've finally arrived." Han Qingxue nodded and introduced, "Lin Zhou, Xiaoyu, this is Manager Wang Long of our branch. This is Master Xin Guang, a highly skilled expert whom Manager Wang hired from Hong Kong at great expense." Manager Wang's gaze lingered on Su Xiaoya's stunning face for a second before landing on Lin Zhou. When he saw Lin Zhou's ordinary t-shirt and jeans and his excessively young face, his brows immediately furrowed, and his face revealed undisguised disdain. "Mr. Han, who is this gentleman?" "This is the consultant I invited," Han Qingxue said calmly. "Consultant?" Manager Wang's voice rose several decibels, his tone full of dissatisfaction and disdain. "President Han, are you kidding me? Don't you know the situation here? How could you bring a child here? This is no joke." Master Shuangguang didn't even lift his eyelids once from beginning to end, as if Lin Zhou was just a wisp of air, not worth a second glance. Lin Zhou ignored Manager Wang's disdain, but Su Xiaoya frowned and was about to speak when Han Qingxue stopped her with a look. "Manager Wang, Master Shuangguang, since they're here, let's take a look together," Han Qingxue said. "Humph." Manager Wang snorted coldly and stopped talking. He then turned to Master Shuangguang with a fawning expression and said, "Master, please." Master Shuangguang nodded and began to survey the mall. He walked very slowly, sometimes stopping to calculate with his fingers, sometimes taking out a palm-sized compass from his pocket and gesturing in the air. He also muttered incantations, using professional terms such as the Sun position is in conflict and the Kuan gate carries evil influences. Lin Zhou almost burst out laughing at that pretentious look. Manager Wang followed closely behind like a servant, his face full of respect and admiration. After wandering around for more than 10 minutes, Master Shuangguang arrived at the second-floor exhibition hall, stopped, sighed deeply, shook his head, and looked compassionate. Mr. Han, Manager Wang. He slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deliberately deep eyes. The problem here is very serious. Manager Wang immediately asked anxiously, Master, what exactly happened? This place has been cursed for centuries, its underground resentment soaring to the heavens, and it has already become a formidable force. Master Shuangguang flicked his sleeves, speaking with absolute certainty. The souls of those who died before have not dispersed, transforming into vengeful ghosts, and are now entrenched here. The shifting furniture, the ghostly figures and cries, all are caused by them. If this is not resolved quickly, this place will never have peace, and it may even affect the fortunes of those of you in charge. He spoke with such seriousness that Han Qingshue's face paled, and Manager Wang shuddered in fright. What should we do, Master? Manager Wang was almost in tears. You have to save us. Master Shuangguang stroked his goatee and pondered for a moment. There is a way, but it will take a lot of effort. I will need to personally set up an altar and perform a grand ritual of universal salvation to deliver the souls of the dead in this place before the resentment can be resolved. That's wonderful. Manager Wang exclaimed with delight. Master, just name your price. Master Shuangguang held up 8 fingers and said calmly, I always act based on fate. Considering your sincerity, I'll charge you a price based on fate. 880,000. 880,000. Han Qingxue gasped in shock. This price was outrageous. But Manager Wang seemed to have heard some incredibly good news, nodding repeatedly. Not expensive at all. As long as it solves the problem, 880,000 is totally worth it. Mr. Han, what do you think? Han Qingxue felt a pang of heartache. But in order to ensure the smooth opening of the business with this investment of tens of millions of yuan, she gritted her teeth and seemed prepared to accept it, etc. Just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the transaction that was about to be completed. It's Lin Zhou. He hadn't said a word since the beginning. He had just been looking around. This sound drew everyone's attention to him. Manager Wang and Master Shuangguang immediately glared at them angrily. Angrily. What are you doing, you little brat, interrupting me? Manager Wang shouted sternly. Master Shuangguang snorted coldly, put his sunglasses back on, and said disdainfully, Ignorant brat, you dare to question my judgment? Han Qingxue looked at Lin Zhou with some confusion. Only Su Xiaoye silently stepped forward and stood beside Lin Zhou, demonstrating her stance through her actions. I believe him. She looked at Han Qingxue, her voice soft but firm. Lin Zhou ignored the two men's shouts. He simply looked at Han Qingxue and calmly said, President Han, there are no ghosts here at all. The so-called resentment is utter nonsense. You don't need to spend this 880,000. These words shocked everyone present. You're talking nonsense. Manager Wang's face turned red with anger. Who do you think you are? How dare you spout such lies and slander the master? Lin Zhou didn't even bother to glance at him. His gaze swept past the crowd and landed directly in the center of the second-floor exhibition hall. There, an antique-style carved sandalwood screen is placed, serving as the decorative centerpiece of the entire exhibition hall, looking elegant and precious. Lin Zhou's gaze remained firmly fixed on the screen. He suddenly smiled, turned to look at the furious Master Shuangguang, and slowly spoke. Since the master's Taoist arts are so profound, do you know the origin of that screen? He paused, his voice not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the empty hall. Do you know why this screen is crying? Chapter 36. A bottle of mineral water terrified the feng shui master. Lin Zhou's casual question was like a needle, precisely puncturing Master Shuangguang's pretentious air of profundity. The anger on Master Shuangguang's face flashed by, then turned into an annoyance at being offended. He snorted and shoved the compass in his hand into Manager Wang's arms. You ignorant brat! How dare you bark and howl before this master, he roared. Since you don't believe in superstition, then today I will perform a ritual to open your eyes and show you what true authentic Taoism is. Without waiting for Han Qingshua's reaction, he pulled out a bunch of clothes from the cloth bag he was carrying. Peach wood sword, yellow talisman paper, bagua mirror, cinnabar ink line. Everything was readily available, showing that they were ready to make a big splash. Manager Wang watched from the side, nodding repeatedly with admiration in his eyes. The master truly lives up to his name. The ritual implements are so complete. Now our branch is saved. While praising him, he didn't forget to turn back and give Lin Zhou a disdainful glance, his eyes seeming to say, "Kid, did you see that? That's what professionalism is." Master Shuangguang clearly enjoyed the flattery. He took a deep breath, suddenly picked up the peachwood sword, twirled it, and began to dance around the screen while chanting incantations. The scene was so grand and impressive that someone unfamiliar with the place might have thought they were filming a movie. But just as he was halfway through his ritual, something strange happened. Sizzle. Suddenly, all the lights in the mall began to flicker wildly, their brightness shifting and illuminating everyone's faces in an unpredictable manner. Immediately afterwards, several single sofas and chairs in the exhibition hall began to creak slightly and sway gently. A gust of cold wind blew in from nowhere, stirring up the dust on the ground, and the faint crying sound seemed to become much clearer in an instant. "Oh!" Han Qingxue gasped in fright and instinctively moved closer to Su Xiaoya. Although Su Xiaoya was also nervous, she had seen Lin Zhou's methods before and had some confidence in her. However, she frowned and looked at Lin Zhou with worry. Manager Wang was so frightened that his legs trembled and his face turned deathly pale. Looking at Master Shuangguang in the arena, cold sweat was already seeping from his forehead, and his complexion was no better than Manager Wang's. But he persisted, wielding the peachwood sword even faster, shouting, "Demon, don't run. This is the last stand of the resentful spirit. I will annihilate it in one fell swoop." Everyone was terrified, and the atmosphere in the entire exhibition hall was extremely oppressive. However, amidst this chaos, Lin Zhou made a move. Ignoring the flashing lights and swaying furniture, he strode towards the rosewood carved screen at the center of the storm. His steps were slow but unusually steady, as if all the strangeness around him had nothing to do with him. "Lin Zhou," Su Xiaoya called out anxiously. "Handsome young man, don't go over there." Han Qingxue exclaimed anxiously. Lin Zhou did not turn around, but calmly continued forward. Su Xiaoya and Han Qingxue exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and mustered their courage to quickly follow. Lin Zhou walked to the screen and stopped. He didn't resort to trickery like Master Shuangguang. He simply reached out and gently stroked the cool wooden carving before turning to look at Han Qingxue, who had followed behind him, and began to explain. "Mr. Han, the problem here is not feng shui, nor ghosts and gods, but this." His fingers landed on the seam between the two layers of the screen. A very rare mineral called weeping stone has been deliberately hidden in the interlayer of this screen. The weeping stone? Han Qingxue and Su Xiaoya both looked blank. They had never heard of this term before. Master Shuangguang and Manager Wang were also stunned, and even forgot to perform. Lin Zhou continued. "This mineral has a unique characteristic. It can absorb and store various electromagnetic waves in the surrounding space, such as cell phone signals and wireless network signals, like a sponge. When the energy it absorbs reaches a saturation point, it will begin to release them randomly." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. The release of energy creates a chaotic magnetic field that interferes with all electronic devices in the mall, causing the lights to flicker. The strong magnetic field resonance is enough to cause some lighter furniture to shift. More importantly, it affects people's brainwaves, causing hallucinations of irritability and fear. As for the so-called crying sound, it is just a high-frequency sound wave generated by the friction between the mineral and the air when it releases energy, which the human ear just happens to be able to detect. A set of seemingly unbelievable, yet self-consistent, scientific explanations slowly came out of Lin Zhou's mouth. Han Qingxue and Su Xiaoya were completely dumbfounded. Their worldview was violently shaken at that moment. So, this is how ghost stories can be explained? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Master Shuangguang finally realized what was happening and angrily interrupted Lin Zhou. What electromagnetic waves? What weeping stones? In my decades of wandering the martial world, I have never heard such absurd words. Words. You are clearly spreading heresy and blaspheming the gods. Manager Wang chimed in. Exactly. Mr. Han, you absolutely mustn't believe this kid's nonsense. He's a liar. Faced with their accusations, Lin Zhou simply smiled. He didn't argue anymore, but instead took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from his backpack. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he unscrewed the bottle cap. Then, the water in the bottle was slowly and evenly poured onto the base of the screen. Water slowly seeped into the base through the gaps. The moment the water touched the base, it was as if some mysterious switch had been pressed. Smack! All the lights in the mall that had been flashing wildly returned to normal instantly, and bright light once again filled the lobby. The creaking, slightly swaying furniture also came to a standstill in an instant. Even the irritating crying that had been lingering in their ears came to an abrupt end. The world returned to absolute silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their minds blank. Why? Why do all the haunted phenomena disappear when a bottle of water is poured on them? This is even more fantastical than Master Shuangguang's shamanistic rituals. The most embarrassed person in the room was none other than Master Shuangguang. His 9 heavens salvation ritual was interrupted, and he froze on the spot, his peachwood sword still foolishly held in midair, unsure whether to swing it or put it down, making him look extremely ridiculous. Manager Wang's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. His expression shifted from anger to shock, then to disbelief, and finally to utter bewilderment. Lin Zhou casually tossed the empty bottle into the nearby trash can, calmly breaking the silence. The release of energy by the weeping stone is essentially a process of accumulation and dissipation. Water alters its conductivity and heat dissipation efficiency, temporarily interrupting its energy release cycle. It's that simple. He acted as if he had done something insignificant. After speaking, he gently stroked the carvings on the screen again, feeling the chaotic energy flow rapidly subsiding and being replaced by a purer aura. He turned his head, looked at Han Qingxue, who was completely dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This thing is a disaster if used here. But if used in the right place, it can be a treasure that gathers spiritual energy. He paused, his gaze clear, but his words carried an undeniable force. The matter is resolved. Furniture worth 230,000 yuan. Sister Qingxue, you've made a profit this time. Chapter 37, The Beautiful CEO's High-Stakes Gamble. The haunted house reappears. Han Qingxue looked at the bright and quiet shopping mall in front of her, and then at Lin Zhou, who looked calm as if he had just casually watered a pot of flowers. For a few seconds, her brain completely shut down. The weeping stone? Electromagnetic waves? High-frequency sound waves? She understood each word individually, but when put together and spoken by Lin Zhou, they became even more fantastical than Master Shuangguang's shamanistic rituals. But facts speak louder than words. A bottle of mineral water solved the haunted incident that had plagued her for months and caused her significant losses. Meanwhile, the so-called Master Shuangguang was still in a comical pose of standing on one leg, his peachwood sword held in midair, his face turning pale and then red, as if he had opened a dye shop. Manager Wang, standing next to him, was ashen-faced, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Who is Han Qingxue? She is definitely not just a pretty face, capable of managing such a large home furnishing mall in Jiangxing. After the initial shock came the keen insight and decisiveness characteristic of businessmen. She instantly realized that she had met a true master today. As for those two swindlers, Han Qingxue's eyes turned cold, and her sharp aura as a powerful businesswoman instantly came into full play. Manager Wang, is this Master Shuangguang? Her voice wasn't loud, but it rang like ice beads hitting the ground. You too. Are you going to get out of here yourselves, or should I call security to throw you out? Manager Wang knelt down with a thud, crying out, President Han, I was wrong. It's all his fault. This Master Shuangguang lied to me. He said he could solve it, and I believed his nonsense. Upon seeing this, Master Shuangguang abandoned all pretense of being a superior being, threw down the magical artifact in his hand, and turned to flee. Stop! Han Qingxue shouted coldly. 2 security guards had appeared at the entrance without anyone noticing, blocking the way like 2 iron towers. Mr. Han, This has nothing to do with me. Take them to the police station and tell them they're swindling people, and the amount involved is 880,000 yuan. Han Qingxue didn't bother to look at them again and made her decision directly. Manager Wang and Master Shuangguang turned pale instantly and were dragged out by the security guards like dead dogs. After dealing with the miscellaneous fish, Han Qingxue turned back to Lin Zhou. She walked step by step in her high heels to Lin Zhou. Her captivating peach blossom eyes were filled with undisguised admiration, curiosity, and a hint of allure. Then what about this screen? Will it cry again in the future? She asked, her voice unconsciously softening. Lin Zhou smiled and said, if Sister Qingxue is worried, why don't you just sell this screen to me? Sell? Han Qingxue chuckled, giving him a charmingly flirtatious look. Handsome boy, you're embarrassing your older sister. This screen is yours. Consider it a thank you for saving me 880,000 yuan in stupidity tax. But it's a promise, if something like this happens again, I'll definitely come back to you. She announced that the bet was in effect, and that she would not take a single penny of the 230,000 yuan furniture set, considering it a thank you gift for Lin Zhou. Han Qingxue immediately took out her phone and made a call. Xiaozhong, arrange for our best installation team to pack up the Yunqi sample set, along with the rosewood screen in the center of the showroom on the second floor of the Chengnan branch, and deliver it to Building A of Jinghu Villa this afternoon. Make sure it's installed and tested before dark. Her efficiency was astonishing. She could arrange things clearly in just a few words. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Lin Zhou with a charming smile. Handsome young man. Want to add each other on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, just call me. In Jiangcheng, as long as it's not murder or arson, I can take care of everything for you. This is no longer just a simple favor. It is a promise of great weight. Lin Zhou didn't stand on ceremony and took out his phone to exchange contact information with her. After finishing the business, it was lunchtime. Han Qingxue naturally took Su Xiaoya's arm, and with her other hand extended an invitation to Lin Zhou. Come on, to thank our little hero, I'm treating everyone to lunch today. It'll be the best private restaurant in Jiangxing. Order whatever you want. Her eyes held a hint, the meaning of which couldn't be clearer. Watching the interaction between the two, Su Xiaoya felt a mix of emotions, unable to describe the feeling. She felt that her best friend had her eye on the treasure she had her eye on. However, Lin Zhou shook his head. Thank you, Sister Qingxue, but I'm afraid it won't be possible at noon today. The furniture needs to be delivered this afternoon, so I have to go back and wait, and also settle into my new home. He refused politely but firmly. Han Qingxue was slightly taken aback, then her interest intensified. In her opinion, a man who can calmly refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman like herself is either truly foolish or has something more important on his mind. Lin Zhou is clearly the latter. This lack of romantic understanding only made her find this young man more interesting. All right, then I won't force you to stay. Han Qingxue smiled and let go of my hand. Don't you dare refuse me next time, okay? Seeing this, Su Xiaoya secretly breathed a sigh of relief and offered, then I'll take you back. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded. After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic Han Qingxue, the two got back into the Mercedes. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was no longer as cold as it had been on the way there. Lin Zhou, congratulations. You solved a huge problem without spending a penny. Su Xiaoya was genuinely happy for him. Just lucky. While driving, Su Xiaoya said casually, Qingxue is a very nice person, but she's a bit straightforward. However, she's not a simple woman, so you'd better be careful when dealing with her in the future. These words sounded like a reminder, yet carried a hint of barely perceptible concern. Lin Zhou understood the meaning behind her words, felt a warmth in his heart, and nodded. I understand, Sister Xiaoya. Back in the dormitory, Lin Zhou had just pushed open the door when he was stared at by 3 pairs of hungry wolf-like eyes. Brother Zhou, how was it? Wang Hao was the first to rush over. How was your date with the beautiful Su? Did you hold hands? Did you hug? Get lost. I'm buying furniture. Lin Zhou pushed him away impatiently. You spent the whole morning buying furniture? And had the beautiful Su drive you back herself? Qian pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses full of scrutiny. Old Lin, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll be punished severely. Li Meng was even more direct, grabbing Lin Zhou's neck and asking, Brother Zhou, Tell me the truth. Did you manage to win over the beautiful Sue? Lin Zhou was driven crazy by their noise, so he simply recounted what had happened, saying that he had exposed a feng shui scam using an ancestral method, and the other party's boss gave him the furniture for free as a token of his gratitude. Even so, a cacophony of howls and screams erupted in the dormitory in an instant. Holy crap! Brother Zhou, did you go to buy furniture or rob a bank? Wang Hao's chubby face flushed red with excitement. A bottle of mineral water traded for 230,000 yuan worth of furniture. And you even snagged a screen along the way? This is more fantastical than a novel. Brother Zhou, you're my god now. Li Ming hugged Lin Zhou's leg, his face full of adoration. From now on, I'll follow you. Ba, benefactor Lin, your romantic misfortune, no, your romantic luck, is truly the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen in my life, Qianwen said, his hands clasped together in a solemn expression. Lin Zhou, both amused and exasperated, pulled them apart one by one. In the afternoon, Lin Zhou didn't stay in the dormitory for long and took a taxi directly to Jinghu Villa. He appreciated his brother's enthusiasm, but he had to personally oversee things at the new home. His phone rang shortly after he arrived at the villa. It was a call from the furniture store delivery driver. Lin Zhou answered the phone and said with a smile, "Master, you've arrived? Just drive in. I'll wait for you at the entrance." However, instead of a cheerful response, the voice on the other end of the phone was trembling and choked with sobs. "Mr. Lin, we've arrived at the entrance of Building A of Jinghu Villa, but we're too scared to go in." The driver's voice was filled with fear. "Afraid to come in? What?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then a suppressed sob erupted. "Ugh, we just clearly saw a white shadow flicker by the window on the second floor of that villa." Chapter 38. The female ghost is actually the school beauty goddess? White shadow. Lin Zhou was stunned for a moment, then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reputation of this haunted house is truly deeply ingrained in people's minds. "All right, I got it. You guys wait at the door and don't wander off. I'll be right there." He offered a reassuring remark, then hung up the phone and leisurely walked out of the villa toward the main gate of the estate. Before even reaching the gate, several large trucks bearing the Red Star Kailong logo were parked far away on the roadside, at least 200 meters from the villa's entrance, as if afraid of being tainted by something. A dozen or so burly movers were gathered around a driver who was pale with fright, pointing and whispering in the direction of the villa. "Old Zhang, you really saw it?" "White. It's true. It just happened in a flash. Exactly like in the movies. I was scared out of my wits. I knew this job was weird. The most haunted house in Jiangqing. I wouldn't have taken it even for 3 times the pay. What do we do now? Are we still going to deliver the goods?" Fear and hesitation were written all over the workers' faces, and not one of them dared to take another step forward. Lin Zhou stood not far away, not in a hurry to go forward. Without making a sound, he gathered a wisp of Yi-Wood true qi into his eyes. Spiritual eye activate. In an instant, the world before my eyes changed. The entire villa was enveloped in a layer of pale green, vibrant air currents, calm and peaceful, without a trace of malevolent energy. His gaze slowly moved upwards, passing through the wall, and landed on the master bedroom on the second floor. The next second, he caught a familiar yet cold life force behind the curtains. The owner of that aura was standing quietly by the window, looking down at everything below. It was her. A faint smile appeared on Lin Zhou's face. This woman is really cautious. She even pulled a surprise attack by coming to inspect the house beforehand. He withdrew his gaze, made up his mind, and strode toward the group of still-shaken workers. "Drivers, why aren't you going inside after delivering the goods?" His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Everyone turned around and saw a young student dressed in ordinary clothes, and they were all stunned. Driver Lao Zhang recognized Mr. Lin from the phone call and said with a bitter face, "Young man, it's not that we don't want to take you. It's just that this place is really haunted. We just saw it. Yes, a white shadow, right by the second-floor window. That's terrifying." Seeing how frightened they all looked, Lin Zhou didn't expose them on the spot, but simply waved his hand calmly. "It's nothing, it's not a ghost, it's just a misunderstanding," he said calmly. "Let's get ready to unload the cargo, and finish this quickly so we can call it a day." Misunderstand? The workers looked at each other, none of them believing it. How could that eerie white figure be a misunderstanding? Young man, don't be so skeptical. People have died here. We have elderly parents and young children to support. This job. We really don't dare to do it. One of the more timid workers had already started to back out. Lin Zhou didn't argue with them. He just smiled. Under the astonished and uncertain gazes of everyone, he did not take out any peachwood sword, nor did he draw any talismans or chant any incantations. He simply raised his head, faced the empty second-floor window with its curtains tightly closed, and calmly called out a name in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone to hear. Yuan, the furniture has arrived. Come down and open the door. The sound echoed in the quiet mountain village, sounding somewhat abrupt. The workers all looked at Lin Zhou as if he were an idiot. Is this guy crazy? Challenging ghosts? And they even gave the ghost such a nice name? However, the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. With a whoosh, the tightly closed curtains on the second floor were suddenly pulled open from the inside. A stunningly beautiful figure in a white dress appeared at the window. She was tall and slender, with a cool and aloof demeanor, snow-white skin, and long, jet-black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Although they were some distance apart, and their facial features were not clearly visible, the otherworldly aura emanating from her was enough to suffocate all the men present. She stood by the window, looking down at everything below with a cold expression, her gaze finally settling on Lin Zhou, who had a calm expression on his face. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The dozen or so porters were all frozen in place. They all gaped, their eyes wide like saucers, completely unaware that the cigarettes in their hands had fallen to the ground. My mind was filled with nothing but a chaotic storm. Ghost, the legendary female ghost who scared people to death. She was actually a fairy? This is totally different from what's in the script. What made them even more chilled was that this seemingly ordinary young student actually managed to summon the female ghost with just one sentence. What kind of incredible feat is this? After a brief silence, the villa's door clicked open from the inside. Yuanqing stood at the door with a cold expression on her pretty face. She originally intended to come quietly to make one last check whether the haunted house was truly safe. If there are still problems, she will not hesitate to tear up the agreement. As a result, she was caught red-handed by Lin Zhou in front of so many people while she was sneaking around, which made her feel angry and even more out of control. At this moment, when the workers looked at Lin Zhou again, their eyes had completely changed. From initial sympathy, to later fear, and now to awe and a burning passion for gossip. That's amazing. This guy is absolutely amazing. Not only can it subdue haunted houses, but it can also keep a beautiful woman hidden away, and she is a female ghost of godlike quality. What are you all standing there for? Get to work. Driver Lao Zhang was the first to react and yelled at his men. This time, no one uttered a single complaint. Everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with stimulants, and they quickly began unloading the goods from the truck. They worked exceptionally hard and were incredibly efficient. During that time, no one dared to say a word, but those curious and awe-inspiring gazes kept flitting back and forth between Lin Zhou and the icy beauty at the door, imagining 1,000 words of love and hate. The installation team sent by Han Qingxue was indeed professional. They were busy from afternoon until evening, and before dark, all the furniture, including the rosewood screen, was arranged. The once empty and desolate villa was instantly transformed after the new Chinese-style furniture called yunxi was installed. The understated luxury and elegant artistic flair blend perfectly, making the entire space warm and stylish. The workers left, gratefully accepting the red envelopes and packs of good cigarettes given to them by Lin Zhou. The huge villa finally quieted down, leaving only Lin Zhou and Yuanqing. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Yuanqing toured the newly renovated villa, from the living room to the dining room, then to the kitchen, and finally to the bedroom. It must be admitted that Lin Zhou has excellent taste. The style of this furniture set perfectly matches her aesthetic. As Lin Zhou had said, the environment inside the villa was no longer gloomy. Instead, it was full of comfortable vitality. She was satisfied, but her face remained expressionless. After the inspection, she returned to the living room on the first floor, took out a printed document from her Hermes bag, and walked straight to Lin Zhou. Smack! She lightly slapped the document onto the coffee table in front of Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou picked up the document, opened it, and his pupils contracted slightly. At the very top of the document are a few bold words, supplementary clauses to the cohabitation agreement. Below the terms and conditions is an absurdly detailed list of estimated expenses for the next 3 months. Pregnancy vitamins specially supplied to the British royal family for 1,800 yuan per month. Australian imported organic maternal milk powder, 1,200 yuan per can, 2 cans per month. Top-grade bird's nest, fish maw, and other nutritional supplements, estimated at 20,000 yuan per month. Jiangxing Manhua Private Hospital VIP Prenatal Checkup Package, 38,888 yuan. Stock brand crib and stroller, 56,000 yuan. The numerous items were listed, and the total amount in the end exceeded 150,000. Lin Zhou raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him. Yi Wanqing crossed her arms and looked down at him, her voice devoid of any emotion, as if she were reading a cold verdict. This is the first step. From today onwards, you are not only the homeowner, but also the housekeeper, cook, and ATM. If you can't afford any item on the list one day, our agreement will automatically expire. Chapter 39. I approve of your current attitude. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The supplementary terms to the cohabitation agreement that Yi Wanqing slapped on the coffee table was less of an agreement and more of a blatant declaration of war. 150,000. This is just the estimated starting price for the next 3 months. For a poor student who hasn't even graduated yet, this is undoubtedly an insurmountable mountain. Yi Wanqing stood opposite him, arms crossed, her eyes icy, like a high and mighty queen, waiting for the verdict, waiting to see him lose his composure, become angry, or beg in despair. She had anticipated all of Lin Zhou's possible reactions. However, Lin Zhou's reaction exceeded her expectations. He simply stared calmly at the list, word by word, without even blinking. His face showed no anger, no shock, and not even the slightest bit of embarrassment. That exorbitant bill, enough to crush any of his peers, seemed to him like just an ordinary shopping receipt. After reading it, Lin Zhou raised his head and met Yi Wanqing's cold eyes. He did not argue, did not question, and did not even say a word more. He simply and silently took a card out of his pocket. A bank card that is entirely black with dark gold patterns inlaid along its edges. It was the one Su Jinghui gave him. Smack. Lin Zhou casually placed the card on the list document, making a crisp sound. The movement was small and the sound was soft, yet it struck Yi Wanqing's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked at the card, her pupils contracting almost imperceptibly. There's $1 million here. The password is 6/8. Lin Zhou spoke, his voice as calm as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Buy whatever you want from the list, and let me know if you need more. Yi Wanqing's breath caught in her throat for a moment. Although she already knew about the card and the origin of the money, the impact of Lin Zhou casually tossing the card, which represented a huge fortune, in front of her still sent a shiver down her spine. Lin Zhou watched the subtle changes in her expression and continued, "This is just the beginning. Don't worry, from today onwards, I will never let you and the child suffer any more grievances because of money. I will use my own abilities to earn all the remaining expenses." His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. This is not an empty promise, but a man's solemn commitment to his wife and unborn child. Yi Wanqing's eyes showed a violent fluctuation. She looked at the black card on the table, then looked up at Lin Zhou's calm and serious face. This man seems to be different from before. Those eyes, which had always carried a hint of inferiority and evasion in her presence, now appeared deep and confident, as if they held a starry sky she could never see through. After a full half-minute of silence, Yi Wanqing finally made a move. She extended her slender, white fingers and, without the slightest hesitation, put the black card and the list into her Hermes bag. "I approve of your current attitude." She coldly uttered a sentence, which could be considered as accepting this surrender. "I'll move my things over tomorrow morning. Remember our agreement. The second and third floors are my private space, and you're not allowed to come up without my permission." After saying that, she didn't look at Lin Zhou again, turned around, and walked out of the villa in her high heels without looking back. Bang! The door was closed, separating the two worlds. Once again, Lin Zhou was left alone in the huge villa. Only after confirming that Yu Wanqing's car had left the villa did Lin Zhou's calm expression slowly fade, replaced by a genuine smile. He didn't dwell on his victory in the brief exchange, nor did he feel smug because of Yu Wanqing's softened attitude. His gaze went straight past the coffee table and landed on the antique and elegant rosewood-carved screen in the corner of the living room. That was his real prey today. Lin Zhou walked over quickly and, following the instructions given by the worker Han Qingxue had secretly given him before leaving that afternoon, gently pressed a small, inconspicuous carving on the base of the screen. Click. With a soft click, a hidden compartment popped out from the folds of the screen. In the hidden compartment, a fist-sized stone, its surface covered with strange patterns and its entire body grayish-black, lay quietly. It is indeed the weeping stone. Lin Zhou reached out and took it out. The stone was cold to the touch, but he could clearly feel a vast and complex energy contained within it. His smile deepened. The so-called scientific explanation about the weeping stone absorbing electromagnetic waves and high-frequency sound waves was nothing more than a lie he made up to deceive Han Qingxue and the others. With the memories passed down from Shennong, he recognized the true origin of this thing at first glance. This object is called the Spirit-Gathering Stone, an extremely rare and wondrous object from heaven and earth. It is naturally able to absorb and store various complex energies in the surrounding space, including but not limited to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, electromagnetic waves, and even yin energy. For ordinary people, the chaotic magnetic field it releases is a disaster. But for cultivators, this thing is a mobile energy supply station, an excellent treasure to aid in cultivation. This is the real reason why he went to great lengths, even at the cost of exposing the deception, to get his hands on the screen. Furniture worth 230,000? Compared to this spirit-gathering stone, it's utterly insignificant. Han Qingxue thought she had made a profit, but little did she know that the one who truly profited the most was Lin Zhou. Without further hesitation, he took the spirit-gathering stone and sat down cross-legged in the center of the living room. Place the stone on your knees, press your hands lightly on it, close your eyes, and begin to silently practice the Shennong heart method that you have just mastered. As he circulated his inner energy, a suction force emanated from his palm. The next second, an energy several times more complex and violent than the one he had felt in the Yin Meridian Eye in the basement surged into his body like a flood bursting its banks, flowing wildly through the meridians in his arm. Lin Zhou groaned, feeling a tearing pain in his meridians. This energy was too chaotic, like a cup of liquid mixed with sand, glass shards, and boiling oil, rampaging through his meridians. He endured the excruciating pain and desperately circulated his inner energy, attempting to guide and refine this violent energy. However, just as he was about to give up, on his chest, the faint red dragon-shaped mark left by the broken ancestral jade pendant suddenly flashed with a barely perceptible red light. The violent energy surging into his body, upon contact with this red light, instantly became docile, like a ferocious beast encountering its nemesis. It was rapidly refined and purified, ultimately transforming into the purest Yiwood true qi, which merged into his dantian. Lin Zhou felt a jolt throughout his body, and the tearing pain vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of comfort and fulfillment. It's done. Chapter 40 Breakthrough in Cultivation Technique. Cooking a bowl of nourishing porridge for the goddess. Lin Zhou felt completely relaxed, as if every pore was opening up and breathing. The hidden injuries left from his previous clash with the Yin Meridian Eye were completely healed at this moment, and even improved. He was overjoyed and immediately realized that the dragon-shaped mark on his chest was the last gift left to him by his ancestral jade pendant. It's like a super filter, capable of purifying any impure and violent energy into pure, true qi that he can directly absorb. With such a divine object as our aid, what great task cannot be accomplished? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zhou immersed himself in the practice, focusing his mind and entering a state of complete selflessness. He seemed to have transformed into a tireless energy converter. A massive amount of mixed energy was frantically extracted from the spirit-gathering stone and poured into his body. Through the instant purification by the dragon-shaped mark, it was transformed into the purest wood true qi, which washed over and tempered his meridians and body again and again. In the villa's living room, a small vortex of airflow formed around Lin Zhou. Time slips away quietly with each breath. Nothing was said that night. When the first rays of dawn shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto Lin Zhou's face, his tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Boom! A muffled sound, like a balloon bursting, came from inside him. The true energy of the wood in the Dantian has more than doubled in size, transforming from a stream into a surging river. The toughness and width of the meridians are incomparable. At the same time, the ancient book Shennong's heart method in his mind turned on its own without any wind, opening a new page with a whoosh. The second level, Qi refining. Compared to the introductory skill of guiding Qi into the body in the first level, the method of the Qi refining chapter is more profound. It not only improves the efficiency of Qi absorption and refining, but also records several simple methods of using Qi. We've made a breakthrough. Lin Zhou slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling refreshed, and his five senses were several times more acute than before. He looked down at the spirit-gathering stone on his lap. The stone, which was originally grayish-black, had become much dimmer, clearly indicating that he had absorbed a large amount of energy overnight. He focused his true energy of the wood element into his eyes. Spiritual eye activate. The world before my eyes changed instantly. He could not only see the peaceful vitality flowing inside the villa, but also the countless mottled points of light floating in the air outside the window. There is the silvery white electromagnetic energy from high-voltage power lines, the gray, smoky fumes from car exhaust, the faint greenery emanating from flowers, trees, and even the human emotions and distractions rising from a distant gathering of people. These mixed energies, like a colorful and chaotic river, filled the entire city. So this is the spirit of modern cities. Although it is mixed, as long as the dragon-shaped mark is present, he can make use of these energies. This means that he no longer needs to seek out remote mountains and forests like ancient cultivators. He can cultivate in this concrete jungle just as well. Boom! Just as Lin Zhou was overjoyed with this discovery, the roar of a car engine came from afar. With a thought, his spiritual eyes peered through the courtyard wall and clearly saw a black Audi A6 slowly driving up and stopping in front of the villa. In the driver's seat was Yuan. She actually arrived so early. Lin Zhou put away the spirit-gathering stone, stood up and stretched his limbs, his body making a series of crackling sounds. Without delay, he strode out of the villa to greet his nominal mistress at the door. Yuan opened the trunk. Inside were two huge suitcases. Just as she was about to start carrying them down herself, a pair of strong hands reached out and easily lifted the two boxes out, one in each hand. "I'll do it." Lin Zhou's voice was calm. Yuan glanced at him but didn't say anything, which was taken as tacit agreement. She carried a backpack and followed Lin Zhou into the villa. Lin Zhou carried the suitcase directly up to the master bedroom on the second floor and placed it in the corner. "Everything's all set up. See if there's anything else you need." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yuanqing's face suddenly turn pale. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she instinctively covered her mouth with one hand. Vomit! A wave of intense nausea washed over her, and Yuanqing rushed into the in-soot bathroom in her bedroom, where she leaned over the toilet and began to dry heave. Lin Zhou paused for a moment, then immediately followed her, stood behind her, and reached out to gently pat her back, which was trembling slightly from gagging. "What's wrong? Did you not eat anything this morning? Is your stomach upset?" After a while, Yuanqing finally recovered. She rinsed her mouth with water, raised her head, her pale face full of anger, and stared at Lin Zhou with her cold eyes. "You still have the nerve to ask? It's all because of you." Her voice carried a hint of barely suppressed anger. "Why do you think I was in such a hurry to move out? My morning sickness is getting worse and worse. I don't want anyone to see me." One sentence silenced Lin Zhou instantly. A feeling he couldn't quite describe welled up inside him. Guilt, self-reproach, and above all, heartache. Yes, he was only thinking about how to fulfill the bet and how to make money, but he ignored the fact that she was a pregnant woman and was enduring all kinds of physical discomfort and huge psychological pressure on her own. Looking at her pale face and the undisguised exhaustion in her eyes, Lin Zhou felt a pang in his heart. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it through," he said softly. Yi Wanqing seemed surprised that he apologized so readily. She paused for a moment. The anger in her eyes subsided slightly, and she turned her head away, saying coldly, "This is all my own fault. Lie down and rest in bed for a while. Don't move around." Lin Zhou's tone was gentle and brooked no argument. After saying that, he turned and went downstairs, leaving Yi Wanqing standing there in a daze. Back in the lobby on the first floor, Lin Zhou didn't linger for a moment. He immediately closed his eyes and sank his mind into his sea of consciousness. The vast amount of knowledge in Shennong's memories was flipped through at lightning speed, like pages of a book. Soon, he found dozens of medicinal recipes that could alleviate pregnancy reactions in early pregnancy. After careful selection, he settled on a recipe that was simple to make, easy to prepare, and had a gentle effect. Omomum velosum calming porridge. Now that we have the recipe, the next step is to prepare the ingredients. He grabbed his phone and keys, and without even saying goodbye to Yi Wanqing upstairs, rushed out the door and headed straight for the largest fresh food supermarket in the vicinity. An hour later, Lin Zhou returned to the villa carrying large bags of groceries. He plunged into the kitchen, put on the brand-new apron, and began to work methodically. Rinse the rice, soak it, process the medicinal herbs, and prepare the side ingredients. Although his movements were not exactly skilled, he performed each step meticulously thanks to his precise understanding of the characteristics of ingredients inherited from Shennong. Soon, the casserole began to simmer, and a fragrant aroma of rice and a hint of herbs began to fill the villa. Upstairs in her bedroom, Yi Wanqing lay on the bed, tossing and turning, feeling restless and uneasy. The discomfort from morning sickness, the unfamiliarity with the new environment, and the anxiety about the uncertainty of the future made it difficult for her to calm down. Just then, a faint, delicate yet exceptionally pleasant fragrance wafted in through the crack in the door. The aroma was unique. It wasn't the greasiness of ordinary food, but rather a refreshing fragrance that lessened the irritability and nausea in one's heart. Curious, she put on a coat and went out of the room. Following the aroma to the first floor, she saw Lin Zhou standing in front of the stove, carefully stirring the porridge in the clay pot, with his back to her in the spacious and bright open kitchen. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow on him. He was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, with a slightly comical cartoon-patterned apron tied around his neck, a look quite different from his usual image at school. Gone is his former toughness and confidence, as well as his former humility and evasiveness. Now he is just an ordinary man preparing breakfast for his family. Yi Wanqing stopped in her tracks without realizing it. She stood quietly at the top of the stairs, watching the busy figure in the kitchen, something in her cool eyes quietly melting. Lin Zhou heard the noise behind him, turned around, and saw Yi Wanqing standing there. A clean smile appeared on his face. "You're awake? You've come down just in time." He picked up the bowl next to him, filled it with steaming hot, lustrous porridge, and gestured with his chin toward her. "This is a medicinal porridge I made especially for you. Come and try it while it's hot." Chapter 41. A bowl of porridge melts the iceberg, and he drives the goddess's Audi to the rescue. Yi Wanqing looked at the bowl of porridge that Lin Zhou handed her. A few red goji berries and finely chopped green onions floated on the clear rice water. A light herbal aroma mixed with the fragrance of rice wafted into her nostrils. The nausea that had been making her feel nauseous was actually somewhat suppressed by the aroma. She didn't say anything, silently took the bowl, and sat down at the table. Gently scoop up a spoonful, blow on it, and carefully put it into your mouth. The porridge was cooked until it was extremely soft and glutinous, melting in your mouth. A warm, moist current slid down my esophagus into my stomach, instantly dispelling the empty, cold feeling and warming me up completely. Even more miraculously, as the porridge was swallowed, the nausea and irritability in my stomach disappeared as if gently soothed by a tender hand. Yi Wanqing paused, then looked up at the man in the kitchen who was still wearing an apron. Lin Zhou was leaning against the kitchen counter, his face showing a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, like a student waiting for a teacher's evaluation. "How was it?" he asked with a smile. Yi Wanqing put down her spoon, picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, and her voice was still cold, but upon closer listening, it had lost some of its icy chill that kept people at a distance. "Not bad. I didn't know you had this skill." Lin Zhou scratched his head, his smile somewhat shy. yet revealing a genuine sincerity. I learned all of these in advance because I wanted to take good care of you. If you think they're okay, I'll make you something different every day from now on. I learned it in advance. These words, like a small pebble, were gently thrown into Yi Wanqing's frozen heart lake, creating a very subtle ripple. He didn't rely on any sudden ability. He genuinely put in the effort to learn these things he had never encountered before, all for her and the child. This touches the softest spot in her heart more than him offering $1 million or even subduing a haunted house. The bowl of porridge was quickly finished, and Yi Wanqing felt completely comfortable. Most of the fatigue and irritability from the past few days had dissipated. She watched Lin Zhou put the dishes and chopsticks into the kitchen and begin washing them skillfully. That figure made her feel dazed for a moment. Go upstairs and rest after you finish eating. I have something to do and need to go out for a bit, Lin Zhou said, turning around after washing the dishes and taking off his apron. Yi Wanqing snapped out of her daze and subconsciously asked, "Why are you going out?" Lin Zhou dried his hands, walked up to her, and wore a confident smile. "I'm the chief technical consultant at Sue's farm now. With the house issue settled, I need to find a way to make money. I can't let you and the kids starve, can I?" He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he were joking, but Yi Wanqing could hear the seriousness and responsibility in his words. She was silent for a moment, then nodded. Then, she did something that surprised even Lin Zhou. She took a set of car keys from her Hermes bag and placed them on the table. "You should drive there. It'll be more convenient for you to come and go that way." Lin Zhou looked at the bunch of keys, then at Yi Wanqing. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes were no longer as cold as before. Lin Zhou felt a surge of pride. This iceberg was finally beginning to melt. Without any hesitation, he picked up the keys, tossed them in his hand, and grinned at her. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door with light steps. Bang! The villa's gate was closed. Yi Wanqing watched the direction he left in, sitting alone in the empty and cozy living room, when a strange emotion she couldn't explain suddenly rose in her heart. It seems nice to have someone by your side. Stepping out of the villa, Lin Zhou got into the black Audi A6. The luxurious interior and comfortable seats of the high-end sedan put him in a great mood. He didn't rush to start the car, but instead dialed Su Xiaoya's number first. Beep, beep. The phone rang several times before it was answered. "Hello, hello." Su Xiaoya's voice came through the receiver, but it was not as gentle as usual. Instead, it carried a sense of suppressed fatigue and coldness. Lin Zhou paused for a moment, then asked, "Sister Xiaoya, are you at the farm?" "I've settled in here and am about to go check on the strawberries." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. "I'm not at the farm." Su Xiaoya's voice remained indifferent. "I'm at the Jiangxing International Convention and Exhibition Center in the city." "The convention center? What are you going there for?" Lin Zhou sensed something was wrong. "It's an agricultural product fair," Su Xiaoya explained simply, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness and frustration. Lin Zhou frowned and asked, "What happened?" Su Xiaoya seemed reluctant to say more, but in the end she sighed and lowered her voice. "Another agricultural company in Jiangxing called Green Valley Ecology has somehow acquired a batch of new fruit varieties and is promoting them extensively at the exhibition. At the same time, they are spreading rumors that our farm's attempt to introduce white lover strawberries has failed, and several major clients who were originally interested in cooperating with us have now been lured away by them." Green Valley Ecology? Lin Zhou immediately sensed the difficulty and embarrassment in her words. This is no longer a simple business competition. It's a blatant act of rubbing salt into the wounds of the Su family farm, taking advantage of their weakness to destroy them. He owns 20% of the future profits from white lover strawberries, which is his main source of income. The fact that Su Xiaoya is being bullied like this is tantamount to cutting off his source of wealth. How could he tolerate this? "Send me the address. I'll be right there." Lin Zhou's voice was deep and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. "What are you doing here? There are too many people and too many eyes around you." Su Xiaoya seemed a little hesitant. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm not only your partner, but also your chief technical advisor. I have no reason to stand idly by when agricultural products are having sales problems," Lin Zhou said firmly. "Wait for me." Su Xiaoya on the other end of the phone remained silent for a moment. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind and gave a soft "hmm." After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhou's phone quickly received a location: Jiangxing International Convention and Exhibition Center. Without further delay, he started the engine, and the black Audi A6 emitted a deep roar, speeding towards the city center like a cheetah poised to pounce. Half an hour later, Lin Zhou parked his car in the underground parking lot of the convention center. The exhibition was bustling with activity and filled with lively chatter. Each booth was decorated in a colorful and elaborate manner, and the salespeople were enthusiastically hawking their wares, filling the air with the aroma of various fruits and agricultural products. Following the booth number given by Su Xiaoya, Lin Zhou quickly found the Su family farm booth in a relatively secluded corner. Compared to the bustling activity at other booths, this place seemed unusually quiet. Although some organic fruits and vegetables from the farm were displayed on the booth, Su Xiaoya and several employees looked gloomy and listless. At that moment, Su Xiaoya was surrounded by 7 or 8 people in front of the booth. The leader was a young man in his late 20s, dressed in a well-tailored Armani suit, with his hair slicked back and a frivolous and arrogant smile on his face. He was followed by several men in suits, who completely blocked Su Xiaoya's escape route. "Mr. Su, I've said it before, this isn't how business is done." The young man's voice wasn't loud, but it was full of sarcasm. "We spent a fortune importing new Japanese varieties, only to find they didn't adapt to the local conditions, resulting in a complete loss. If this news gets out, I'm afraid no one will dare to cooperate with your Su's farm in the future, right?" Su Xiaoya's face was icy, and she clenched her fists tightly. "Zhao Tianyu, this is our farm's own business. It's none of your concern. I'm just worried about you." The young man named Zhao Tianyu smiled even more smugly. "Let me show you a way out. Why don't you sell your Su family's brand to Green Valley Ecology while it's still worth something? And you, stop being some beautiful demon. Come work for my company as a vice president. I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury, which is much better than being so overwhelmed right now, isn't it?" His words were frivolous, and his gaze lingered unabashedly on Su Xiaoya's shapely body, filled with aggression. "You're dreaming." Su Xiaoya's chest heaved with anger. "Don't push your luck." Zhao Tianyu's face darkened. "That old bastard Su Jingguo is gone. Do you think you, a woman, can handle such a big business? I'm telling you this today. From now on, Green Valley Ecology will call the shots in Jiangxing's organic agricultural products market." The atmosphere was tense and on the verge of conflict. Lin Zhou stood outside the crowd, his eyes gradually turning cold. His gaze passed over the arrogant Zhao Tianyu and landed on a fawning figure behind him, bowing and scraping. He knew that person. It was none other than manager Lu Feng, who had treated him like a beggar and kicked him out of the Baikeatang clinic, and who had later been demoted by Master Sun to work as an apprentice in the backyard. At this moment, Lu Feng was staring intently at Su Xiaoya, who was surrounded and helpless, with a look of resentment and schadenfreude, as if he were enjoying a good show. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Zhou's lips. What a small world. Chapter 42, A Goldfish. I'll bet you'll go bankrupt. Lin Zhou walked through the crowd and went straight to Su Xiaoya, a relaxed smile on his face. "Sister Xiaoya, it's quite lively here." His greeting, delivered as casually as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard, instantly broke the tense atmosphere. When Su Xiaoya saw Lin Zhou, it was like seeing a savior. A glimmer of light rekindled in her dim eyes. Before she could speak, Zhao Tianyu, with his slicked-back hair and powdered face, glanced at her sideways, his face full of impatience. "Where did this brat come from? Do you even have the right to speak here? Get out of here." As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, the figure behind him who had been bowing and scraping suddenly raised his head. When he saw Lin Zhou's face clearly, a strange light, a mixture of resentment and ecstasy, burst forth in his small eyes. "President Zhao? President Zhao. It's him." Lu Feng rushed out in one stride, pointed at Lin Zhou's nose, and his voice was as sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "He's that poor student I mentioned to you. He swindled 100,000 yuan from old Master Sun at Baikeatang by sheer luck, and now he's here bothering President Su. This kid is a complete fraud." Fraud. He embellished the story of Baikeatang, deliberately amplifying his words to attract the attention of exhibitors and customers who were already watching the spectacle, who pointed and whispered at Lin Zhou. "Turns out he's a con man, even though he looks respectable. TSK. Young people these days will do anything for money." How could the Su family's daughter get involved with someone like that? The whispers, buzzing like mosquitoes, coalesced into an invisible pressure that pressed down hard on Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya's face turned deathly pale instantly. She subconsciously took a step forward, shielding Lin Zhou behind her. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was unusually firm. He's not a fraud. He's the chief technology consultant I hired. However, in the eyes of others, her defense seemed more like a desperate attempt to justify herself after being deceived. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feng exchanged a glance, and then burst into even more unrestrained laughter. Chief Technical Advisor? Zhao Tianyu laughed until tears streamed down his face. President Su, have you gone mad? Hiring a poor student as a technical advisor? Is your Su family farm planning to switch to researching how to beg for food? Lu Feng chimed in sarcastically. Exactly. President Su, you'd better keep your eyes open and not let this pretty boy fool you both emotionally and financially. The laughter from those around them grew louder. Su Xiaoya was so angry that she trembled all over, biting her lip tightly, but she couldn't say a word. She can withstand commercial suppression, but she cannot bear this public humiliation of her vision and character. However, at the very center of this chaotic and mocking vortex, Lin Zhou remained as calm as a rock. He ignored all the pointing fingers and ridicule, and even gently patted Su Xiaoya's shoulder, who was standing in front of him, to reassure her. Just when everyone thought he would become enraged or flee in panic, a barely perceptible green glint flashed in the depths of Lin Zhou's eyes. Spiritual Eye activate. His gaze swept past the crowd and landed on the magnificently decorated Green Valley Ecology booth not far away. The fruits and vegetables were all plump and brightly colored, and under the light, they seemed to gleam with an enticing luster. To outsiders, this is undoubtedly a representative of top-quality agricultural products. But under Lin Zhou's spiritual eyes, nothing can hide. The surface of these fruits and vegetables is indeed surrounded by a layer of green aura representing vigorous life, but inside this green aura, there are wisps of grayish, deathly aura, like that of a corpse. Those are traces left by the overuse of chemical ripening agents, growth promoters, and sweeteners. Short-term consumption may not show any problems, but long-term intake will cause these toxins to accumulate in the body and eventually damage health. What a fine name, Green Valley Ecology. It's all show and no substance. A playful smile appeared on Lin Zhou's face. He didn't linger. Pushing through the crowd, he walked step by step toward Green Valley Ecology's booth, under the astonished gazes of everyone. The smiles on Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feng's faces froze, wondering what this kid was up to. Su Xiaoya was also stunned. She wanted to reach out and grab him, but he stopped her with a reassuring look in his eyes. Lin Zhou walked straight to the booth, ignoring the wary salesperson, and picked up a perfectly presented tomato from the very center of the booth, which was being displayed as a star product. He weighed the tomato in his hand, not looking at Zhao Tianyu or Lu Feng, but turning around to face all the onlookers. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire corner. This tomato is poisonous. Those 5 words were like a piece of ice thrown into a calm pan of oil. The scene erupted instantly. After a brief silence, a deafening uproar erupted. What? Poisonous? Is this guy crazy? How dare he say that at a trade show? They've come to cause trouble. Zhao Tianyu's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He pointed at Lin Zhou, furious. You're spouting nonsense. Security. Where are the security guards? Throw this lunatic out. Lu Feng panicked and jumped around shouting. Don't believe him. He's a fraud, sent by the Su family farm to compete maliciously. Su Xiaoya was so frightened, she almost jumped out of her skin. She rushed forward and tried to grab Lin Zhou's arm. Lin Zhou, don't do anything rash. The whole scene was in complete chaos. Lin Zhou remained calm. He raised the tomato in his hand and sharply scanned Zhao Tianyu, who was already furious. Want to make a bet with me? Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. What are you betting on? I'll bet on this tomato. Lin Zhou's voice carried an undeniable force. If I can prove it's defective on the spot, you, Zhao Tianyu, must bow and apologize to Sister Xiaoya and Su's farm in front of everyone. Furthermore, you and your Green Valley Ecology will permanently withdraw from the Jiangxing Organic Agricultural Product Supply Market. If I can't prove it, he paused, his eyes showing no sign of backing down. You can take my life anytime. This is a huge bet. It was so big that it made everyone gasp in shock. Zhao Tianyu stared intently at Lin Zhou, 200% confident in the authoritative test reports of his products, which were sufficient to handle any official inspection. In his view, Lin Zhou was just bluffing, trying to scare him off with this suicidal act. Okay, since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. I'll make you die a horrible death in front of everyone. Overwhelmed by a mix of ecstasy and cruelty, Zhao Tianyu burst into laughter, his laughter filled with disdain and smugness. Fine, I'll bet with you. I want to see what tricks you, you penniless liar, can pull. He wanted to take this opportunity to trample Lin Zhou and Su Xiaoya, along with the entire Su family farm, into dust. The bet is settled. All eyes in the room instantly focused on Lin Zhou. Everyone wanted to know what method this seemingly ordinary young man would use to prove that a seemingly perfect tomato was poisonous. However, Lin Zhou's next move surprised everyone. He didn't bring out any professional testing equipment, nor did he conduct any mysterious chemical experiments. He glanced around, his gaze finally settling on a glass goldfish tank placed not far away to decorate the display stand. In the fish tank, a red goldfish is leisurely blowing bubbles. In the deathly silence of the entire venue, Lin Zhou looked at the staff member at that booth and calmly spoke. Excuse me, could I borrow that goldfish? Chapter 43: A goldfish that blows the whole place away. Excuse me, could I borrow that goldfish? As soon as Lin Zhou uttered those words, the entire noisy scene seemed to be muted, falling into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Using goldfish to test for poison? What era is this scene from? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray this like this. Is this kid really crazy, or does he think everyone is an idiot? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in even louder laughter than before. My God, he's going to use goldfish to test for poison. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? Did this guy time travel? Does he think this is some ancient era where he's tasting food for the emperor? Oh no, the expert that President Su invited this time seems to be a bit slow on the uptake. Su Xiaoya's pretty face instantly drained of color. She quickly walked to Lin Zhou's side, tugged at his sleeve hard, and said in a very low voice, almost crying, Lin Zhou, stop making trouble. I'm begging you. Let's go, we're not playing this bet anymore. In her opinion, this was utterly ridiculous. It was the most absurd way to throw away the last vestiges of dignity of herself and the Su family farm. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feng laughed so hard they almost cried. Ha ha ha, good. Zhao Tianyu clapped his hands, his face almost overflowing with sarcasm and disdain. I've really seen something new today. Kid, you're something else. I promise you. He waved his hand at the staff member at the booth with the fish tank, his tone full of smug satisfaction. Did you hear that? Bring your fish tanks over to this chief consultant of the Su family farm. Be careful not to break our master's magic weapon. Lu Feng even bowed and scraped as he ran over, personally directing the staff to carefully move the glass fish tank to the center of the display stand, as if it were not a goldfish, but a sacred object about to witness history. He wanted everyone to see clearly, to make Lin Zhou perform the biggest joke of the year under the spotlight. Faced with Su Xiaoya's anxious gaze, Lin Zhou didn't offer any explanation, but simply turned his head and gave her a look. His eyes were calm, yet unfathomable, carrying an irresistible sense of calm. Su Xiaoya's anxious heart inexplicably calmed down a little, and she unconsciously loosened her grip on his sleeve. All eyes were focused on the small fish tank and the tomato in Lin Zhou's hand. Lin Zhou stopped paying attention to anyone. He picked up the perfect-looking tomato and, under everyone's gaze, slowly applied pressure with his 5 fingers. Puffed. With a soft sound, bright red juice flowed down between his fingers, carrying a rich tomato aroma. However, he did not immediately drip the juice into the water. Instead, he gently rubbed the juice between his thumb and forefinger. To outsiders, this action seemed extremely superfluous and strange, as if it were a deliberate attempt to delay or create an air of mystery. Zhao Tianyu's sneer deepened. He crossed his arms and watched Lin Zhou's performance with amusement, waiting for the moment when Lin Zhou would run out of tricks and beg for mercy on his knees. But no one knew that at the very moment Lin Zhou needed it, a barely perceptible wisp of pure, Ewood true qi had quietly enveloped that drop of tomato juice. The death aura he saw with his spiritual eyes was a trace left by modern chemical catalysts, and its harm to the human body was chronic and insidious. However, this death energy is essentially the absolute opposite of the life energy of the wood element. What Lin Zhou wanted to do was not to create poison out of thin air, but to use his own Iwood true qi as a catalyst to instantly detonate and amplify the death energy hidden inside the tomatoes. Let it transform from a slow-acting poison into a deadly one that kills instantly. After doing all this, Lin Zhou raised his hand and pointed the finger, which was covered in special tomato juice, at the clear surface of the fish tank. A drop of crimson liquid slowly dripped down. Clatter! The juice spread in the water, staining a small patch of pale red, before quickly dissipating. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. In the fish tank, the red goldfish remained unresponsive, still swaying its tail and leisurely blowing bubbles. It even curiously approached the fish, seemingly wanting to taste what it was like. The scene was completely silent. Everyone held their breath, and then a disappointed sigh came from the crowd. TCH, after all that, nothing happened. I knew it. How could that be? Lu Feng, as if grasping at a straw, was the first to jump out, pointing at Lin Zhou's nose and shouting with all his might, "Liar! He's a liar! Everyone saw that. He's playing us. Boss Zhao, call security. Get him out of here." Zhao Tianyu's smile had reached its peak. He raised his hand, ready to call the security guards to crush this reckless brat. However, he didn't even have time to utter the word security guard. A sudden change has occurred. The goldfish, which had been swimming leisurely, seemed to be struck by an invisible electric current, and its whole body suddenly stiffened. Then, it began to convulse violently. Its little mouth opened and closed wildly, and its tail swung erratically at an incredible frequency. The most terrifying thing was that, to everyone's astonishment, beneath its beautiful red scales, the fine capillaries rapidly turned into an eerie black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black patterns, like a spider web, instantly covered its entire body. Bang! 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 The goldfish have gone mad. With its last ounce of strength, it slammed against the glass aquarium wall again and again, making a dull thud. Each impact was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart. This process was extremely fast and extremely brutal. It took no more than 10 seconds. After one last, feeble impact, the goldfish, which had become half black and half red, went limp, its belly turned white, and slowly, very slowly, floated to the surface. He died. Their deaths were gruesome and unbearable to witness. The entire convention center was deathly silent. The crowd that had been making a ruckus and laughing moments before now seemed to have been collectively choked, and even their breathing could not be heard. All eyes were fixed on the goldfish that had died in a bizarre manner. Then, as if programmed, they slowly and inch by inch moved away from the fish tank, finally focusing on Zhao Tianyu's face, which was completely frozen. The mockery in his eyes was gone. Instead, there was fear, doubt, lingering dread, and finally, overwhelming anger. Green Valley Ecology, the largest organic agricultural product supplier in Wuhan. So many people are their loyal customers. The vegetables and fruits supplied by them are on the dining tables of so many people every day. If the way this fish died is real, then what exactly did they eat? The smug smile on Zhao Tianyu's face had long since frozen into a comical mask. The ecstasy and disdain in his eyes were replaced by a tremendous fear. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He stared intently at the dead fish floating on the surface of the water, his mind blank, with only one thought screaming wildly within him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His products have passed all the most stringent tests and have the most authoritative reports. How could they possibly be toxic? But that dead fish was like the most vicious curse, branded on his retina, leaving him speechless. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed first. Zhao Tianyu felt his legs go weak, his body swayed, and he almost couldn't stand up. He's finished. Chapter 44. Don't worry, I didn't create poison out of thin air. Oh my God, my son loves their cherry tomatoes the most. He eats a small box every day. A young mother covered her mouth, her eyes instantly filled with horror and lingering fear. Her tearful murmur was like a spark that instantly ignited the entire powder keg. Green Valley Ecology. We bought a 5,000 yuan membership card from you. Is this the kind of thing you're trying to fool us with? You bastard surnamed Zhao. Do you have any conscience at all? What's the difference between this and poisoning? Refund. We demand a refund. Call the police. Call the police immediately. This is commercial fraud. It endangers public safety. Anger, fear, and the fury of being deceived erupted like a flood bursting its banks. The customers and merchants who were just watching the excitement have now all turned into angry attackers, approaching Green Valley Ecology's booth step by step, their eyes filled with hatred, as if they wanted to devour Zhao Tianyu alive. Zhao Tianyu felt his legs go weak. His mind went blank with a buzz. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Every batch of his products undergoes the strictest quality control and has the most authoritative test reports. How could they possibly be toxic? Especially such a deadly poison that kills instantly. He stared intently at the fish, cold sweat instantly soaking through his expensive custom-made suit, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, it was him. He's the one who did it. Lu Feng's shrill voice rang out again. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he pointed at Lin Zhou and hysterically shouted to the surrounding crowd. It was him. He poisoned the water. It has nothing to do with our tomatoes. He was sent by the Su family farm to frame us. However, by this point, no one believed his nonsense anymore. A middle-aged man closest to him grabbed his collar, spitting almost in his face. Bullshit. We all saw it clearly. He only dripped 1 drop of tomato juice. Do you think we're all blind? Yes. Arrest him. He's in cahoots with that Zhao guy. The angry crowd instantly overwhelmed Lu Feng, who was trying to explain himself. The questions and curses made it impossible for him to utter a complete sentence. Su Xiaoya stood there blankly, looking at the storm-like scene before her, and then at the unbelievably calm man beside her. Her heart pounded wildly. Just minutes ago, she thought that this man was going to humiliate her and the entire Su family in the most absurd and ridiculous way. She was even prepared to endure the greatest humiliation of her life. But now, he just stands there, and he's already sheltering her from the storm. He not only deflected all the open and hidden attacks aimed at her, but also crushed the enemy to pieces in a devastating manner. Su Xiaoya looked at Lin Zhou's profile. His face, which she had previously considered rather ordinary, now seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious light. Her gaze shifted from initial fear to awe, and now it had completely transformed into an indescribable adoration and dependence. At the center of this chaotic vortex, Lin Zhou did not look at Zhao Tianyu, whose face had turned ashen, nor did he pay attention to Lu Feng, who was surrounded by the crowd. He simply walked calmly to the booth and picked up the microphone that the MC had tossed aside. Sizzle. After a slight hum of electricity, Lin Zhou's clear voice, transmitted clearly through the speakers, echoed throughout the entire corner. The bet, you all heard it very clearly just now. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a calming power that instantly quieted the noisy scene. All eyes were on him. I proved that there was something wrong with these tomatoes. Lin Zhou's gaze was like 2 sharp swords, piercing straight at Zhao Tianyu, who was already distracted. Now, fulfill your promise. Bow down and apologize to Sister Xiaoya and to the Su family farm. Then, you and your Green Valley Ecology will permanently withdraw from the Jiangxing market. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Zhao Tianyu's nerves hard. Apologize? Exiting the market? This is worse than killing him. Zhao Tianyu raised his head, looked into Lin Zhou's calm and unwavering eyes, and then looked at the angry faces around him that seemed to want to devour him. His last line of defense completely collapsed. Thump. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the once arrogant and wealthy president of Green Valley Ecology suddenly collapsed to his knees and knelt on the ground. President Su, I was wrong. I'm not human. I'm worse than a pig or a dog. Zhao Tianyu, tears streaming down his face, disregarded his designer suit and crawled on all fours to Su Xiaoya, kowtowing desperately like a stray dog. Bang, bang, bang. Please, Mr. Su, you have a lot of magnanimity. Please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. I'll kowtow to you. He kowtowed repeatedly, slapping himself repeatedly while shouting incoherently. He was no longer recognizable as a human being. This scene left everyone stunned. Who would have thought that a business exhibition would end in such a dramatic way? In the chaos, Lu Feng saw Zhao Tianyu kneeling and begging for mercy. Knowing that all was lost, he turned pale with fright. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Zhao Tianyu, he quietly bent down, like a mouse, trying to slip away through the gaps in the crowd. That bastard tried to run away. Someone with sharp eyes shouted out. Instantly, the crowd, who had just been stunned by Zhao Tianyu's kowtow and apology, found a new outlet for their frustration. Grab him. Don't let him get away. Damn it. That lackey was the one who was yelling the loudest just now. Several hot-tempered men rushed over and pinned Lu Feng, who had only slipped a few steps away, to the ground. In an instant, fists and feet were thrown at each other, and screams of agony filled the air. Soon, the exhibition's security personnel and staff from the Market Supervision Department, who had received the alarm, arrived at the scene. Don't move. Preserve the scene. Several uniformed staff members quickly set up a cordon, completely sealing off the messy Green Valley ecological booth, and began taking photos and collecting evidence. The dead fish and the tomato were carefully placed into an evidence bag. The whole scene was in complete chaos. Lin Zhou frowned slightly as he looked at the chaos before him. He grabbed Su Xiaoya's wrist, who was still in a state of shock and hadn't recovered yet. Sister Xiaoya, it's too chaotic here. Let's leave first. First, Su Xiaoya's wrist was warm and soft. The moment he grasped it, her body trembled slightly. She let him pull her through the chaotic crowd and into a relatively quiet corner. Lin Zhou. Su Xiaoya looked at him. Her lips moved. She had so many questions she wanted to ask, but she didn't know where to begin. Don't worry, I didn't create the poison out of thin air. Lin Zhou seemed to see through her thoughts and explained in a low voice. In order to pursue quality and yield, Green Valley Ecology's products use excessive amounts of ripening agents and some chemical hormones that are not allowed to be added. I just know a special family technique that can instantly catalyze and amplify these hidden toxicities hundreds of times, turning them from chronic to acute. This half-true, half-false explanation sounds mysterious, but for Su Xiaoya, who has already witnessed Lin Zhou bring strawberry back to life, it has a high degree of credibility. She understood completely. Lin Zhou wasn't fooling around. He saw through the other party's true nature from the very beginning and set up this scheme. He wasn't acting impulsively. He was a master strategist. At this moment, Su Xiaoya's gaze towards Lin Zhou completely changed. Beyond worship and dependence, it also possessed a unique radiance and a profound sense of security. With this man around, it's as if even if the sky were to fall, there's nothing to fear. However, in this rare moment of quiet, two police officers in uniform walked through the crowd and came straight up to them. The lead police officer had a serious expression and his sharp gaze swept over Lin Zhou. Sir, your name is Lin Zhou, right? Lin Zhou nodded. Based on reports from witnesses at the scene, the police officer said coldly, you are suspected of causing public panic and creating a negative impact by using an unknown substance in a public place. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. Chapter 45 The Powerful Female CEO Saves the Day. Assisting with the investigation, the color drained from Su Xiaoya's face instantly. She hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Lin Zhou, and explained urgently, Officer, you've got the wrong person. He's not causing trouble. He's trying to expose the problems with Green Valley Ecology's products. He's a good person. The lead police officer remained expressionless and formally raised his hand to indicate that she didn't need to say anything more. Madam, we are just conducting a routine investigation. Please cooperate. We will reach a conclusion once we have investigated the situation thoroughly. A seemingly casual remark, yet carrying an undeniable pressure, effectively shut down all of Su Xiaoya's words. She opened her mouth, looking at the other person's serious uniform and cold profile. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart, and her hands and feet began to feel cold. Not far away, Zhao Tianyu, who had just been kneeling on the ground like a rag doll, raised his face, which was covered in snot and tears. When he saw this scene, a fleeting glint of malice and pleasure flashed in his eyes. He's finished, but he'll take someone down with him. The surrounding crowd also became restless, and the wind direction became delicate again. How did this end up attracting the police? Yeah, even though those tomatoes were poisonous, this young man's methods seem a bit unorthodox. They used goldfish to test for poison, and then the fish died. Now the police are here. Could it be that he really did something to it? Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will grow wildly. The crowd, who had just been united in their hatred of the enemy, now looked at Lin Zhou with a newfound scrutiny and uncertainty in their eyes. Lin Zhou frowned. He wasn't afraid of going with the police. He was upright and honest. But when he glanced at Su Xiaoya, whose face was pale and whose body was trembling slightly, he felt a pang of pity. Just as he was about to speak, a series of crisp and rhythmic high heels approached from afar, tapping on the smooth ground, as if each tap struck the heart of the person being spoken to. The crowd unconsciously parted to make way for each other. Han Qingxue, flanked by two bodyguards in black, strode over in 10-centimeter high heels. Behind her followed a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a briefcase, and dressed in a sharp suit, exuding a capable air. Even before she arrived, her powerful aura, which kept strangers at bay, already swept over the area. "Who wants to take my people away?" Han Qingxue's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and cold, carrying an air of authority that had long held a high position, instantly silencing the noisy scene. She walked directly up to the two police officers, her gaze unwavering, and said softly, "Officers, I am Han Qingxue, the person in charge of this exhibition venue. The Mr. Lin Zhou you are taking away is not a troublemaker, but a hero who exposed a major food safety hazard." The two police officers were clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a powerful and commanding woman. Before they could react, the lawyer with gold-rimmed glasses behind Han Qingxue stepped forward, handed over his business card, and spoke in a professional yet firm tone. "Officers, hello. I am Mr. Lin Zhou's lawyer. Based on the situation at the scene, my client was in a public place making reasonable questions and verifications about product quality issues that are suspected of endangering public safety. Your actions of removing him based solely on reports from some members of the public, without clear evidence of any illegal behavior, are procedurally improper. We are willing to fully cooperate with the investigation, but we request that it be conducted on-site, with our lawyer present throughout." His words were well-reasoned and contained no flaws. The two police officers exchanged a glance, both seeing a sense of urgency in each other's eyes. They only came after receiving a call from the police saying that someone was causing a disturbance by unknown means. But given the current situation, with the venue manager strongly advocating for it and lawyers negotiating on-site, things are clearly not that simple. Faced with the dual pressure from Han Qingxue and her lawyer, the lead police officer's attitude softened considerably. He pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. "All right, let's conduct the inquiry here." The crisis was resolved in an instant. Su Xiaoya let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that her back was completely soaked. She looked at her best friend standing gracefully beside her, who seemed to have everything under control, her eyes filled with gratitude. Han Qingxue didn't look at her, but instead winked at her playfully, then turned around and naturally took the microphone from the dumbfounded staff member next to her. "Distinguished guests and friends from our business community, I am Han Qingxue, the general manager of Red Star Kailong." She stood in the center of the booth, and the spotlights seemed to automatically follow her. "What happened today has shocked everyone. First, I want to make a solemn announcement to everyone." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on Lin Zhou, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Mr. Lin Zhou is my personally appointed business security consultant. Discovering and exposing the product issues of Green Valley ecology at this exhibition is precisely in fulfilling his consultant duties. His actions are to protect the rights and interests of all consumers and to clean up the market environment in Jiangxing. We should thank him, not doubt him." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Public opinion instantly reversed 180 degrees. "Holy crap. So he's a stunner hired by them all. Awesome. This is like a real-life infernal affairs movie. I knew it. How could such a handsome guy be a scammer?" The crowd's gaze toward Lin Zhou instantly transformed from suspicion to fervent worship. Looking at Zhao Tianyu, who was now slumped on the ground, all that remained was contempt and disgust. Han Qingxue was very satisfied with the result. She continued, "To recognize consultant Lin's contributions and to make up for the unwarranted damage to Sue's farm today, I have decided to provide Sue's farm with the best location at this exhibition, Diamond Booth A01, free of charge. Furthermore, all supermarkets under Red Star Kailong will engage in in-depth strategic cooperation with Sue's farm." This caused an uproar not only among the general public, but also among the surrounding businesses. This isn't compensation. It's like a windfall. Su Xiaoya was completely stunned. She looked at Han Qingxue with her mouth agape in an O shape, unable to utter a word for a long time. Under Han Qingxue's swift and decisive arrangements, market supervision personnel took full control of the mess at Green Valley Ecology, and the police simply took a brief statement before leaving. A storm that could have gotten Lin Zhou into big trouble was easily resolved by her with just a few words. After the chaos subsided, Han Qingxue led the still somewhat confused Su Xiaoya and Lin Zhou to the quiet VIP lounge on the top floor of the mall. She poured a glass of water for the two of them, then leaned back on the sofa, her two long, straight legs elegantly crossed, her gaze scanning Lin Zhou like an X-ray. "You're something else, Lin Zhou. You made such a commotion without making a sound." Han Qingxue's tone was teasing, but her eyes were sharp. Lin Zhou took a sip of water to suppress the turmoil in his heart, and said politely, "I am very grateful to President Han today, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to handle this situation." "Don't call me President Han, call me Sister Qingxue." Han Qingxue waved her hand, leaned forward slightly, stared into his eyes, and suddenly changed the subject. "I'm just curious, how did the police arrive so quickly and at such a coincidence? From the time you took out the goldfish to when they appeared, only a few minutes had passed. The timing was so precise, it's as if someone had called the police in advance." Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Su Xiaoya was also stunned. She had been so nervous that she hadn't thought about this at all. Now that Han Qingxue has pointed it out, he suddenly feels there are many suspicious points. Han Qingxue's gaze inadvertently swept across the window, where the huge floor-to-ceiling window faced the parking lot below. Her gaze lingered in the parking lot for a moment before finally settling on a very familiar black Audi A6. That playful smile returned to the corners of her mouth. She withdrew her gaze and looked back at Lin Zhou, asking softly, "Lin Zhou, is that A6 outside your car?" Chapter 46, Is this how you fulfill the agreement? Han Qingxue's question was like a precise scalpel, cutting through the subtle atmosphere in the room. Su Xiaoya's heart jumped, and she subconsciously slowed her breathing. She remembered that black Audi A6. That day, downstairs at Lin Zhou's dormitory, the female classmate with a cold demeanor who inexplicably made Lin Zhou feel pressured was driving this car. Lin Zhou's reaction was calm. He picked up his water glass and took a sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat and calmed him down completely. Meeting Han Qingxue's probing gaze, he said frankly, "From a friend." This answer neither confirmed nor denied. Han Qingxue, being so perceptive, immediately understood what was going on. She didn't press for details, but instead gave a meaningful glance to Su Xiaoya, who was standing beside her looking somewhat uneasy. Her eyes held a mix of understanding, teasing, and even a hint of barely perceptible sympathy, as if to say, "Xiaoya, you're quite the opponent, aren't you?" Su Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly from that look, and she felt a lump in her throat, a strange feeling creeping over her. "All right, it's a friend's car." Han Qingxue knew when to stop and steered the conversation back on track. She leaned back on the sofa, her slender fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "Let's get down to business. I just had someone look into it, and it's quite interesting." She paused, looking at the two of them. The emergency call was made anonymously from a public phone booth on the corner of the convention center. The most crucial point is the timing. The call came into the command center after the goldfish died, but before the crowd completely erupted. In other words, someone anticipated that things would escalate the moment they saw the fish die, and immediately called the police, trying to pin all the blame on you. Lin Zhou and Su Xiaoya exchanged a glance and instantly thought of the same person. Or rather, two people. Zhao Tianyu and that lackey named Lu Feng. Only they would have had the motivation and time to do such a thing at that time. They were clearly gambling that when the police arrived, they would prioritize taking control of Lin Zhou, the instigator, without knowing the truth. As long as Lin Zhou is taken away, they will have the opportunity to distort the truth and turn the blame for poisoning back on him. He's really not giving up. Lin Zhou snorted coldly. "All right, it's all over now." Han Qingxue waved her hand. The storm had subsided, and now she found Lin Zhou pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him. She suddenly turned to Su Xiaoya, her tone tinged with reproach. "Xiao, you too. Such a big thing happened. Why didn't you call me beforehand? Why did you have to bear it all by yourself?" Su Xiaoya smiled somewhat embarrassedly. You are such a busy person. How could I trouble you with such a small matter? Oh, your matter is a small matter. Han Qingxue raised her eyebrows exaggeratedly, her gaze sweeping between Lin Zhou and Su Xiaoya, and said with a mischievous smile, "So you're going to bother our consultant Lin? Aren't you afraid of tiring out that handsome young man?" Man. These words made Su Xiaoya blush even more. She subconsciously retorted, He is now our farm's chief technical consultant, and he gets a 20% cut. This is his job, so isn't it only right that I trouble him?" "Oh, it's my duty," Han Qingxue drawled, revealing an "I understand" expression, and smiled like a fox that had just stolen some fish. Su Xiaoya knew she was only making things worse by explaining, so she simply kept quiet. She turned her head to look at Lin Zhou, her eyes filled with relief at surviving the ordeal, and an emotion that she herself was unaware of, almost overflowing with feelings. He was absolutely dazzling today. When everyone misunderstood and mocked him, he calmly laid out his strategy. When he was panicked and at a loss, he turned the tide. This strong sense of security was something she had never felt from any of her peers. Seeing his collar slightly disheveled from the earlier commotion, Su Xiaoya's heart stirred. Almost instinctively, she stepped forward and reached out to help him straighten it. Those slender, fair fingers, trembling slightly, slowly approached. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Lin Zhou's collar. Buzz, buzz. A sudden cell phone vibration broke the silence of the lounge. Su Xiaoya's hands suddenly froze in midair, as if she had been frozen in place, unable to extend or retract it, feeling extremely awkward. Lin Zhou was also stunned for a moment. He took out his phone, and 3 words appeared on the screen. Yuan. Upon seeing this name, Lin Zhou's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He nodded apologetically to the 2 beautiful women, then turned and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, where he pressed the answer button. "Hello." As soon as the call connected, before Lin Zhou could even speak, Yuanqing's icy voice, so cold it was almost like the sharpest knife, stabbed him directly. "Lin Zhou, are you crazy?" Her voice was low, but every word was filled with suppressed rage. "Who gave you permission to show your face in such a public place? Who gave you permission to cause trouble? You think things aren't serious enough that you'd get taken away by the police?" Lin Zhou's silence seemed to fuel the anger on the other end of the phone. "Do you know that what happened at the exhibition just now has been live-streamed? Now your face is all over the local social networks in Jiangxing. Your name and your glorious deeds are everywhere. What was our agreement back then? To keep a low profile. Absolutely a low profile. Is this how you fulfilled the agreement?" Lin Zhou could imagine how unpleasant Yuanqing's face must be right now, inside the villa. "I don't care where you are or what you're doing." Yuanqing's voice carried an undeniable command. "Right now, drive my car back to the villa. I need an explanation." Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Lin Zhou put down his phone, his expression remaining calm, but the 2 perceptive women in the lounge noticed the sudden change in atmosphere. The relaxed and pleasant atmosphere that had just been due to his resounding victory vanished the moment he finished the phone call. It was replaced by an invisible, oppressive atmosphere. "Is there an emergency at home?" Su Xiaoya withdrew her hand, which had been frozen in midair, and asked in a low voice with some concern. Lin Zhou turned around, nodded to her and Han Qingxue, and forced a smile. "Well, I have some urgent business to attend to right away. Sister Xiaoya, Sister Qingxue, thank you for today. I'll be going now." "Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. Be careful on the road." Han Qingxue was straightforward and didn't ask any further questions. Lin Zhou, Su Xiaoya wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to begin. Lin Zhou gave her a reassuring look, then turned and quickly walked out of the lounge without lingering any longer. Watching his hurried departure, Su Xiaoya felt a void in her heart. The joy and sweetness that had just risen were replaced by a nameless worry. Han Qingxue walked to her side, followed her gaze, and watched Lin Zhou disappear through the door, a playful smile curving her red lips. It seems that our consultant Lin's friend is not so easy to deal with. Chapter 47, You Have No Right to Tell Me How to Do Things. The sound of the Audi A6 engine abruptly stopped on the empty driveway of Jinghu Villa, sounding particularly abrupt. Lin Zhou pulled out the car key and pushed open the door to get out. The villa's door was ajar, and what shone through the crack was not warm light, but a chilling, eerie feeling that made one's skin tighten. He pushed open the door, and the brand-new Yunxi series furniture in the living room hadn't even had a chance to add any warmth before it was completely frozen by the cold atmosphere. Yi Wanqing, dressed in a plain silk loungewear, stood quietly in the center of the living room, arms crossed, like an exquisite ice sculpture. Hearing the door open, she slowly raised her eyes. Her eyes, which should have been as clear and cold as autumn water, were now churning with suppressed anger. She didn't say a word, but simply raised her phone, the screen facing Lin Zhou. The screen showed a new screenshot. The image was a bit blurry, but it was enough to clearly show Lin Zhou being stopped and questioned by two police officers, surrounded by flashing lights and a crowd of people. Lin Zhou, are you crazy? Her voice was low, yet it was like a steel needle tempered with ice, each word piercing Lin Zhou's eardrums. Who gave you permission to show your face in such a public place? Who gave you permission to stir up trouble? Do you know how much risk your reckless behavior poses to our agreement? Yi Wanqing took a step forward, and her imposing aura made the temperature in the entire living room seem to drop several degrees. Once we attract the attention of my family, all our previous efforts and plans will collapse instantly. Have you considered the consequences? Her chest heaved. Clearly she was extremely angry. What I need is a collaborator who can solve problems and doesn't cause me any trouble, not a so-called hero who likes to show off. Finally, her tone became incredibly sharp, her gaze falling on her lower abdomen, her voice trembling slightly. You're so impulsive, so reckless. Tell me, what right do you have to be a father? The barrage of questions was like a storm, each word a judgment on Lin Zhou's dignity. If it were the old Lin Zhou, he would probably be blushing, bowing his head in apology, and desperately trying to explain by now. But today he didn't. Lin Zhou simply stood there calmly, letting those cold words rain down on him, his face showing almost no expression. He just stared at her without saying a word until she had poured out all her thoughts, and then the living room fell silent again. The air seemed to freeze. Yi Wanqing, panting, looked at the silent man in front of her, and a strange unease rose in her heart. He was too calm, abnormally calm. Finally, Lin Zhou spoke. His voice wasn't loud, and even carried a hint of weariness from his journey, but it was exceptionally calm. Are you done talking? Yi Wanqing was taken aback. I went to the convention center because Sue's farm ran into trouble, Lin Zhou stated calmly. And I get 20% of the profits from the new strawberry variety that farm introduced. He raised his eyes and looked directly into Yi Wanqing's eyes, which were slightly widened in shock. I plan to use this money to pay for the 150,000 yuan bill you gave me yesterday, as well as all the expenses that will be incurred after the baby is born. This is money I earned through my own abilities, and it is also my future career. Yi Wanqing's breath hitched. Before Lin Zhou could finish speaking, he took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between them. This time, it was his turn to stare intently at her. Yi Wanqing, you've got one thing wrong. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unprecedented sense of power, resounding with conviction. True security is never about hiding in the shadows and praying not to be discovered by the storm. It's about having enough strength to stand firm when any storm comes, and even to control it. Everything I'm doing today isn't for show, but to protect what belongs to me, to protect the means for me to support my family in the future. This is what a man, a father, should do. Boom. These words struck Yi Wanqing like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. She stared blankly at Lin Zhou, at his deep and bright eyes, where a flame she had never seen before burned. Ambition, confidence, and a powerful will to control everything. Her long-held belief is in risk aversion, taking things one step at a time, and nipping all uncontrollable factors in the bud. But Lin Zhou told her today that risks are meant to be managed, not avoided. Her logic seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Lin Zhou's declaration. She found herself unable to refute a single word. Is the man in front of her still the same poor student who was timid and submissive in front of her, not daring to even raise his head? When did he become so dazzling and so intimidating? This is the first time. For the first time, Lin Zhou completely overwhelmed her in terms of presence. Yi Wanqing's heart was in turmoil. Looking at Lin Zhou's sharply defined face, her heart began to pound uncontrollably, and a strange sense of panic gripped her. It took her a long time to regain her voice amidst the tremendous tremors. She avoided Lin Zhou's gaze and gave a cold snort. as if to cover up her loss of composure. I hope you will keep your word. After uttering those dry words, she turned around abruptly and rushed upstairs to the second floor as if fleeing. That hasty retreating figure no longer possessed the coldness and arrogance of their first meeting. In the living room, Lin Zhou was finally left alone. He let out a long breath, his tense nerves relaxed, and an indescribable sense of fatigue instantly swept over his body. This confrontation with Yi Wanqing took even more mental and physical effort than turning the tide at the convention center. He didn't feel much relief after the relationship reversed. He rubbed his throbbing temples, his gaze falling on the antique and elegant rosewood screen in the corner of the living room. Lin Zhou dragged his tired body over, skillfully explored an inconspicuous corner of the screen base for a moment, and gently pressed it. Click! With a soft click, a hidden compartment popped out. He reached in. It was completely empty inside. Lin Zhou's heart sank. He leaned closer to look and saw that at the bottom of the hidden compartment, there was only a faint mark left from long-term placement, proving that the weeping stone had indeed been here. Where are the stones? His fatigue was instantly dispelled by a cool breeze. Just then, his fingertips touched a piece of paper at the bottom of the hidden compartment. He took out the folded sheet of Shen paper and unfolded it. The paper contained a line of bold, flowing handwriting, with sharp strokes that conveyed a sense of unrestrained freedom. This item is of great use to me. I'll borrow it now and return it to you in the future. The signature consists of 2 characters. Chinya. Chapter 48. You heard right. It's about growing vegetables. Looking at the sheet of Shen paper in the hidden compartment, with its sharp strokes and unrestrained spirit, Lin Zhou's lips twitched, finally turning into a sigh that was both funny and exasperating. Chinya. This woman really doesn't consider herself an outsider at all. They lend it without even saying goodbye. The value of that spirit-gathering stone, to those in the circle, is probably far greater than a set of mahogany furniture. She, on the other hand, simply swiped a note. However, Lin Zhou wasn't really angry. Firstly, he had already absorbed most of the spiritual energy in the spirit-gathering stone. Secondly, this woman has a mysterious identity and considerable strength. It's always better to have more friends than more enemies. It's just that the feeling of having someone arbitrarily break into your home and take away your most important things is really unpleasant. Never mind, there's always tomorrow. Lin Zhou put the note away, and a wave of mental exhaustion washed over him, accompanied by hunger. He glanced up at the second floor. It was completely silent. Thinking of Yi Wanqing's trembling with anger just now, and her stubborn yet pale face, Lin Zhou's heart softened for no reason. Regardless, she was pregnant with her own child. He walked into the kitchen, where the brand-new kitchenware gleamed coldly under the light, and the refrigerator was empty except for a few bottles of mineral water. Lin Zhou had no choice but to go out again, driving Yi Wanqing's Audi A6, and buy some fresh ingredients at a nearby 24-hour supermarket. Back at the villa, he tied on an apron, and soon the kitchen was filled with the sounds of chopping vegetables and sizzling oil hitting a hot pan. The warmth of cooking finally dispelled the last trace of coldness remaining in the house. 2 dishes and a soup. Simple, yet nutritionally balanced. Lin Zhou took off his apron, walked to the top of the stairs, looked up, and called out, "Yi Wanqing, come down for dinner." The sound wasn't loud, but it was quite clear in the spacious villa. There was no response from upstairs. Lin Zhou frowned, and was about to call out again when the door to the second-floor room clicked softly, and Yi Wanqing appeared at the top of the stairs. She had changed out of her silk loungewear and was wearing a loose cotton nightgown. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, covering half of her face, making it impossible to see her expression. She walked down the stairs slowly, her movements somewhat sluggish. On the dining table, the steaming food exudes an enticing aroma. Stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried broccoli, and a bowl of mushroom soup. These are all very common home-style dishes. Yi Wanqing paused, her gaze lingering on the dishes for a few seconds. The two sat down in silence, neither of them speaking, only the occasional soft clinking of bowls and chopsticks. The atmosphere was subtly awkward, but thankfully the previous tense confrontation was gone. The meal was finished in silence. Lin Zhou was clearing away the dishes, but Yi Wanqing didn't immediately turn around and go upstairs as usual. She sat in the chair, her fingers unconsciously stroking the inside of the water glass. "You." She seemed to want to say something, but didn't know how to start. After washing the dishes, Lin Zhou dried his hands, walked over, poured himself a glass of water, and sat down opposite her. I was a bit too harsh with my words today, Yuanqing said softly, her head bowed, as if talking to herself. This was the first time she had spoken in an almost apologetic tone. Lin Zhou was somewhat surprised and said, I also made mistakes. I didn't communicate with you beforehand. Yuanqing raised her head, her complicated gaze falling on his face. What are your plans next? Yes, I have a few plans. Lin Zhou leaned back slightly in his chair, his expression becoming serious. First, there's the Su family farm. The problem with the white lover strawberries must be resolved as soon as possible. We also need to cultivate them on a large scale and bring them to market quickly. This is currently my most stable and largest source of income. Yuanqing nodded. She understood this point. In addition, Lin Zhou paused, glancing at the dark courtyard outside the window. I plan to open a vegetable garden on the open space outside the villa and grow some vegetables myself. Growing vegetables? Yuanqing's face was filled with astonishment. She clearly couldn't connect the man who had just stirred up a storm at the business exhibition with an activity as idyllic as growing vegetables. She even doubted whether she had misheard. You heard me right. It's about growing vegetables. Lin Zhou smiled, noticing her confusion. Are you crazy? We live here. What can't we buy to eat? You need to grow it yourself? Yuanqing's tone returned to its coldness. She found the idea utterly absurd. The ones we buy from outside are different from the ones we grow ourselves. Lin Zhou's eyes deepened, and he lowered his voice, which carried a hint of mystery. I have my own unique cultivation method that doesn't require any chemical fertilizers or pesticides. The vegetables I grow far surpass any so-called organic vegetables on the market in terms of both taste and nutrition. Most importantly, they are absolutely safe and the best for you and your children. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck Yuanqing's heart clearly. She was stunned. Looking into Lin Zhou's earnest eyes, she suddenly realized that he wasn't joking, nor was it a whim. He was planning the most meticulous future for her and for the child in her womb. From finding her a place to live to earning a living, and now even taking care of the food she eats. An indescribable warmth surged up from the deepest part of her heart without warning, instantly breaking down the dam she had built with coldness and arrogance. So this is what it feels like to be cared for by someone. Yuanqing's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She quickly lowered her head, picked up her water glass, and took a sip to cover up her momentary loss of composure. As you like. She put down her water glass, her voice still trembling slightly. The atmosphere in the living room became warmer than ever before at this moment. However, at this moment, Yuanqing suddenly let out a painful groan. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. She clutched her lower abdomen tightly with one hand, and her body curled up due to the excruciating pain. What's wrong with you? Lin Zhou's expression changed, and he immediately stood up. My stomach hurts. Yuanqing's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. Her lips had lost their color, and her voice was broken and intermittent. Lin Zhou rushed to her side in one stride, and without the slightest hesitation, immediately activated his spirit eye. A golden glint flashed in his eyes. In his field of vision, around a faint but pure life force in Yuanqing's abdomen, there was a wisp of extremely discordant, cold energy. That chilling aura, like a bone-deep infection, though faint, was constantly eroding the fetus's life force, and now it became restless, triggering violent spasms. It was because her emotions fluctuated too much, and her constitution was too cold, which caused the pregnancy to become unstable. This is definitely not ordinary pregnancy abdominal pain. If we delay any longer, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sending her to the hospital is useless. He must immediately use his Yi with true qi to dispel the cold and stabilize the fetus. Just bear with it. Without another word, Lin Zhou bent down and, amidst Yuanqing's short gasp, scooped her up in his arms. Lin Zhou, what are you doing? Put me down. The sudden suspension of her body and the close contact with the man's chest shocked and angered Yuanqing, causing her to instinctively struggle. Don't move, Lin Zhou growled, tightening his grip on the child's arm. His tone was more domineering and authoritative than ever before. Do you want something to happen to the child? Chapter 49. The school beauty's heart is in turmoil. Do you want something to happen to the child? That question instantly drained all the strength she had to struggle. Yes, child. Wasn't everything she did for this child? The intense pain in her body and the solid warmth from the man's chest created two completely different sensations that intertwined, leaving her mind blank. Shock, anger, panic, and a hint of security that she herself was unwilling to admit. She stopped struggling and let Lin Zhou carry her as they rushed up to the second floor. This was the first time Lin Zhou had entered Yi Wanqing's bedroom. The entire room's decor, just like her, exuded a cold and aloof aura, as if keeping strangers at bay. The main color scheme is sophisticated gray and white, with simple furniture lines, meticulous bedding, and a faint, cool fragrance in the air, like pine wood after a snowfall. Apart from an open book on the bedside table, there were almost no other clutters. It was as clean as a showroom in a high-end hotel. Lin Zhou had no time to appreciate it. He walked a few steps to the bedside and carefully placed her on the soft bed. Lie down, relax, and take a deep breath. His voice was steady and calm, carrying an undeniable professionalism, a stark contrast to the somewhat awkward student he had been in front of her. Yi Wanqing did as she was told, the cramps in her abdomen leaving her with no energy to think. She lay flat on the bed, her hands still tightly gripping her lower abdomen, her teeth clenched. The next second, she saw Lin Zhou lean down, and a warm, large hand reached straight towards her lower abdomen. Abdomen. Yi Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. What is he going to do? Shame and resistance surged into her heart instantly, but before she could speak, that hand had already firmly covered her lower abdomen through the thin cotton nightgown. Boom. A scorching heat instantly spread through the fabric to every part of my body. Yi Wanqing's body instantly stiffened like a stone, and a hot blush quickly spread from her neck to her ears. She could clearly feel the temperature of the man's palm, dry, warm, and carrying a power that made her feel flustered and uneasy. However, Lin Zhou's face remained completely expressionless. He closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in his own perception. Within his dantian, the Yi-Wood true qi, refined through the second level of the Shennong heart method, flowed like a clear green stream, guided by him, slowly into his palm along the meridians of his arm. This was an extremely delicate operation. Although the cold, yin energy in Yi Wanqing's abdomen was weak, it was extremely cunning, coiling around the fetus's faint life force like a venomous snake. He had to use his own internal energy, like a top surgeon, to precisely peel away, envelop, neutralize, and dispel that cold energy. Even the slightest carelessness, such as the leakage of even a trace of vital energy, could cause irreparable harm to the fragile fetus. The pure wood qi transformed into countless finer warm currents, carefully flowing into Yi Wanqing's body. At first, Yi Wanqing was tense all over and her heart was pounding because of the unfamiliar touch. But soon, she couldn't care less about any of that. An indescribable warm current flowed continuously from Lin Zhou's palm, precisely locating the source of the cramping pain in her abdomen. It felt like someone who had been frozen stiff in the snow for a long time suddenly soaking in a warm hot spring. The icy, piercing pain that had been lingering in my lower abdomen was visibly dissipating and receding under the influence of this warm current. The excruciating pain was soothed, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort and peace of mind. Her tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, her clenched lips loosened, and her body was no longer like a fully drawn bow. As the tide of pain recedes, exhaustion sweeps in like a tsunami. Yi Wanqing's eyelids became incredibly heavy. She half opened her eyes, her vision somewhat blurry as she looked at the man beside the bed. He kept his eyes closed, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression extremely focused. His hair was soaked with sweat, and a few stray strands clung to his cheeks. Under the soft light of the bedside lamp, his once rosy complexion was gradually turning pale. Yi Wanqing's heart was inexplicably clenched. She could imagine that warm power was healing herself and her child at the cost of his own physical exhaustion. This man, he could have easily ignored his own situation. According to the agreement, he only needed to provide a place to live and money. He could have just taken himself to the hospital. But he didn't. He carried her upstairs in the most direct and offensive way, using this incomprehensible method to alleviate her pain. As time went by, Yuan could clearly feel that the chill that had caused her unbearable pain had been completely suppressed and dissipated. The faint breath of the child in her womb became steady and strong again. Lin Zhou's face grew increasingly pale. Large beads of sweat slid down his jawline, dripping onto the sheets and leaving a small, dark stain. Finally, after nearly half an hour, Lin Zhou slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze revealed a deep weariness. He succeeded. The chilling aura had been completely neutralized by his Wood Qi and would no longer pose a threat to the fetus in the short term. But this time the consumption was far greater than he had imagined, and his Wood True Qi was almost completely drained. Lin Zhou slowly withdrew his hand. The moment my hand left, a strong feeling of weakness and dizziness suddenly struck me. His vision went black, and his body swayed uncontrollably. He instinctively reached out and braced himself against the bedside table before he could barely stand. Yuan was already in a state between dreaming and waking. Extreme exhaustion made it almost impossible for her to open her eyes, but her last shred of consciousness clearly captured this scene. She saw Lin Zhou withdraw his hand, saw him stagger due to exhaustion, and saw his slightly thin yet incredibly reliable back as he braced himself against the bedside table. At that moment, the seemingly indestructible iceberg in her heart, built of arrogance and indifference, was pierced by a blazing ray of sunlight. Crack! A barely audible sound quietly resonated in her heart. A tiny crack spread out from deep within the iceberg. Before she sank completely into the darkness of sleep, her last thought was, Lin Zhou. Chapter 50. The man standing outside the door. The Ice Queen's first touch of tenderness. The next morning, a ray of sunlight pierced through the gap in the blinds, casting a bright spot on the pristine white floor. Yuan slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still somewhat hazy. She subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to touch her still slightly aching lower abdomen, but she froze halfway through raising her hand. It doesn't hurt anymore. Instead of pain, there was an unprecedented warmth that slowly spread from deep within my abdomen, flowing throughout my limbs and bones. My body felt so light, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, and even my breathing became much easier. Last night's excruciating pain and the feeling of cold despair felt like a nightmare. But that wasn't a dream. She remembered Lin Zhou's face, which seemed unfamiliar because of his focus, the burning heat from his palm, and his staggering figure as he finally collapsed from exhaustion. That man. Yuan threw off the covers and got out of bed barefoot. The bedroom was quiet, with only a faint scent of cedar lingering in the air, along with a fragrance she had never smelled before, belonging to another person. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason. Has he left? Yuan walked to the bedroom door, placed her hand on the cold doorknob, hesitated for a moment, and then gently turned it open. The door slid open silently a crack. The sight outside the door made her freeze in place. Lin Zhou did not leave. He curled up on the carpet by his bedroom door, wearing only a thin t-shirt and trousers, his head resting on his arm, and fell asleep. The morning sunlight streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, casting a pale gold hue on him, but it couldn't dispel the pallor on his face. His lips were chapped and peeling, and even in his sleep, his brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a lingering weariness. He's been keeping watch here all night. The thought exploded in Yuan's mind like a thunderclap. She had always thought that their relationship was just a cold, hard agreement, a transaction about money and the future. But the man in front of her used the most clumsy yet direct way to tell her that things might not be like that. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and a bittersweet and unfamiliar emotion overwhelmed her instantly. Yuan, as if possessed, squatted down, reached out her hand, and wanted to touch his forehead to see if he had a fever. Before her fingertips even touched him, she saw his chest rising and falling slightly, and heard his somewhat rapid breathing. He was very weak. Yuan's hand froze in midair, then she abruptly pulled it back. She stood up, stood there for a few seconds as if she had made up her mind, then turned and walked quickly down to the kitchen. She opened the cupboard, found a clean glass, and studied the water dispenser for a long time before finally filling a glass with lukewarm water at the right temperature. Then she ran back to her bedroom and pulled out a thin cashmere blanket that had never been used before from the walk-in closet. When she returned to her room, Lin Zhou was still fast asleep. Yi Wanqing took a deep breath and awkwardly draped the soft, thin blanket over Lin Zhou. Perhaps it was the feel of the thin blanket that startled him, or perhaps it was because she was too close, but Lin Zhou's long eyelashes trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still a little dazed from just waking up, but when he saw the stunningly beautiful face so close to him, filled with worry and helplessness, he was completely stunned. Yi Wanqing. She was squatting in front of me. Lin Zhou moved, and then realized that there was a warm blanket on him. Is he dreaming? Woke up. Yi Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, so she immediately stood up, avoided his eyes, and her expression returned to its usual coldness. She handed him the water glass, but her gaze drifted elsewhere, her voice stiff. Drink water. Lin Zhou looked at the water glass being offered to his lips, then at her flushed ears, and finally realized he wasn't dreaming. He took the water glass. His parched throat was indeed terribly thirsty. The warm water slid down his throat like a timely rain, quenching his almost burning body. After drinking a glass of water, Lin Zhou felt he regained some strength. Thank you. He sat up straight against the wall. Yi Wanqing didn't reply, but looked down at him with a probing gaze. Last night. She finally spoke, her voice a little hoarse. What happened? Lin Zhou knew what she wanted to ask. He gathered his thoughts and explained in a way that was as scientific and understandable as possible to her. Your constitution is prone to coldness, and with your pregnancy, you've accumulated a kind of congenital coldness in your body. Last night, your emotions fluctuated too much, which triggered this coldness to erupt, which is why you have been experiencing persistent abdominal pain. Innate cold energy? Yi Wanqing frowned. The term sounded rather mysterious. You can think of it as a kind of negative energy that is extremely detrimental to fetal development, Lin Zhou continued. This kind of thing can't be detected by hospital instruments. If it's not addressed in time, it will recur, and each time it will be more serious than the last, until... He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was self-evident. Yi Wanqing's face paled instantly, and her hand unconsciously went to her lower abdomen. Then how do we solve this? Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. The solution is what I did last night. Lin Zhou looked at her, his gaze calm and resolute. Using my method, I will regularly guide you to neutralize and dispel that coldness, so that the child's safety can be guaranteed. Regular guidance and intervention. These 4 words, like a brand, were deeply engraved in Yi Wanqing's heart. She fell silent. She finally understood that from the moment Lin Zhou's hand covered her lower abdomen, her and her child's fate had been completely and inextricably bound to the man before her. She is no longer the queen who holds the initiative and can stop the game at any time. Of course, this is only a temporary solution. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Zhou added, to cure it completely, we need some special medicinal materials, combined with the best jade, to make a health talisman for you to wear with you, so that the cold in your body can be completely eliminated. Yi Wanqing raised her eyes and looked at him. However, external things are just aids. Lin Zhou suddenly changed the subject, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The most important thing is still up to you. He looked her up and down and teased. You can't be like an iceberg anymore, always with a cold face. Pregnant women need to keep a happy mood. If you're always angry, it's not good for the baby. Yi Wanqing was surprised that he would suddenly say this, and her pretty face flushed red instantly, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her neck. This was the first time he had spoken to her in such an intimate, joking tone. She wanted to retort, to shut him up with cold words, but when she looked at his still pale face, she couldn't utter a single word. Finally, she simply turned her head away and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. No. The sound was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Seeing her like this, Lin Zhou felt much better, and his fatigue seemed to dissipate. He leaned against the wall to stand up and stretched his somewhat stiff body. Within his dantian, the Shennong heart method was operating on its own, with strands of pure, Iwid true qi slowly regenerating and repairing his overexerted body. This Shennong mental cultivation method is indeed powerful. You get some rest, I'll go make you breakfast. Lin Zhou said this, then turned and walked downstairs looking refreshed. Yi Wanqing stood there, watching his back, then looked down at the water glass and the soft blanket he had placed on the ground. After a long while, she slowly walked back to her room. Half an hour later, When Yuan changed her clothes and came downstairs, a steaming hot breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Millet porridge, fried egg, and 2 refreshing side dishes. The two continued eating in silence, but the atmosphere was no longer as tense as it had been the night before. After the meal, Lin Zhou said while clearing away the dishes, "You rest at home after eating. I'm going out for a bit." "Where to?" Yuan asked subconsciously. Lin Zhou turned around and smiled at her. "Buy some seeds." "Seeds?" Yuan was stunned. "Yeah." Lin Zhou put the last bowl into the dishwasher, wiped his hands, and said matter-of-factly, "Growing vegetables. Didn't I tell you that last night? Have you forgotten so quickly?" "Quickly,"